Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry and Snape uncovered Dumbledore's secrets. Here is short summary. Harry and Snape discover the depth of Dumbledore's manipulations, forcing them into an uneasy alliance. As trust erodes and tensions rise, they must confront hidden truths that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry surveyed the stalls for feet, hoping that there was no one lingering. Finding the room thankfully empty, Harry turned toward the mirror. Even though the room was dim, the flames from the torches flickering and glowing in his reflection, Harry could still make out the redness present around the rims of his eyes behind his round glasses. One would have to stare intently at Harry's face, standing about an inch or two away, to notice the mild aftereffects of his tears, but he knew they were there, and that was reason enough to rid all traces. Harry removed his glasses, placing them on the ledge of the sink beside him. He ran the tap and cupped a large handful of icy water before splashing it carefully over his warm face and eyes. He allowed his wet fingers to remain pressed against his closed lids for a few seconds longer before reaching for the roll of paper. When Harry replaced his glasses, he slowly edged his face closer to the mirror, examining the eyes that Snape's own had bored into so intently only a quarter of an hour before. The redness was definitely on the fade. Harry squinted at his reflection, studying the patterns of speckled green that framed the blackness. How often did one stare into his own eyes? And what was it Snape had seen that had caused the man to cock his head like that? "You look like an idiot," Harry inwardly scorned himself as he realized how odd he must look, staring at himself while fogging up the mirror. Running the sleeve of his robes across the moisture, Harry exited the lavatory and climbed the stairs that lead toward the Gryffindor common room. The minute Harry entered the common room, Hermione attacked him with a flurry of questions. "Harry, where were you? Are you all right? Someone said they saw Snape dragging you out of the dungeons. What happened? I got what we needed." By the way, Hermione seemed to add the last statement as somewhat of an afterthought. Harry realized he had backed into one of the wooden tables and knocked over a stack of books in an involuntary attempt to escape the girl's interrogation. "Well," Hermione prompted, a bit impatient at Harry's lack of immediate response. She stared at him, a hand resting on her left hip. Well, yeah, he caught me throwing the firework into the cauldron. Harry began, but his explanation was promptly cut short by Hermione's gasp. She clapped both hands over her mouth. "Oh, Harry, no," Hermione exclaimed sadly, almost disbelieving. She removed her hands and let them drop at her sides. "Snape said he'd expel whoever did it. Are you expelled?" Well, no, I'm not," Harry attempted to reassure her. "I've just got detention for the rest of the week. Nothing to cheer about, but at least I'm not kicked out." Harry pushed aside another stack of books and hoisted himself up into a sitting position on top of the table. Hermione narrowed her gaze. "You aren't expelled." Harry shook his head and shrugged. "But this is Snape we're talking about, not Professor McGonagall or Flitwick, who would most definitely be furious but wouldn't expel you." She ranted rather loudly, causing Harry to scoot back a bit more. Hermione could be pretty intimidating when she wanted to be. "I know," Harry shrugged. But he really didn't know, not really. Part of Snape's reaction had been predictable. The silent anger, the sweeping robes, the bruising grip on Harry's arm. The other part, well, he just wasn't sure. Harry couldn't explain it. He had always thought that Snape had hated him. But people who hate you don't have enough room for things like disappointment. They couldn't care less. Not even McGonagall's glare during last year's infamous dragon incident had made him feel so ashamed. It didn't make sense. Hermione sighed, interrupting Harry's thoughts. "Well, anyway," she continued, "you should count yourself lucky, Harry." "Yeah," Hermione reached into the pocket of her robes. "At least we've got these," she claimed as pulled out 2 vials, boomslang skin and bicorn horn. Harry stared at the ingredients. It didn't seem like such an accomplishment anymore. "Let me keep those in my trunk," he stated quickly. Noticing the retort forming on Hermione's lips, Harry continued. That way, you can't be accused of anything. I'm already in trouble. But, Harry, there's no way you could have gathered the ingredients when you... Please, Hermione, just give them to me, Harry said softly. He was too tired to argue. He held out his right hand. Hermione sighed again. Oh, all right. She placed them carefully against his palm and watched as Harry's eyes traveled over the glass bottles before he clenched his fingers around them and slipped them into his pocket. Where's Ron? Harry asked, suddenly remembering his ginger-haired friend. He went to find Fred and George, to tell them what happened, I think, Hermione stated in an offhanded way as she gathered up the last of her books and shifted them to a comfortable position in her arms. Harry rolled his eyes. Great, he mumbled. They'll be quite proud, I reckon. Probably. Yeah, Harry stated and gave a small wave as he watched Hermione climb up the steps to her dormitory. He stared at his hands that were resting on his thighs. Probably. Feeling sluggish, Harry dragged himself through the rest of his afternoon classes. He was almost sick with dread every time he thought about his first detention that night with Snape. His stomach was twisted in knots, and his hands wouldn't stop sweating. He wasn't necessarily nervous about the detention. He'd had plenty of those. But, rather, he felt unsure and jittery about facing his professor so soon after their confrontation. Hastily, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for dinner, but he didn't really have an appetite. He had received a note a couple of hours ago at the end of his last class, delivered by a Slytherin first year, that announced the time of his detention, 6:30 p.m. As he traced patterns in his mashed potatoes with his fork, giving up all hope of actually swallowing the gloppy mess, Harry heard, without really listening, Ron's endless prattle about Harry's new and coveted hero status, according to Fred and George. Hermione tried to talk to him about the particularly tricky Transfiguration essay that was due at the beginning of next week, but Harry could only respond with half-hearted smiles and nods. Hermione didn't pressure him to talk. She probably figured he was dreading his detention, Harry imagined. She rolled her eyes at Ron's obliviousness and joined in Pavarti's and Lavender's conversation when she heard the words, insect versus arachnid transformation. It was after 6:10 when Harry left the Great Hall. He wasn't sure how long he'd be trapped down in the dungeons and wanted to allow himself the liberty of walking slowly, enjoying the cool, damp air. After stopping by the loo, he decided he'd stalled long enough. Standing in front of the heavy, wooden door, Harry wiped his cold, clammy palms on the front of his trousers before pounding his knuckles 3 times against the wood. Enter. Harry pushed open the door, thoroughly dreading the remainder of the evening. As Harry stepped into the classroom, he peered around the room, wondering from which corner Snape's voice had echoed. But the room was empty. Still holding the heavy door open, his fingers gripping the ledge, Harry blinked a few times, attempting to detect the movement of ebony robes among the patches of darkness. He wrinkled his nose at the pungent smell of preservatives that was wafting from the nearby buckets. As the boy took another few steps forward, he let the door slip from his fingers, feeling a gentle, damp coolness brush over the back of his neck, causing his skin to prickle. Another step, and then the door suddenly slammed closed from behind him. Harry's body jerked from the unexpected thunder of wood against wood. He spun around. Snape stood in front of the closed door, his left arm outstretched, palm splayed against the wood. He glared down at Harry from his turgid stance and remained completely still. The muscles in his stern face refused to give way to a milder expression. Harry was as startled by the silence almost as much as from the slamming door. The boy breathed evenly, making every effort to slow the pounding of his heart. Aside from the blood thrumming against his eardrums, the lack of noise buzzed in the stone-insulated room. Harry wasn't sure whether or not he should say anything. It was uncharacteristic of his professor to allow Harry the initiating words of a detention. However, Snape remained silent for the next several seconds, and the room throbbed with the absence of his silky, sneering voice. Gathering up all of his Gryffindor bravery, Harry shifted his stance, attempting to appear nonchalant, and opened his mouth to speak. Harry's voice cracked on the first word. He cleared his throat and tried again, I'm here for my detention. He lowered his gaze to the floor. Sir. At the last word, Harry looked up through his fringe and back down again when he noticed that Snape had narrowed his gaze. Trying to play off the apprehensive dryness of his mouth and throat, Harry coughed a couple of times and then risked another hasty glance into the cold black eyes. Snape paused for a few seconds and then smirked, gradually cracking the stone pretense. But it was not an amused smirk, Harry noticed. It was a sneer that Harry remembered well, as it was so very similar to the one that Snape had impressed upon him last year during the first potions class when the man had referred to him as Hogwarts' new celebrity. Harry could still recall the intense heat that had crept up the back of his neck, causing his ears to simmer with embarrassment and anger. Not that Harry would ever admit it, even to Ron and Hermione, but his feelings had been hurt over that taunt. He'd been rather excited for potions. It had reminded him of the Muggle subject, chemistry, that as a 10-year-old, ignorant of magic, he'd looked forward to studying in secondary school. But at that very moment, a little over a year ago, potions had become his least favorite subject. In the blink of an eye, his eager excitement had been snuffed by a few venomous words. It pained Harry to see such a look again, so different than the one he had experienced earlier this afternoon. But the embarrassment was lacking this time and Harry schooled his expression, forcing contempt to take over, to calm him down. His face fighting against a scowl, Harry opened his mouth to speak again, when Snape straightened up and began to move toward him. He forced himself to remain planted, crossing his arms loosely over his chest. "You're early," Snape growled, halting a little more than a foot away from him. "I am," Harry inquired, genuinely curious, looking around the classroom for a clock, even though he knew there wasn't one. He wasn't expecting Snape's first words to have anything to do with time. Besides, he couldn't be that early. He'd even stopped off at the loo. The time is now 6:29 in the evening. There is no clock in here, boy, so you can cease that inane swiveling of your overly large head, Snape sneered. Okay, Harry retorted. A single minute. The man couldn't have been serious. With a sweep of his robes, Snape ambled over to the nearest counter where several glass vials and jars were arranged, cloudy and clearly in need of cleaning. However, the man continued, picking up a vial without turning around. "Since I am nearly finished taking inventory in the storeroom," Snape spun on his heel, looking directly at Harry, "I believe you are ready to begin." Furrowing his brow in confusion, he shifted on his feet. All right." His professor raised an eyebrow. "I mean, yes, sir." Snape strode forward until he was towering over Harry. "And seeing, Mr. Potter, as I possess a bit less than I did last week, it certainly will not take me long to complete my task," he spat through clenched teeth. "What is he playing at?" The boy cocked his head, quirked an eyebrow of his own. "He's a complete nutter." "All right, then," Harry said, still frowning a bit at Snape's weird behavior. "What would you like me to do, sir?" Snape glared for several seconds longer before shaking his head in disgust. The spitting image. Harry felt his temper rise. He understood now. Before he could form a response, Snape swept back over to the counter and began gathering the empty vials, placing them nearer to the basin. The clinking of the glass resounded in Harry's ears. "There are over 100 vials here, Potter," Snape stated, motioning to the rest of the glass bottles waiting on the far right counter. "You will wash each of them thoroughly with a wire brush and set it to dry." Harry's stomach plummeted. How had he not seen those other vials? "When you are finished, you may begin disemboweling this bucket of toads," Snape ordered matter-of-factly. "If I am satisfied with your work, you may leave." "Yes, sir." Harry felt his shoulders droop, his nose wrinkling at the slimy white bellies. "Begin now," the potions master snarled, and without meeting Harry's eyes, without further comment, he walked over to his storeroom, entered, and slammed the door. Standing stock still for a short moment, Harry grimaced as he scanned the rows of glass. He would never finish. Snape would make him stay here all night. The boy sighed and set to pushing up the long sleeves of his robes. He grabbed a vial, the first of many, and began scrubbing. After Harry had finished rinsing his 12th piece of glass, he lifted his hand to brush the sweaty hair away from his eyes. The classroom was cold, but the dampness always caused him to perspire, especially when he began working. Reaching for the 13th, Harry grumbled when his sleeve fell back down over his wrist. Replacing the vial for a moment, Harry unfastened his robes and removed them from his shoulders. A clinking of glass tinkled from within the pocket. He froze, icicles forming in his stomach, his face heated. Slipping his robes the rest of the way off, Harry remembered what he had forgotten to do before his detention. He reached his cold hand into the deep pocket and carefully pulled out 2 full vials of boomslang skin and powdered bicorn horn, taking care not to make any noise. Snape was still in his storeroom with the door tightly shut. Oh, God, Harry thought wildly, how could he have forgotten about these? No wonder Snape was so angry. He knew. His stomach clenched into knots. Harry tried to formulate a plan. If Snape found out, he'd surely be expelled now. How could he have been so stupid? How could he have not known what Snape was snarling about, taking inventory, less than last week? Harry, you prat, the boy scolded himself. He had to think, and fast. For one awful, shameful moment, Harry remembered that, technically, he hadn't been the one who had stolen from Snape's storeroom, it had been Hermione. But feeling disgusted with himself, he forced his brain to conjure up another idea. Just then, the storeroom door banged open. Harry jumped, even more startled than he'd been at the first sound of a slamming door, and thrust his hand beneath his robes, draping them over his right forearm before carefully folding them up and placing the bundle on a nearby table. Harry felt as if he were backing away from a bomb that was set to explode in 30 seconds. He glanced over to see where Snape had gone, but the man was nowhere to be found. He must have entered another storage closet. Harry turned back to his work but couldn't concentrate. Every few seconds, he peered over his shoulder. Harry's knees felt like jelly and his hands were shaky. He wiped the sweat from his brow once more. 2 vials later, and the classroom was still empty. Drying his hands, Harry eased away from the basin towards the middle of the classroom, noticing the door that was flung open in the wall behind Snape's desk. He licked his lips, held his breath, poised to hear any stirring in the background. Silence. Slowly, Harry backed up, inching toward his original place in front of the sink. He leaned over, keeping his eyes fixed on the open door, and picked up the bundled vials delicately, as if handling a swaddled newborn. He tiptoed over to the storeroom. All he needed was 1 minute. 1 sodding minute, then everything would be back to normal. And he'd never steal anything again. Ever. Harry was sweating more than he thought possible in such a cool atmosphere. He was almost there. 10 more paces. 5. But then he froze again. Snape would know it was him. His professor knew that he was missing ingredients from his stock. Either way, Harry was dead. He felt trapped. He'd never felt so vulnerable and idiotic in his life. At that moment, he heard a muffled noise cascading through the back closet. Snape. Harry snaked around desks as quickly as he dared, dropped his robes and grabbed the nearest vial, upsetting many of those surrounding it. But before he could catch them, several bottles tipped over and came crashing to the floor, shattering into tiny pieces. Harry swore under his breath and stooped to gather up the jagged remains. Potter. Harry jumped and lost his balance, falling back into the glittering slivers. He could feel the tiny, sharp spears piercing through his jumper, grazing his back like needle points. He sucked in air through his teeth as he tried to sit up and felt the slivers push into his skin. Don't move. Snape pointed his wand at the boy, levitating him from the mess. Plopping onto the soles of his lace-ups, Harry wobbled a bit before regaining his balance. I didn't mean to. Turn around. Harry blanched. Was he going to get it again? Glass in his back and all. Potter, turn around. Snape barked. Harry obeyed, squeezing his eyes shut for whatever was to follow. But all he felt was a tingling sensation down his spine, and the stinging disappeared. Slowly, Harry opened one eye and then the other. He turned around to face his irate potions master. Is it possible for you to avoid getting yourself into trouble for one measly night? Snape growled, his eyes stern. Harry couldn't look at him. He felt small and stupid as he stared at the bit of floor that had recently been covered with hundreds of microscopic shards. Snape sighed through his nose. Get back to work. It's already 7:30 and you've barely begun. I will not have you slacking off during your detentions, is that clear? He spoke more quietly this time, but his tone was like ice. Yes, Harry whispered, blinking at the floor. As Harry turned back to the basin to grab another vial, carefully this time, Snape swept back to his desk and pulled out a large stack of essays from the bottom drawer. Harry winced at the loud slap of paper on wood as Snape plunked them on the desktop. The man sighed again, and Harry began scrubbing. 37 vials later, Harry still felt rotten. His fingertips were wrinkled from overexposure to water, his sleeves were soaked, and the uneasiness in his stomach intensified as the moments melted away. Once or twice, he risked a glance over his shoulder at the bundle of robes that hid the stolen items before shifting his eyes over to his professor, who was marking essays in earnest. Every once in a while, the furious sound of a quill tip scratching against parchment battled with the scratching of wire on glass. Harry was on his 68th vial when Snape's voice startled him out of his dismal thoughts. He turned and stared at his professor. "Potter, that is not an acceptable way to address me. Try again." Harry shifted, exhausted and in no mood to argue. "I just didn't hear what you said." Snape rolled his eyes. "I said that you are dismissed, boy." "Oh, okay." The potions master snorted and continued marking essays in his distinct, spiky scrawl, stray locks of dark hair swaying with each stroke of the quill. The spitting image, Snape growled to his parchment once again. Harry stared, stung. He dried his hands off on the damp towel that was draped over the basin, collected his robes, and slunk toward the door leading out of the dungeon classroom. As he passed Snape's desk, he stopped. The man didn't look up but paused his quill and waited. Figuring that he couldn't feel any worse than he did now, regardless of what happened, Harry felt his way through the knotted robes. This wasn't Hermione's problem. It was his. He squeezed his hand around the cold bottles for a few seconds and then pulled them out. Clamping his lips together, Harry reached over and placed the two bottles, side by side, on the edge of Snape's desk. The light, dull thunk of glass on wood was unnaturally loud in the terse stillness. Harry turned once again and dragged his feet toward the exit. "Mr. Potter." The boy paused again, took a deep breath, and turned. Snape said nothing for a moment as he studied Harry's face. 7 o'clock. Tomorrow. Do not be late. He gave the tiniest of nods and returned to his work. Harry's heart pounded in his ears again. He nodded, even though he knew Snape couldn't see. Head spinning and feeling oddly light, Harry exited the classroom for the second time that day, turning for only a second to stare at the closed wooden door. Severus continued staring at the vials, even after he had set them back in their respective places on the storeroom shelf. The glass, Snape imagined, was still warm from how long he'd held onto them. He backed away, pushing the heavy door closed with both palms flat against the wood. Severus kept his hands on the sealed door for a moment in thought. However, it didn't take very long for the man to come to a practical decision. With a brisk sweep of his dark robes, Severus marched over to the classroom exit, threw open the door, and strode down the corridor to Dumbledore's office, his lips pursed. As he rounded the corner and stood in front of the stone gargoyles that guarded the entrance, he stopped. For a moment, Severus continued to stand idly, unconsciously tracing the contours of his lips with a fingertip. But try as he might, he couldn't rid his mind of the distinct image of Potter's face, the slight, controlled tremble of the boy's fingers as he placed the vials on the edge of the desk. Pure antipathy had been the only emotion that had radiated in thick waves between professor and student over the past year and a half, and suddenly finding his storeroom lacking had been enough to plunge Severus into familiarity. He'd basked in it. But only briefly. Never in a century would he have expected Potter to come clean. After all, he'd had no proof of the boy's involvement, except for the mysterious coincidence of items stolen only seconds after a cauldron exploded. It had, without a doubt, been one of Potter's little sidekick nuisances who had done it. But for reasons unknown, the boy had taken responsibility. A 12-year-old boy, Severus brooded, placing emphasis on the latter as if it were a vile curse. The son of James Potter. He grimaced. The supposed bloody hero of the wizarding world. Lingering over the last epithet, Severus sighed. It was this final thought that pressed him into muttering the words, "chocolate frog," with a roll of his eyes. The final consideration that deterred the man from slinking back to his dungeons in apathy. Severus listened to the grumbling movement of the stone door and stepped inside. Albus Dumbledore was perched behind his desk like a careless toddler playing in his spilled, smashed bananas. His silver head was bowed over a length of parchment that lay unfurled before him. He glanced up at the terse knock and offered a soft, knowing smile. "Come in, Severus," the headmaster called gently, his eyes adopting a twinkle as he followed the man's rigid strides. "Good evening, headmaster," Severus greeted with a single, curt nod of his head when he stood only a few paces away from Dumbledore's gleaming desk. The smile lines etched around the headmaster's eyes deepened as he surveyed Severus' poised stance. "A pleasure to see you, my boy," Albus spoke up once more. "Judging by the late hour, I assume this is not simply a social call." Severus inwardly snorted. When did he ever simply make social calls? Indeed, Snape began but hesitated, as he wasn't exactly sure how to proceed. "Have a seat, Severus," Albus offered, motioning to one of the chairs that sat across from his desk. "Drop." Severus shook his head. "Thank you," he added. He had almost declined the offer to sit as well, but at the last minute, he had decided against it. There was no need for him to give Albus the need to think something was bothering him. The headmaster said nothing but raised his eyebrows. Sensing that he would inevitably be the one to speak first, Severus sighed, shifted, and began. "In regard to Potter." "Ah, yes, Harry," Dumbledore tipped his head and popped a small drop into his own mouth. "Go on, Severus, what is your concern with the boy?" Severus hesitated, unsure of how to continue. The boy is beyond control, headmaster." The words had rushed out. Severus recoiled at his own volume, opening his mouth to speak again before Dumbledore could retort. But he wasn't quick enough. "I see," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes trailing over the parchment that still lay in front of him. "What has he done?" Snape considered this for a moment. He thought about revealing the day's events to the headmaster but felt barricaded by an indistinguishable force. He tried again. "What I meant to say, Albus, is that the Potter boy knows no limits. He is immune from consequences." Feeling more able, more confident, Severus cleared his throat and continued. "I cannot keep the boy out of harm's way," he stumbled over those few words, "if he is unwilling to keep himself accountable. Potter needs boundaries. He needs consequences for acting like an idiotic, little." I believe Harry found himself in detention several times during his first year, as well as this year, has he not? And yet he still managed to crash a flying car into the Whomping Willow, Severus sneered. Dumbledore reclined in his chair, frowning at Severus with a look of mingled confusion and curiosity. "He did," the old man agreed with a nod. "And he was punished." "Minerva saw to that," Severus huffed, leaning forward. "On the contrary, Albus, the boy was rescued from punishment." Snape felt his patience waning, and quickly. "If it had been any other student besides your precious Potter, he would have been suspended without mercy. Now, Severus." Snape stood up, brushing his robes behind him. "It is the truth, headmaster." Severus was pacing now. Potter could not have cared less about the measly detention he was assigned. "The boy has no regard for his safety and others." "Oh, I believe quite the opposite, Severus," Albus replied. "True, he may not adequately look after his own safety, but I believe he cares very much about his friends." Snape paused, maintaining his rigid stance but attempting to remove the scowl that had creased his features. "I cannot," Severus began, his voice low and fierce, "look after a boy who flippantly disobeys every rule without sufficient consequences. The bloody boy who lived may not give much thought to his own life. But I imagine there are many that do, including you, Albus." Snape hesitated another moment before returning to his chair and sitting down hard, a hand cascading over his face. "Ah, I see." Dumbledore steepled his fingers in thought and gazed far away over the tips. "Enlighten me, headmaster, what do you see?" Severus retorted, without removing the hand from his eyes. Dumbledore ignored the question. "What are you suggesting, Severus?" the headmaster inquired, shifting his eyes to meet the professor's. Snape allowed his hand to drop onto the arm-rest. He looked up at Albus. "If I am expected to keep Potter safe," he barely restrained from choking on the word. "If I must do precisely that, then give me the authority to ensure that safety by having more control over his discipline." There, he'd said it. Dumbledore paused for a long moment without unlocking his own eyes from the muddy black. Discipline, Severus. A single nod. The boy needs proper consequences, as well as someone who can consistently follow through with them. After last year's events, it is beyond clear that Potter is far too impetuous. Dumbledore nodded, still gazing at the potion's master in deep thought. He is quite a remarkable individual, Severus. The boy certainly has a knack for trouble, just like his father. Dumbledore smiled again, failing to draw attention to the adjacent snort of disgust. But I firmly believe that his inclination for compassion, for honesty, is what makes him so much more like his mother. The two men held each other's stare for a moment longer before Severus turned his head away, the swallow thick in his throat. Tell me, my boy, how would you plan to employ this discipline? Wrenched back to the present, Snape drew in a deep breath. The same way I deal with my Slytherins, high expectations and a firm hand. It is precisely what the boy needs. Perhaps. Dumbledore nodded. However, Severus closed his eyes. This was a waste of time. A firm hand requires a soft disposition. Snape felt the blood rise to his cheeks again, his impatience edging towards exasperation. If you expect me to provide Potter with a bedtime cuddle, you are sadly mistaken, old man. Dumbledore chuckled, his cobalt eyes twinkling in amusement. I'll consider your request, Severus. Snape froze, startled by Albus's sudden compliance. But, quickly regaining his neutral expression, he jerked his head into a nod. Straightening his robes, he stood up and made his way toward the exit. Oh, but Severus, he stopped, turning. A word of warning. I believe Minerva might require a bit more convincing than I. Good luck with that. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore closed the door on Severus' aghast expression. A flash of the headmaster's mischievous smile was the last thing Snape glimpsed as the heavy door swung closed with a snap, concealing Dumbledore's office from view. Harry couldn't sleep. His stomach was twisted into knots and his feet were cold and clammy as he tossed and turned in his dormitory bed. Even though Harry was hot underneath the heavy blankets, every time he threw them off, he'd start to feel shivery again and ended up cocooning himself in the smothering heat of his covers. His head swirled. His mind felt disconnected from the rest of his body. His eyes were heavy and remained closed, but sleep refused to engulf him. Likewise, his body was exhausted. The muscles in Harry's arms ached from scrubbing so many vials, and the muscles in his legs twitched tiredly, endlessly, begging for the release of slumber. It was useless. Today had been one of the most confusing days of his life, and Harry felt that he'd made 1,000 mistakes, each one worse than the last. He couldn't believe he'd given himself up, given his friends up. Ruined the entire plan. Now they'd never be able to sneak into the Slytherin common room undetected. But another part of Harry felt relieved. Cleansed. And Snape hadn't even said anything. Harry had braced himself for an explosion as he had attempted to exit the classroom but received nothing. Snape had only given him the time for his next detention the following day, 7 o'clock instead of 6:30. A miserable thought. His professor was probably cooking up something really vile for tomorrow night, if he made it through until then. But Snape wasn't the kind of person that made anybody wait for anything, and Harry knew it. He was the most swift, reactive adult that Harry had come in contact with. Ever. Snape never hesitated a second to deduct points from Gryffindor and had somehow seen Harry chuck the firework into Goyle's cauldron, even though he had been so careful to do it when Snape had his back turned. No, Harry had been spared again, he decided. He just wasn't exactly sure why. Giving up all hope of falling asleep, the boy dragged himself out of his bed and down the steps to the common room. A meager fire was still blazing, and Harry plopped himself onto his favorite armchair. He draped his legs over one of the arms and relaxed back into the corner of the plush chair. Suddenly, it occurred to him. His invisibility cloak. Why couldn't he just sneak down to the dungeons and wait for someone to come with the password? Then, he could just slip right through. It was simple, really. Of course, he would have to locate the Slytherin common room first, and then he'd have to think of a plan once he got in it. How could he get Malfoy to talk about the heir of Slytherin? Harry decided he could think about that later. He could ask Ron and Hermione. They could all come up with a plan, together. Forgetting for the moment all of the worry over Snape and his strange behavior, the stolen and returned boomslang skin, the next day's detention, Harry's eyes grew heavy as he watched the flickering flames in the fireplace blur and swivel. Sure, he would have to worry about everything else tomorrow, but right now he could only smile over his sudden spark of brilliance and surround himself with the warm thoughts of his friends. Maybe he hadn't ruined everything after all. Instantly, Harry's eyes drooped as he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Severus was in his chambers gathering and arranging the few piles of essays he had graded the night before. It was 10 minutes before 7 o'clock in the morning, although the vast dimness in his study made it seem much earlier. Breakfast was served in the great hall at 7:30, and Severus knew he would have plenty of time to organize his classroom a bit before he made his way over to the morning meal. He always arrived early, even though he loathed the chipper breakfast greetings. Flitwick's cheerfulness was enough to make him regurgitate his kippers. Snape would have been more than content to simply take a cup of strong coffee in his study. Alone. Nevertheless, Albus insisted on Severus' company, and he reluctantly, but dutifully, complied. Materials in hand, he was no more than 4 paces from the exit when the distinct crackle of flames washed over his senses. He didn't need to turn around to identify the intruder, or the sharp voice that followed. "Severus Snape," Minerva McGonagall barked from behind him. "Care to inform me where you're headed so early this morning?" The delicacy of age had done nothing to soften the edge of the bespectacled woman's blunt voice. He cringed and closed his eyes before spinning on his heel. "Good morning, Minerva," Severus deadpanned. At least this conversation wouldn't be one that was deterred by purposeful procrastination. "I was on my way to my classroom, as I routinely do, before breakfast." The woman stood with her right hand perched on her hip, lips pursed and eyebrows raised over her small, square spectacles. "Very well, Severus, but seeing as you routinely arrive at the morning meal quite a bit before the rest of the staff, I believe a few of those minutes could be spared for me. Do you disagree?" Regardless of the early hour, Snape could sense a hint of smugness in the old woman's expression. Snape sighed and schooled his expression to conceal his gritted teeth. "Of course not, Minerva." He nodded. Outwardly, his irritation at her slight patronization was undetectable. He was in the process of gesturing to one of the armless, ebony chairs that sat across from his desk. However, McGonagall, without waiting for an invitation, sat down, keeping her back straight, and motioned for Severus to do the same. Snape clenched the fist that was hidden beneath the sleeve of his dark robes and wordlessly obeyed. This would undoubtedly be a short conversation. A brief moment of silence hovered between the two professors, but, as always, Minerva spoke first. "I suppose you know what this is about, Severus." She remained seated on the edge of her chair, refusing to recline even the slightest. "Perhaps, Minerva," Snape stated in a wooden voice, continuing the game of repeatedly stating each other's first names to ensure that this conversation was, indeed, a serious one. If the old woman could be condescending, so could Severus. "However, I would be obliged if you would assert your endeavor." McGonagall narrowed her gaze, wringing her hands. "Don't play games with me, Severus Snape. You know exactly why I have come, to discuss Potter." Snape finished with a sneer and tilt of his head, the medium of most, if not all, congregational concerns of the wizarding world. He sat back, waiting for her to speak. Minerva allowed her hands to rest on her lap, the fingers clenched together. "I received quite a lengthy letter from the headmaster early this morning." "I see. And," Severus raised an eyebrow. Minerva paused once more, and then her face darkened. "And I fail to see what you are trying to accomplish here, Severus." Any other person sitting across from McGonagall may have flinched from her sudden eruption. Snape didn't bat an eye. He simply cocked his head once more, eyebrows pinched. "Elaborate." The old professor took a deep breath before continuing. "You and I both know that you have had it out for Mr. Potter the minute he stepped foot in Hogwarts." Her tone was thick with exasperation. "And now you simply want more control over the boy in order to thrash the son of James Potter." Amusement threatened to turn the corners of Severus' mouth, and he fought to control it. "As you wish, Minerva. This is not a joke, young man," McGonagall barked. Her spectacles had slipped down to the very tip of her nose, and the professor corrected them with an impatient nudge. And that has never been implied, Severus retorted, attempting to swallow his irritation. Then explain. Minerva finally allowed herself to recline. Severus averted his gaze for a moment, pondering over his future words. Clearing his throat, he met McGonagall's stern, expectant expression with his own. He spoke firmly, simply. Potter is in dire need of proper, consistent discipline. And you mean to tell me, Severus, that he isn't currently receiving this from his head of house? Snape sighed. He'd had a notion that this was going to occur. Do allow me to continue. Another pause. Very well. McGonagall complied with a curt nod of her head. As I was saying, it is obvious that the Potter boy possesses issues with authority. He is disrespectful, insolent. Not to me, Minerva interrupted, shooting daggers. Disobedient, Snape continued, raising his voice, with no concern for his safety. McGonagall softened her expression a bit at the latter statement, narrowing her gaze in consternation. The woman was clearly remembering the troll incident of Potter's first year. Why now? She inquired lightly, her face still stern. She leaned forward. I beg your pardon. Minerva allowed a smile to crinkle only the corners of her eyes. I mean, Severus, why are you now suddenly giving further thought to Mr. Potter's well-being? You would have enjoyed nothing more than seeing the boy sent back on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of term for his and Mr. Weasley's unfortunate encounter with the Whomping Willow. Severus frowned. He didn't know how to explain what he was feeling. He also didn't care to relate yesterday's events to the old woman any more than he did to the headmaster. Severus only knew that, unlike the previous year, he sensed an inkling of repentance in the boy. He wasn't sure any seventh-year Hufflepuff would have possessed enough honesty to return the stolen vials as Potter had the previous night. Snape cleared his throat once more. If the boy were in my house during the times he pulled any of his recent stunts, he would have gotten much more than a detention. Oh, I am quite aware of what Mr. Potter would have gotten, Severus, though I believe the boy requires more than just a trip over your knee, Minerva replied matter-of-factly. Snape snorted but said nothing of this particular statement. Whatever you are thinking, Minerva, the fact remains that your golden boy is out of control and requires proper discipline. Clearly, detention is an unsatisfactory deterrent for Potter, as he still cannot seem to keep himself out of trouble. McGonagall stared at him, searching his face for a long moment before finally speaking. Very well, Severus, she replied with a sigh, rising from her chair. You will allow me the day to take this into consideration. Snape rose from his seat as well. Of course. He glanced at the clock. 7:15. So much for organizing his materials for the day. McGonagall stepped over to the fireplace and threw in a handful of flow powder. She paused, ignoring the wild flickering of the warm, emerald flames for a moment. You never cease to amaze me, Severus Snape. Minerva smiled softly and shook her head. Snape gave no reply to this. His tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth. She had given him the same, vague look that Dumbledore had last night. The old woman stepped into the flames, and with a terse command spun away to Gryffindor Tower. Someone was shaking Harry's shoulder, and it slowly stirred him out of his delusional state of sleep. It took him a while to register the fact that he wasn't in his dormitory bed but draped over the large armchair in front of the common room fireplace. Harry, wake up, Hermione's voice sounded far away. The boy turned his head to the right from its position on the couch and winced at the stiffness in his neck. His eyes felt gritty and his heart was pounding from lack of sleep. Harry beeped. No, don't go back to sleep, Hermione chided. We've got breakfast in 10 minutes. Not hungry, Harry mumbled but kicked his feet around so that he was sitting up in the cushioned chair. How long had he lain awake in his bed last night before coming to the common room? Harry wasn't sure. He also wasn't completely certain how many hours of sleep he had gotten. Judging from the dizziness that kept threatening to clog his head, Harry guessed 2, maybe 3 hours. Hermione sat down across from him on the stone ledge next to the fireplace. You don't look good, Harry, she stated, worried. Did you sleep out here all night? Harry took some deep breaths and rubbed the tips of his fingers against his eyes to try and wake himself up. No, only a few hours. Maybe you should go see Madame Pomfrey, the girl suggested. You're a bit pale. Her brow was deeply furrowed. When Harry looked up again, Hermione's face was so close to his that he could barely see past her bushy hair. He shook his head and yawned. "I'll be fine." "Well, you'd best go and get ready, you don't want to be late for charms." Harry yawned once more and gave her a sleepy nod. "See you at breakfast, then," Hermione said as she flounced off to the Great Hall, her heavy book bag bouncing against her hip. Harry stood up and walked over to the stairs leading up to his dormitory. Ron came down almost a second later. "Hey, mate," Ron called out brightly, and then noticing a still pajama-clad Harry, he asked, "You coming to breakfast?" "It's getting late, you know." "No, you go on. Hermione's already down there. I'm not hungry." Ron, taken aback at the mere thought of refusing a meal, squinted at him. "You all right, Harry?" He fought the urge to roll his eyes. The lack of sleep was obviously wearing down his level of patience. "Yeah, I'm fine," Harry replied as he began climbing stairs, the stone almost achingly cold on his bare feet. "I'll see you in class." Ron watched his friend climb to the top. "Okay, then, see you." As Harry entered the dormitory, he fell onto his bed. His head was still spinning a bit, and he rested it in his hands for a bit before reaching for his uniform. He couldn't tell them yet. He'd fallen asleep before he could come up with a good excuse for losing the ingredients in a proper plan of action. Maybe he'd mention it at dinner before his second. Now Harry remembered why he couldn't sleep last night. He groaned for the second time that morning. Pulling his pillow over his head, Harry wallowed in self-pity for a moment longer before succumbing to the inevitability of dressing and sitting through a day of lessons. Severus had left the Great Hall just before 6 o'clock. He was glad he'd pushed Potter's detention back an hour, as it gave him 60 wonderful, student-free moments to unwind and organize his classroom, something he wasn't able to do this morning. Stopping briefly by his chambers to retrieve a stack of clean parchment, Severus noticed a small, rolled-up piece tied with a bit of twine resting on the edge of his desk. Placing the larger stack on a nearby table, Severus strode over to his desk, untied and unrolled the parchment. He couldn't suppress a hint of a surprised expression at its contents. "Severus, I consent to your request. However, abuse your power and an unruly boy will be the least of your worries. Regards, M. McGonagall." Severus reread the letter and shook his head the second time through. That woman would be the death of him. Melodramatic, irritating. Nevertheless, she'd consented. Severus would deliver his expectations to the boy first thing tonight. If this news didn't knock Potter off his stool, he wasn't sure what would. Perhaps he'd eventually turn the boy who lived into the boy who may still live yet. It would certainly make Severus's job a hell of a lot easier. Satisfied, Snape returned the parchment back to his desk and watched as it rolled tightly in on itself once more. Sighing, he strolled over to the deposited stack, scooped it up, and made his way to the dungeon classroom. Harry sat awkwardly on the stool in which he'd been summoned to perch himself only a minute or two after he'd entered the classroom for his detention. He had timed it so he arrived about 20 seconds before 7 o'clock. When the boy had knocked and entered, he'd been startled to find a calm Snape sitting at his desk grading papers. The man was still scratching away, Harry noticed, but not as furiously as last night. As the boy sat on the stool behind one of the higher tables toward the front of the classroom with his sweaty hands tucked underneath his legs and his ankles crossed, he glanced around the classroom. The glass bottles he had scrubbed last night were nowhere in sight. The sharp, sickening smell of slimy toads had disappeared as well. Odd, Harry thought. What was left for him to do? Snape cleared his throat and put his quill down on the paper. Harry's heart rate increased. Great. He was dead. Goodbye, Quidditch. Farewell, treacle tart. So long, cute Ravenclaw girl who sat in front of him in History of Magic. As the potions master stood up from behind his desk, he didn't look at Harry. Instead, he walked over to another table, grabbed a stool and carried it over with him, placing it across the table so that it was facing Harry. Taking a seat himself, Snape now stared intently at him, his expression neutral. He paused a few seconds before beginning. "You did not steal from my storeroom, Potter." The sudden echo of his professor's stern voice caused the boy to jerk a bit in his chair. Harry didn't know what to say. How was he supposed to follow up a statement like that? He must have been giving Snape a funny look, because the man only narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. Answer me, boy. I do not tolerate silence from anyone when asked a question. His voice was a bit colder than before. That wasn't really a question. No, sir, I didn't, Harry finally muttered, wondering where Snape was going with this. The man's arms were now resting fully on the table. He wouldn't break eye contact with Harry, and it made his insides squirm. But someone else did, correct? He nodded and then, seeing Snape's forehead wrinkle up, whispered, "Yes, sir. Yet the vials were in your possession. Look at me, Potter." Harry's head immediately snapped up. "You had the ingredients last, did you not?" "Yes, sir." Harry was beginning to sweat. He was still a bit dizzy with fatigue, and he clenched his teeth as a shiver ran down his spine. "You know who stole from me, don't you?" Harry felt like throwing up but couldn't help noticing that Snape didn't look especially angry, just very stern. He nodded. Snape nodded as well, and the exploding cauldron, "You did this to help that person steal the ingredients, yes?" Harry gave a weak nod. He wouldn't say it, he wouldn't. Snape studied the boy's face for a moment, scrunching up his eyes. "You aren't going to tell me who it was, are you, Potter?" Harry's head spun. "No, sir," he whispered, barely audible. Snape tipped his head once in a nod as if he'd already expected this. Harry stared at his professor, his breathing unsteady. He already felt sick before he came to detention. Now, he felt worse. Snape stood, picked up his stool and swung it around to the side of the table so he was sitting closer to Harry. Plunking it back down, he reached out for the seat of the boy's stool and pulled it closer so that the two were positioned as if they were going to have a staring contest. Harry held on to the table in order to steady himself when Snape had, without warning, scraped Harry's stool closer to his own. Resting his right hand and forearm on the table, Snape leaned in and spoke again. "It ends here, Potter." "Sir." "No, don't speak. Listen." Snape's voice held a steely edge that was unfamiliar to Harry. "You have gone far too long and have overstepped too many boundaries without sufficient consequences during your career at Hogwarts." "But, Potter." "Do not speak," the man growled, glaring. He continued, "In other words, Mr. Potter, there will be no more late-night wandering around the castle, no rule-breaking, no disrespect in my classroom, no stupid, dangerous stunts that harm you or your classmates." "I said I was sorry." Snape glowered at him again, and Harry dropped his head, trying to swallow the growing thickness in his throat. "Count yourself lucky, Potter," Snape said very quietly, "because had you not redeemed yourself, you'd be in far worse trouble than you are right now." Redeemed himself. However, the potions master continued, his voice icy again, "If you ever do anything like that again, in my classroom or anywhere else, if I catch wind of one of your mindless stunts or roguish plots, regardless of your intent, you will face my consequences and will find yourself in serious trouble." Harry was flabbergasted. "But, I mean, allow me to put it plainly, Potter." Snape leaned in closer. "If I find out you've done any of the things I've mentioned, eyes up, just one, you will receive a spanking." Harry felt his cheeks burn at the threat. Snape couldn't do that, and Harry would have liked to tell him so, but the words congealed in his throat. Snape sat back and shook the dark hair out of his face, waiting for the message to sink in. Harry chewed on his lip and blinked his eyes several times to relieve the burning sensation that was forming at the corners. He felt as though his whole skin had been flipped inside out. Surely, his professor wasn't serious. But there was no mirth playing about his pale face, no condescending smirk tugging on the corners of his mouth. Nothing but solemnity and sternness threaded Snape's features. Shit, he really was serious. Crossing his arms against his chest, Snape spoke at last. "Well, Potter, have I made myself perfectly clear?" Harry scowled at him. The man waited, eventually raised an eyebrow. "Yes, sir," he croaked, feeling utterly chastised. And hating himself for it. "Good." Snape stood up, moved the stool back, and stalked over to his desk. "Now, for tonight's punishment." Harry's insides coiled but immediately released when Snape returned with only a small stack of parchment. "Professor Potter, it's just that," Harry stammered, I don't understand. Why does it matter what I do as long as it's not in your classroom? Professor McGonagall gives me detention all of the time. I mean. He stopped. He didn't really know what he was trying to say, and he felt like an absolute dolt. Snape sighed and moved forward. Ah, Mr. Potter, he replied with the tiniest of smirks. I would imagine the hero of the wizarding world would expect nothing less than the full treatment. Snape slapped the pile of paper in front of him. Giving the moderate stack of parchment a fleeting glance, Harry swiveled around and checked the floor for his shoulder bag, even though he knew he hadn't brought it along to detention. When did he ever? He looked up at his professor with an expression of mingled incredulity and irritation. I don't have one, Harry stated. I mean, I thought I'd be doing what I did yesterday, you know, cleaning out those glass bottles. Snape rolled his eyes as he turned and walked the short distance to his desk. Potter, if I wanted any more of my vials broken, I would have, indeed, set you to the task of scrubbing them. Snape's voice was muffled as it echoed off the small drawer he was rifling through. Oh, git. Harry shifted on his stool. He felt a bit stiff and achy. His head hurt and seemed to be stuffed up. Resting his cheek on his left hand, propped up by the elbow, Harry watched as Snape retrieved a spare quill and bottle of ink from the bottom drawer. His face was still warm and prickly, most likely from the waning embarrassment that had flooded his face over the past few minutes when Snape had threatened to. Harry winced as his brain fought to destroy that horrendous moment. Items in hand, Snape stood up and stalked back over to Harry, who was now stretching his eyelids wide to keep them open. The professor flashed him a strange look but said nothing. Instead, he set down the ink with a clunk at the right-hand corner of the parchment and held out the delicate writing instrument. Wordlessly, Harry took it and straightened his head, dropping his left forearm flat on the table. He sighed. Snape glared. Harry shifted again, attempting to neutralize his expression into one of polite expectation. He wasn't sure it worked, since it was hard to appear as if he were anything but exhausted and dizzy. But Snape seemed to have accepted it, as the man cleared his throat and proceeded with his instructions. Every action is accompanied with a consequence, is it not, Potter? Snape began, his voice clear and commanding. MMHM. Harry answered with a small nod, wishing Snape would just hurry up so he could finish his lines and bury his head in the depths of his pillow for the rest of eternity. Mr. Potter, I believe we've already discussed my intolerance of your mumbled slurs, the man snarled. You will address me with respect. Yes, sir, Harry replied automatically, resisting the urge to crumple a few pieces of parchment up in his fist. With a firm nod of his head, Snape continued, as I was saying, are you listening to me, Potter? Yes. Harry glanced up at his professor. He really was listening. His brain was just having a difficult time absorbing the information. Snape raised an eyebrow, but moved on. It is vital for you to realize that you will go nowhere in life without possessing accountability for your deeds, or in your case, Potter, Snape added, your many misdeeds. He wondered what Snape would do if he gave him the finger right now. Another misdeed. The man crouched down slightly so that he was at Harry's eye level. Therefore, he proceeded, you will begin by repeatedly relating the following message in writing for the duration of your detention. Removing a dark wand from the inside of his robes, Snape gave it a smart flick and watched as the sentence bled into the very top of the first piece of parchment. I will no longer be immune to the consequences of my foolish actions. Harry gawked up at his professor. Problem, Potter? Snape inquired with a smirk, taking his usual stance, arms folded beneath his robes. Harry shrugged. He just wanted to start his punishment so he could finish it. Nope, Harry stated, quickly remembering to add the, sir, as he risked a glance through his fringe at Snape's piercing stare. Very well, you may begin. With a sweep of his robes, Snape turned and sauntered towards his desk. Oh, wait, Harry added, half expecting Snape to turn and hurl something at him. How many times do you want me to write this, sir? But Snape only reached for a stack of essays he had arranged, and without looking at Harry, sat down and replied, what part of, for the duration of your detention, did you not understand, boy? Harry barely suppressed a groan. All right, he sighed. Picking up his quill and arranging it so that it was comfortable between his fingers, Harry dipped it into the ink and began. For the first page and a half of lines, Harry concentrated on nothing but his cursive handwriting and the pounding ache in his temples. He practiced writing as neatly as possible because, really, what else was there to do? The damn tyrant had given him an endless task. But was he really that much of a tyrant? After all, Snape could have easily had Harry expelled, or tried to, anyway, or the man could have skipped the warning and walloped his ass the minute he'd stepped over the threshold of the classroom entrance. I will no longer be immune to the consequences of my foolish actions. Harry paused, his quill poised in midair. He flushed yet again. As much as he tried, Harry couldn't bury the reality any longer. Snape could smack him. Since when? But, obviously, the man could, or else he wouldn't have even mentioned it. Harry glanced up from his parchment. Snape appeared to be absorbed in his grading but paused the second he realized that no quill scratching was taking place from across the room. The professor looked up at Harry at almost the exact moment the boy dropped his eyes again, hastily returning to his lines. Concentrate. Yes, sir. Harry spoke without lifting his head, pretending that he was attempting to do just that all along. Searching for the place where he left off, Harry began writing again, resting his head again on his propped-up hand. The words began to blur a bit. Harry blinked a few times and rolled his eyes around so that he wouldn't be tempted to close them, giving in to the heaviness of sleep that was slowly threatening to crush him. The dungeon air felt colder than it did last night. Shifting his legs a bit to warm up, Harry focused on completing a few more lines. The word consequences leapt out at his tired eyes every time he wrote it. He tried to concentrate but couldn't stop the thoughts from bubbling over. Harry felt as if he were carrying on a one-man conversation in his head. Detention was a consequence, wasn't it? He hated having to give up his free time, and he learned a lot from it. Okay, that was a lie. But, still, when had he ever gotten away with anything? The dueling thoughts were only increasing the painful pressure in the boy's head. You get away with stuff all the time, stupid, a voice in his head scolded him. He looked down at his work. He'd misspelled actions. Shaking his head to clear the swirling, shouting thoughts that refused to go away, Harry squinted more closely at the shiny, black ink. I will no longer be immune to the consequence of my foolish actions. More spelling errors. He felt like pinching himself. Just then, a mild pop echoed throughout the classroom. Harry glanced up to see a rolled-up piece of parchment hovering above Snape's head. Wordlessly, without removing his eyes from the scroll, Snape slowly reached his left hand up to grasp the floating document while he continued marking an essay with his right. Harry watched as Snape set down his quill, unrolled the parchment, and read the note. Christ, can the man accomplish anything by himself? Snape muttered. Harry pushed his hand further up on his forehead so that his fringe was smoothed back and pressed the tip of his quill to the parchment. Potter. The professor stood up and pushed the wooden chair underneath his desk. Yes, sir. I need to inquire about something. It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. I trust you can sit still and work on your lines until then. Snape was already making his way toward the exit. No, he thought he'd play a little exploding snap. Snape raised his eyebrow, impatient. Yes, sir, I will. See that you do, Snape added and left the classroom, closing the door behind him. Harry breathed a tiny sigh of relief. He had to admit, the tension in his stomach wasn't nearly as severe as it had been during the hours before tonight's detention. His palms weren't even sweaty anymore. Sure, it was downright humiliating being scolded, but Harry had expected yelling. He just wasn't prepared for the burning shame that had followed. In the past, Snape was always scorning Harry for something, but he'd never rebuked him as sternly and seriously as he had tonight. And at the time, it caused Harry's insides to ache with something unfamiliar. He just couldn't explain it. Trying not to dwell on the night's events, Harry forced his hand to keep moving. Right, then bed, right, bed. Thankfully, the dizziness had diminished, but Harry now felt incredibly sleepy. He was still a bit cold, and his nose felt stuffy. When Harry tried to sniffle, he felt that his eyes were going to pop out. Lifting his head, Harry removed his fingers from his tangled hair. He laid his left palm flat on the desk and considered for a moment before resting his cheek against the back of his splayed hand. Harry moved the parchment closer and continued working on his lines, truly not caring that the words were slanting towards the bottom of the parchment. As he wrote, Harry decided that he would go to Dumbledore tomorrow and talk to him about this whole situation. Snape couldn't give him a babyish, bloody spanking for any reason. He couldn't, and hopefully the headmaster wouldn't tell Snape that Harry had spoken with him. After all, Harry could just ask his professor and demand to know what was going on. But he'd already tried that and had made a fool of himself, hadn't he? Stammering like some sort of plonker. Even though he hated admitting it, he couldn't lie to himself. Snape was intimidating. The boy yawned and shivered. He attempted a half-hearted sniffle but found, again, that it only made his head feel clogged. Finally, after 2 more lines, Harry gave up completely and allowed his eyes to droop. Severus strode down the corridor approximately 20 minutes after he'd left Potter to tend to the squib's measly, trivial concern. Argus Filch was forever creating vast tribulations out of petty mishaps. The idiot had confiscated 4 pieces of Drubel's chewing gum from Fred Weasley, after forcing the ginger-haired miscreant to empty his pockets, and kept insisting to Snape and anyone who would listen that the size and color of the candy was suspicious. With a wave of his wand, Snape had been able to examine them and assure Filch that, indeed, the Weasley twin was up to nothing more than blowing menacingly large bubbles during transfiguration. What Severus really wanted to do was chew up all 4 pieces at one time and press the wad into the dunce's forehead. However, Snape simply left Filch's office with a roll of his eyes and a sweep of his robes and made his way back to his own classroom. As Severus rounded the corner for the second time that night, he threw open the heavy door and stepped inside. He froze. Potter was sound asleep. His messy head was resting on the desk as still as a piece of driftwood, and his left cheek was squashed against his hand, making the boy appear younger than 12. Disgusting. Instead of letting the door bang closed, Severus released it softly and sauntered over to the sleeping boy, preparing to crouch down and scare the daylights out of him with an abrupt awakening. But as Snape moved in closer, he noticed something odd about the boy. Potter seemed to be shivering. The boy was attempting to breathe through his nose but wasn't having much luck. Severus moved even closer and squinted. Potter was a bit pale, and the expression on his face was not one that reflected the comfortable release of a deep slumber. Straightening himself up, Snape grimaced and closed his eyes. Let Pomfrey deal with him. As Severus opened his eyes, Potter stirred a bit, beeping in his sleep. Tentatively, Snape reached a hand out and held it very close to the boy's face. Pausing for only a moment, he sighed and touched the back of his fingers to Potter's upturned cheek. Very warm. Frowning, Severus shifted his hand to feel the boy's forehead. Clammy heat soaked into the back of his wrist, but as his fingers brushed past Potter's nose, the man noticed that it was icy cold to the touch. For the first time that night, Severus noticed that the child was not wearing a jumper, only his white school shirt rolled up at the sleeves. Foolish boy, Snape thought. He'd had detentions in the dungeon before, but Snape also remembered Potter mentioning that he thought he'd be scrubbing out more vials. His hand strayed over to the quill that drooped in Potter's loose grip. Tiny drops of ink dotted the desk where the soaked tip had been suspended. Removing the delicate instrument, his knuckles brushed past the icy tips of the boy's fingers. The man felt like snapping the quill in half. The only thing worse than an unruly Potter is a sick Potter, Snape inwardly growled, his frown deepening. Wasting no more time, Snape reached into his robes and pulled out his wand. With an elaborate swish, he cast a warming charm on the boy's clothes. He half expected Potter to wake up at the unfamiliar sensation, but the boy simply shifted a bit and sighed. Bloody hell. Crouching down to the boy's level, Snape spoke mildly. Potter. No movement. Potter. He tried again, a bit louder. Somewhere, muffled in the back of Harry's brain, he heard himself being summoned. Slowly, the boy opened his eyes and lifted his head. His world was spinning again. Harry groaned and turned his head. Snape's pinched face was inches away from his own. Harry jumped and nearly fell off of his stool. In the midst of his wild movement, his right hand swept the small jar of ink to the floor. With a loud clink, the ink splattered everywhere. Harry bolted down from his stool, Trying to ignore the pounding in his ears, he squatted and reached for the bottle. But before he could grab it, Harry felt strong arms grasp him around the shoulders and slide him underneath the lab table away from the mess. His school shoes squeaked against the floor as he was dragged forward. Harry wobbled on his feet as he stood up, but before he could register the dizziness, Snape lifted him from under his arms and plopped the small 12-year-old on top of the table. "Don't move," Snape commanded, pointing a finger at Harry before stepping around to the side of the table and banishing the mess. Retrieving the empty ink jar, Snape grabbed the pile of parchment and deposited both items on his own desk. Harry sat slumped on top of the desk. His right elbow rested on his thigh while he pinched the bridge of his nose beneath his glasses. Listening to the noises in the room, Harry could only guess that Snape had moved to a nearby cabinet and was rifling through many items that clinked and clattered. The boy rubbed his thumb and forefinger against his closed lids to relieve the ache behind his eyes. He sniffled again and then cursed himself for forgetting about the uselessness of that. "Look up," Harry complied. Without warning, he felt thick wool brush against his glasses and cheeks. Snape had put something over his head. A jumper. A light gray, ugly jumper. Where the hell had he gotten that? Harry wondered, the aching in his head obviously barricading his mind from the common sense of simple transfiguration. Snape held the jumper out and shook the sleeves impatiently. Harry finally put his arms through the holes, pulling a face. "Here," Snape snapped as he held out a folded, white handkerchief. "Your incessant sniveling is giving me a migraine." "Blow." Harry tried, but his ears popped instead. "I can't." Snape was busy measuring out a portion of some sort of amber liquid. "Potter," the professor huffed, irritated, "I never thought the day would come when you would actually fail in accomplishing even the simplest of tasks." Harry was too tired to be offended. "No," the boy mumbled, "I mean, my nose is stuffy. I can barely breathe out of it." Snape strode once again to the cabinet, which Harry now saw was crowded with jars full of multicolored potions, and chose one, a deep blue liquid. Closing the small door with a snap, Snape returned and handed Harry the small portion of the amber potion. "Drink it." Harry hesitated. He'd tasted a good deal of Madame Pomfrey's potions and not one of them was remotely appetizing. "Drink it now, Potter, before I spoon it up and feed it to you," Snape growled. Harry could tell the man's patience was tipped the small glass to his lips and swallowed. "Sick." Harry made a face and handed the glass back to his professor. But, already, Harry's headache was going away. "Quiet, boy, drink." Snape handed Harry another small glass filled a fourth of the way with the indigo-colored potion. Harry closed his eyes and downed it. It tasted like the smell of a dirty sock. This particular concoction actually caused Harry to stick his tongue out in disgust, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Immediately, his head began to feel lighter, and he sniffled noisily. Snape held the handkerchief out once again, and this time, Harry was able to blow his nose. He felt a little better, still extremely tired, but better. Gathering up the bottles and empty glasses, Snape marched over to the counter and set them down. When he returned, the man leaned against the lab table and pinned Harry with a grave expression. "Have you felt ill all day?" "Great, here we go again," Harry lamented. Maybe if he pretended to pass out, Snape would just leave him be. "Only after lunch, sir," Harry muttered. He crossed his ankles to prevent his feet from swinging and sat on his hands again. "And you failed to visit Madame Pomfrey, even though you continued to feel worse, am I right?" "Well," Harry began, "it's just, I thought that," he paused. "Go on." "I just didn't get much sleep last night." Snape frowned. "Explain." "Explain what?" "I was just thinking about stuff," Harry mumbled. He really just wanted to go back to his dormitory, or finish writing his lines, now that he felt better. Snape's glare was sizzling a hole through his forehead. Snape commented. He continued to frown as he stared at Harry. "Very well, Potter, you are dismissed for the night." Harry looked at his professor in disbelief. "Really? I mean what I say, foolish boy." Harry sighed in relief and moved the heels of his hands to the edge of the table to push himself off. "However," Snape continued in his silky tone, "you are to go straight to bed. No lounging about in your common room. Harry's mouth fell open. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. The boy cried. Professor McGonagall doesn't give us a bedtime. Nevertheless, Mr. Potter, I just did, and as long as you are spending the next 2 nights in my dungeons for the remainder of your detentions, I will not tolerate your dozing off in the middle of them. Is that clear? Harry swallowed. He really wanted to say you can't tell me what to do. But he held his tongue. Fine, the boy thought, we'll see what Dumbledore has to say. At that precise moment, Harry had decided to see the headmaster first thing in the morning instead of waiting. He figured there had to be something he didn't know. Well, Snape demanded. Harry cracked his knuckles. Yes, sir, he muttered, struggling to suppress his glare. Can I go now? Snape hesitated. You are to see Madame Pomfrey if you begin to feel ill again. Yes, sir. Harry pushed himself forward. Straight to bed, Potter. I won't have you slacking off during any more detentions. Yes, sir, Harry ground out, his bottom teetering on the edge of the table. He just wanted to go. Snape gave a curt nod. Come tomorrow immediately after dinner. No later than 5:30. You may go. Thank you. Harry sighed in relief, hopping off and speeding toward the door. Walk, Snape called after him. Harry slowed. Snape watched as the boy yanked open the door and stepped through, taking care to close it gently behind him. But after a few seconds, he could make out the boy's quickened steps once he had reached the other side. Rolling his eyes, Snape stalked back over to his desk. You're welcome, Potter. He found himself smirking around the sarcasm. Running both hands through his dark hair, Severus sighed as he sat down, pulling a pile of neglected essays close as he settled into the comfortable monotony of grading. Startled awake by the echo of a sudden, sharp snore, Harry emerged slowly and clumsily from a deep sleep that had comfortably smothered his consciousness for the past several hours. He lay on his side, his eyes still closed, but he knew he was awake. The last vague traces of his strange dream flashed in his mind, but as each second passed, his memory became muddy, and the details of the dream rapidly slipped away until he had barely any recollection of it. It didn't matter. Harry rarely had pleasant dreams, and the quicker he forgot about them, the better. Lazily, Harry rolled onto his back and finally opened his eyes. The lashes were a bit stuck together with sleep, but even through the delusion of an abrupt awakening, Harry could tell that it was very early. And Neville continued to snore soundly. Slapping his hands against his face, Harry rubbed at his eyes for a few seconds to alleviate the remaining daze and fatigue before allowing them to fall limply back onto the pillow, palms open, resting along either side of his head. A light sniffle immediately transformed into a heavy yawn, and Harry involuntarily stretched his limbs, his hands balling into fists before he slipped them behind his head. His headache was gone, but his nose still felt stuffy. Harry suddenly realized that he felt well rested and warm underneath his cozy blankets. He'd done what Snape had told him to and had gone to bed right after his detention. Well, actually, Harry had been planning on going to sleep early anyway, before Snape had gotten completely weird and began bossing him around as if he were 6 years old. Harry sat up and glanced over at the clock on his nightstand. 5:40 in the morning. He would go talk to Dumbledore a little before 7 o'clock. That way, Harry would have plenty of time to go down to breakfast to talk to Ron and Hermione. He had to tell them today about the lost ingredients. Hermione had mentioned something about the plan in herbology yesterday, and Harry had quickly changed the subject. But he couldn't put it off any longer. Harry just hoped that his friends would be understanding and willing to try something else. Knowing it didn't take him very long to get ready, Harry allowed himself some time to lounge in his bed and think. However, he focused his attention on his upcoming conversation with Ron and Hermione rather than worry about what he would say to Dumbledore. He could figure that out on his trek over to the headmaster's office. He may have thought different last night, but right now, maintaining the stability of friendship seemed to float to the top of his priorities. Listening to Neville's ragged breathing, Harry waited, watching the deep blue shadows of early dawn lift from the surrounding walls, lost in contemplation for the next 20 minutes. Harry stood outside of the headmaster's office, crumpling and releasing the edges of the long sleeves of his robes in his hands. What was the password? Harry hadn't ever been inside of Dumbledore's office, but he had walked by it a few times, always staring at the stone gargoyles and sealed entrance, wondering what lay behind them. Well, the gargoyle growled, causing Harry to start. Man, he was jumpy lately. Oh, Harry stammered in surprise. This was just like talking to the fat lady, right? Maybe if Harry just told the ugly thing that he needed to see Dumbledore and it was urgent. Okay, maybe not urgent, but important. Nonetheless, I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore, but I don't know the password. The gargoyle gave a soft, evil laugh. Then you may not enter. Damn. Harry fought the urge maim the stone mutant by a fierce kick to send it flying off its pedestal. He sighed in frustration and stood fidgeting for another moment before turning on his heel. Oh, forget it. But just as he started down the long corridor, a loud grinding echoed from behind him. Harry snapped his head toward the scraping and watched as the door slowly rotated a few seconds before opening. Perhaps it was because of the deep, billowing growl of the entryway that Harry was shocked and a bit amused when tiny Professor Flitwick toddled through the door. He'd expected someone more along the height and width of Hagrid to emerge from such an entrance. Harry, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, delighted, you're up early this morning. The petite man closed in on the boy. Yes, sir. Is Professor Dumbledore still in his office? Stupid question, Harry thought. Where would he have gone in the 3 seconds it took Flitwick to leave? But Professor Flitwick only smiled and piped up, oh, of course. You'd best hurry before the entryway seals itself again, he squeaked, pointing towards the stone that was beginning to grumble. Harry strode toward the grinding noise, barely remembering to call out a, thanks, over his shoulder. He slipped in, sweeping his robes out of the way just in time. Standing in front of the smaller entrance to Dumbledore's office, Harry cleared his throat and released the wrinkled edges of his robes that he had clutched in his fists. Lifting his hand to knock, the boy heard a faint, come in, resound from the other side. Harry complied. The boy inched his way through the vast, elaborate office, allowing his eyes to sweep over everything, taking in the grand bookshelves, telescope, and beautiful motley phoenix perched beside Dumbledore's desk. Ah, Harry, dear boy, the headmaster smiled softly, the tone of his voice light and clearly pleased, my second visitor this morning. To what do I owe the pleasure? Harry moved forward and opened his mouth to speak, but Dumbledore cut him off, his tone gentle. Can I interest you in a piece of chewing gum? Oh, no, thank you, Harry said politely, resisting the urge to bury his hands in his pockets. Dumbledore gestured to one of the chairs across from his desk, and Harry sat down, but this time, he couldn't fight the urge to tuck his hands underneath his thighs. If he didn't, Harry knew he would soon begin to twiddle his thumbs or something as equally idiotic. Drop. The old man offered his favorite tin. Oh, what the hell? Sure, Harry said with a shrug as he leaned forward and chose a sugar-crusted sweet. Thanks, sir. You are very welcome, Harry, Dumbledore nodded. His soft eyes possessed their usual sparkle. The man appeared, Harry noticed, as if he were a bit giddy at the unexpected delight of the boy seeking him out. However, the headmaster also had a gleam in his eyes that perhaps suggested that he knew that Harry was coming all along. I assume, my boy, Dumbledore began, that since you have taken the trouble of rising so early to visit me in my office, there is something you wish to speak with me about. Harry shifted on his hands, noticed that they were beginning to tingle, but kept them there anyway. Yes, sir, the boy answered but hesitated. The headmaster's voice was calming, but Harry wasn't sure how to put his concern into words. Dumbledore nodded and waited patiently. Well, it's about Professor Snape, Harry stated, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. Ah, yes, the headmaster smiled. Tell me, what about Professor Snape concerns you, Harry? Harry narrowed his eyes a bit at the man's cheerful demeanor and emphatic delivery of Snape's title. It's just that he, seems a little off, lately, Harry attempted. Lately, Dumbledore echoed as he schooled his expression a bit, steepled his fingers, and leaned forward. Yeah, I mean, the past 2 nights in detention. Harry paused and swallowed so thickly it felt as if a snitch was lodged in his throat. The heat rose in his face as he wondered whether Dumbledore was aware of his week's worth of detention. Harry tread carefully, glancing up at the headmaster who seemed unhinged by the announcement that Harry had been in detention for 2 nights in a row. The boy felt a mild heartbeat pulsing in his hot cheeks, but Dumbledore's soft expression gave Harry the courage to continue. He's just been acting kind of weird, Harry finished. He knew he hadn't revealed much, but at that moment, his head swirled with thoughts from last night. Snape's stern, not sneering, expression, the look that had made Harry feel ashamed for the first time in Snape's presence, flashed through the boy's mind. The intense lecture, the forced eye contact, threat of punishment, the lines, the sweater, the potions. For the first time since he'd left the dungeons, Harry thought about how quickly Snape had sprung into action when he'd woken up from his feverish sleep. Before Harry could even register what was going on, Snape had shoved a sweater over his head and had forced him to drink disgusting potions that had made him feel better. Harry had been sick before, many times when he was younger. But Aunt Petunia had never given him any type of medicine to relieve his headache or stop his nose from dripping. She had only scowled at him, keeping Dudley as far away from Germy Harry as possible, leaving the boy to shiver under his thin blankets in the cupboard and swipe repeatedly at his own nose with the back of his hand until it was red, sore, and stuffy. But he'd learned to deal with it. What choice did he have? Now that Harry thought about what Snape had done for him, he kind of felt like a prat for blowing off the situation and then for getting angry over being ordered to bed. He wasn't used to anyone telling him what to do, not like this anyway. But the medicine thing, that was kind of nice of him. Whoa, Harry thought wildly, forcing himself to focus on the actual reason for his early morning visit, the fact that Snape somehow though it was within his rights to beat him now. Perhaps not beat, but, Harry, would you mind telling me what you have found so weird about Professor Snape the past few nights? Dumbledore inquired, startling Harry out of his thoughts. Harry hesitated, biting his lip. Just get it over with. He let his breath out in one go. Well, he said he'd punish me from now on if he found out I did anything stupid or disobedient or whatever, Harry explained, the embarrassment returning, and not with detention or house points. Professor, he said he'd really punish me. He can't do that, can he? Silence from the desk. Oh no, Professor, Harry cried, not caring that a small, panicked whine had crept into his tone. That's not fair. He can't do that. The boy had ripped his hands out from underneath his legs, throwing them in the air now. Now, Harry, Dumbledore soothed. If you will please calm down, I will try to explain. Harry swallowed, struggling to extinguish his flaring temper. He slumped back in his chair and gave a small nod. Thank you. The headmaster smiled and cleared his throat. You must know that after last year's mishaps. The boy glared. And the recent events of this year, Professor Snape has asked permission to keep a firm hand on you. Why? Harry interrupted, not bothering to add the sir. I mean, why me? I'm not the only one who gets in trouble, you know. He knew he was being rude, and if Snape were here. No, stop thinking like that. Who gives a damn what the man tolerates? Dumbledore was no longer smiling, but his face was gentle. Professor Snape is just as adamant about keeping his Slytherins in line, the man attempted once more. Yeah, right, Harry retorted. The twinkle left the aged, blue eyes. Harry cowered immediately. Sorry, he stared at his knees. It's just, he can't really do that to me, can he, sir? Doesn't he need some sort of permission, from my aunt and uncle or something? Dumbledore sighed, but the ghost of a smile returned to the man's eyes, and Harry relaxed a bit. You are correct on one thing, Harry, you are indeed a ward of the Dursleys, in the Muggle world, Dumbledore agreed. However, 11 years ago, when I delivered you to your aunt and uncle as a mere infant, I retained the right to make decisions based on your well-being here in the wizarding world. The Dursleys may house you, but they virtually have little say in what goes on here at Hogwarts. I made sure of that. Harry was confused. So does that make you my, Harry searched for the correct word. Not exactly, Dumbledore answered, sensing what Harry was asking. I do not possess guardian rights. However, Harry, I care about your welfare very much, and that is precisely what prompted me to consent to Professor Snape's request. Harry sat very still for a moment. So, you're saying he can, then? Harry stated, and without waiting for affirmation, he continued, but Snape hates me, sir. He'll murder me. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly and held up his hand. Harry quieted. The man gazed at him over his clasped hands. Do you trust me, Harry? He spoke very softly. What? Harry squirmed, taken aback by such a question. Do you trust me? Dumbledore repeated patiently. Harry bit his lip and surveyed the man's face. Professor Dumbledore was one of the only people in the world that Harry could count on. Yes, sir, I do. The headmaster nodded, his eyes twinkling more than ever. Then believe me, Harry, when I say that you will not be murdered. In fact, you will remain very much alive. Professor Snape will see to that. Harry didn't say anything. He felt defeated, yet oddly comforted by the man's words. The boy nodded, even though he still didn't fully agree with the situation. All right. Excellent. Dumbledore stood up and offered the tin once more. Another drop before you go. Harry shook his head and pushed himself up as well. Dumbledore rounded his desk and proceeded to walk Harry to the door. I am always here if you wish to speak, my boy, the man assured him as they strolled to the exit. Harry nodded. Thanks, sir. He stepped through the open door. Oh, and Harry, Dumbledore added as a signature afterthought, remember, it's Professor Snape. The boy didn't respond to this. He couldn't deter a strange look from creeping onto his face as he backed away from the man's smile and small wave. Harry shook his head and sighed as he turned and made his way down to breakfast. So let me get this straight, Ron said, flashing Harry a disbelieving look. You accidentally brought the ingredients to detention. Snape caught you with them, he took them back, and you're actually still alive to tell about it. Well, if that's what Ron wanted to believe had happened, Harry wasn't going to argue with him. Putting it that way made Harry feel like less of a git for voluntarily returning the stolen items. Well, yeah, I guess, Harry answered. I mean, I have to write lines now, but it's not a big deal. That wasn't exactly true either. Of course, Harry was writing lines, but he wasn't sure that was a direct result of the boomslang skin incident. It seemed more like Snape's way of reiterating that Harry was now on constant thin ice. Ron swore under his breath, and Hermione shot him a glare that was so fierce it caused the redhead to lean back a little on his bench. Ron glanced at Harry in search of unspoken backup that solidified the idea that girls were ridiculous. But Harry was staring at Hermione. She looked back at him sadly. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione croaked, her voice thick with genuine remorse. It's all my fault. No, it's not, Harry promised. I'm the one who was dumb enough to leave the vials in my pocket. But the polyjuice potion was my idea in the first place, and it failed, miserably, she lamented before covering her face with her hands. And now, you're in so much trouble. The words were muffled from behind her palms. No, I'm not, Harry reassured her, as he grabbed onto her wrists and lowered her hands to the table. Besides, I've got a new plan. Harry proceeded to tell them about his idea with the invisibility cloak. To tell the truth, he wasn't as enthusiastic about the whole ordeal as he'd been the other night, now that he knew what would happen to him if he were caught. But Hermione looked so dejected that Harry had to say something to cheer her up. But that's all I've got so far, Harry stated as he finished explaining. Hermione looked interested now. Well, I'll think of something. Give me until the end of the day. We can talk about it tonight. When's your detention, Harry? I have to be there at 5:30, Harry groaned. Why does that sod keep switching the time? Ron growled, irritated. Harry shrugged. Dunno. He let me out early last night. Maybe he'll do the same tonight. Speaking of early, mate, you were conked out when I came up to bed last night. I thought you were still in detention. Yeah, I was tired, Harry explained. I didn't sleep well. He hadn't told Ron and Hermione about the head-clearing potion or the sweater or even the handkerchief. And he definitely was not going to tell them about the fact that Snape dismissed him from detention only to send him to bed. Or anything else, for that matter. How embarrassing. Anyway, Hermione glared at Ron, sensing that the lanky boy wouldn't let up on Harry about falling asleep so early unless someone actually made him shut up. Don't worry about it, Harry. I'll come up with a definite plan, and Ronald will do what he does best. Sit around with his mouth gaping open like a brainless fish. Oi, Ron sat up. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said quickly before the two actually starting quarreling for real. He downed his pumpkin juice. I think it's a brilliant idea. Hermione smiled at him as they stood up to leave. I don't know why we didn't think of it before. It's so simple. Yeah, mate, Ron added, still glaring daggers at Hermione, it's real good. Harry smiled at both of them, feeling better than he had in days. He didn't care at the moment about getting in trouble. The important thing was that Ron and Hermione weren't mad at him. Glancing at his pocket watch, Severus continued working on the lesson plans he had begun for next term. It had been about 45 minutes since Potter arrived for his detention, and now the boy sat quietly, finishing his lines from the night before. There were no dark circles under the boy's eyes, and he didn't look ill from what Snape could observe. He would not check Potter's temperature when he was awake. Besides, the clumsy boy would most likely flail from surprise and destroy yet another fragile item in the classroom. Snape looked up at Potter every so often, mostly scolding him when he noticed that the boy was daydreaming. Potter was acting odd again. Severus had noticed the boy and his little friends huddling together during breakfast, muttering, no doubt brewing up some other mindless scheme. For what? Severus wasn't sure, but he was certain that if Potter thought he'd get away with this one, he had another thing coming. What are you up to, Potter? Snape asked suspiciously, causing Harry to snap his head up in surprise. The boy frowned. What do you mean? Snape raised an eyebrow. Sir, I can tell when the wheels are turning in your head, boy, as it rarely, if ever, happens in potions, Snape snarled. What are you plotting? What? I'm not plotting anything. Snape threw down his quill and stalked over to the desk where Harry was finishing his lines. He placed a hand on either side of the parchment and leaned in closely. Mind your tone, Mr. Potter, Snape ordered in a cold voice. You've been giving me insolent, shifty glares for the past hour, and I will not tolerate it. Harry relaxed the glare that was currently etched on his face and swallowed. Without waiting to be told, Harry went back to his work, resting his forehead against his propped-up palm as he wrote. He sniffled. To Harry's dismay, his head was feeling a bit clogged again, not nearly as severely as last night, but the boy could tell that the effects of the potions were wearing off. Actually, they had been for the past few hours, but Snape didn't need to know that. He sniffed again, and Harry could sense, without looking up, that Snape had once again sauntered over to his table. Although the boy's vision was restricted to the parchment due to the hand over his forehead, a curtain of dark hair slowly came into view as Snape crouched very closely down to Harry's level. Wincing, Harry removed his hand and slowly glanced up. Snape was definitely angry. What part confused you? The man spat icily. When I said that you were to go to the infirmary if you were feeling ill. Harry was stunned. He'd actually felt a lot better for most of the day. It was only recently that. Potter, I felt fine all day, honest. And seeing his professor's eyes narrow even further, Harry added, it's just ever since I got here. Well, of course, idiot boy. Snape exclaimed as he marched over to the potion-filled cabinet, throwing open the doors. The potions only sustain you for 16 hours, at the most. Snape plunked down the bottle and empty glass. He had taken out the dark blue one. The sock potion. Oh no. Harry groaned without thinking. Slamming the cabinet door closed, Snape gathered up the items and walked back over to Harry with long strides. Drink. Harry grimaced, but accepted the glass, pinched his nose, and downed it in one gulp. He handed it back to Snape. Harry sighed as his head cleared in a rush. He risked a glance at his professor. Snape looked very stern. Harry chewed on a thumbnail as he waited in the uncomfortable silence. Disobey me again, Potter, and suffer the consequences, the man snapped before strolling briskly back to his desk and sitting down. So much for the short-lived happiness caused by his friend's approval. It was unbelievable how easily Harry's bliss could be snuffed by the condemnation of one sneering potions master. Around 7:30, Snape collected Harry's lines and ordered him to spend the last part of his detention immersed in a bucket of dead toads. But at 8:45, to Harry's pleasure, he was dismissed. He scrubbed in the sink. As he was gathering his things to leave, Snape called Harry over to his desk. Great, what now? Harry complained to himself but dragged his feet over anyway. He stood for perhaps 2 minutes while the man finished scribbling notes on a piece of parchment that was so filled with ink the edges were beginning to curl. "Mr. Potter," Snape began, finally setting his quill down. He opened up a drawer and fished out a small bottle and held it up between his thumb and middle finger, "to be taken between 3 and 5 o'clock tomorrow, regardless if you think you need it. Is that clear?" Harry looked at Snape for a few seconds. For some reason, an odd feeling bubbled at the base of his stomach. But he simply took the indigo bottle and nodded. Harry was also nodding his thanks, but he knew Snape couldn't see that. The boy hoisted his bag over his shoulder and turned to flee. "Oh, and Potter," Snape continued as he returned to his work, "if you dare come to my class tomorrow sniveling and snorting like some sort of imbecile, I'll know you haven't followed my orders. Do not test me." Ugh! Harry thought miserably, potions. This had officially been the longest week of his life. "No, sir," the boy mumbled, "I won't." "Indeed," Snape retorted, more to himself than to Harry. As Harry exited, he jogged as often he dared down the dark corridor, anxious to get to the common room to see what sort of plan Hermione had drawn up. Harry was also a bit nervous about the prospect of getting caught again. But this was different. They weren't hurting anyone or stealing anything. He knew that in Snape's little mantra of Harry's misdeeds, he had included no wandering the corridors. But if he were extremely careful. Besides, it was a much better plan than before. Loads safer. Someone had to at least give him credit for that. "So what do you think?" Hermione asked as she twisted a lock of thick hair around the tip of her finger. She had posed the question generally, but her eyes remained fixed on Harry, who was sitting on the stone ledge next to the fireplace, his head propped up by his cupped hands, elbows resting heavily on his knees. The boy's eyes were glazed over and were focused lazily without intent at the knobby material of the small sofa in the common room. A brief pause. Harry, receiving no answer, the girl became instantly impatient. She huffed and leaned forward. "Harry," she exclaimed, raising her voice and emphasizing the stern inquiry with a sharp clap so close to his face that her fingertips almost clipped the end of his nose. Jerking spasmodically, Harry instinctively threw his head back stiffly away from the noise. His eyes were wide. "What?" The boy responded a bit more loudly than necessary. "God, Hermione, I hate when you do that," he continued, his demeanor suddenly shifting to annoyance. Harry combed his fingers clumsily through his hair. Hermione ignored him. "Well," she pressed on with habitual relentlessness. "Well, what?" Harry asked flatly, his right hand straying to his mouth as he spoke. He nibbled on his fingernails. Hermione sighed again, but this time, Ron spoke up. "Focus, mate." Snapping his head toward the unfamiliar command, Harry gaped in disbelief at Ron as the redhead proceeded with the "suck up" routine that he often employed after a quibble with Hermione. "You complete," Harry began, but was cut off. "Harry, watch your language," Hermione prematurely scolded. Harry stared at the sharp-tongued girl with a mixed expression of mirth and befuddlement. "Are you kidding me?" the boy retorted quietly. "I didn't even say anything yet." She titled her head as she gave him a stern look. "But you were thinking it, weren't you?" No," Ron snorted. "Yeah, whatever, mate." Rolling his eyes and shaking his head with an amused huff, Harry sat on his hands to prevent any further disapproval from Hermione, as his fingers itched to throw a rude gesture in Ron's direction. Hermione took a deep breath and repeated herself a bit more placidly. "The plan, Harry. What do you think of it?" Inwardly, Harry smiled at his friend's ability to block out the potential confrontation between the two boys and bring the intent of the conversation back in focus. "I think it's really good," he stated earnestly. And really, it was a decent plan. Late that morning, right before lunch, when Hermione had been studying in the library, she had miraculously overheard a conversation between Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini, who sat huddled at a table toward the back of the room. Malfoy mentioned that his parents were supposed to be sending something extra in his usual Friday evening parcel sent by his eagle owl. Hermione wasn't as concerned with the additive as much as she was with the possibility of tampering with that package. It was risky and a bit dishonest. However, after almost illegally going through with the whole polyjuice potion idea, the girl was up for anything. "What do you mean by tampering with it, Hermione?" Ron questioned doubtfully, And how will that get Malfoy to start talking about the heir of Slytherin with the rest of those slimy idiots? Hermione glared at the gangly boy venomously. If you'd stop interrupting me, I could tell you. Ron rolled his eyes. Well, there's usually a letter sent with Malfoy's package on Fridays at dinner, right? Hermione began. Yeah, Harry answered, offering her a prompting nod to continue. And the owls all have to wait in the Ollery with all of the packages until 5:15, don't they? The girl exclaimed, the excitement becoming increasingly evident in her voice. Right, so, Hermione continued, shaking her bouncy hair back off of her shoulders, if I wait in the Ollery until then, I may be able to open and read the letter. Kind of bad, I know, she replied with a grimace, but if everything works out up until then, I can alter some of the words in the letter, or add a part from Lucius, that tells Draco to discuss what he knows about the heir of Slytherin with Zabini or not, secretly tomorrow night in the dormitory or something. Ron looked incredulous. Merlin's pants, Hermione, Malfoy's a git, but he's not stupid. I mean, good plan and all, but you'll be lucky if his owl doesn't tear your hand off. Ron all but shouted. Shish, you'll wake someone up, Harry whispered emphatically to Ron. The ginger-haired boy glanced around meaningfully and shrugged. Don't worry about that, Ron, Hermione chided, I know what to do. Ron snorted. It might work, Hermione, Harry replied thoughtfully. She glanced over at Harry with a vaguely worried look. I would need to borrow your invisibility cloak before dinner tomorrow night, if that's all right. Harry hesitated for a second. Yeah, it's fine, he said. Harry had never loaned his cloak to anyone before, but he trusted Hermione to keep it safe. You could go with me, but you've got detention, right? Hermione asked tentatively as if she already knew that answer. Unfortunately, Harry mumbled. The common room was very dark now. It had been empty for the past half hour, and despite Hermione's and Ron's small outbursts, the three continued to speak in hushed voices. The light from the fireplace flickered erratically, causing dark orange shadows to dance around their cheeks as they huddled together. We'll need the cloak again when we sneak into the common room, Hermione continued, resting her chin on her drawn-up knees. We'll meet up again after your detention. I probably won't see you until then, Harry, but I'll fill you in on everything tomorrow night. Harry stretched his legs out in front of him and balanced his stiff limbs on his heels as he pressed his palms down flat on the stone ledge as if he were preparing to rise any moment. He looked up suddenly. I'll do it, Harry replied quickly. You'll do what? Ron asked, squinting slightly. Harry stared at his right foot that he'd been rocking back and forth on his heel. I'll be the one to go under the cloak. We can't all do it, Harry explained without making eye contact. Why not? Ron retorted. His face began to scrunch up into its usual mask of defensiveness mixed with confusion. Harry tried to keep his expression neutral. After all, he honestly wasn't intending to play the hero in this situation. Pragmatically, Harry was the smallest of the three. Even Hermione was an inch taller than he was, embarrassingly enough. And with only one person under the cloak, the plan would run much more smoothly. Besides, Harry still felt that it was his fault that they had to develop a new plan. He didn't want his friends to be the ones to get in trouble if someone were to catch them. But that wasn't the only reason. Spending time plotting strategies would also help take his mind off of what was currently clogging his thoughts. Harry had heard it again, the voice-like hiss that was so chilling it caused the top of his head to prickle. Even thinking about it now caused shivers to pulse through the boy's shoulder blades. Plodding back from detention a couple of hours ago, the icy whisper had caught Harry off guard. It had been days since he had heard it, and although Harry would never admit it, he'd been frightened. Well, then what am I supposed to do? Ron asked after listening to Harry explain his reasoning, most of it anyway. Thinking quickly as to spare his friend's feelings, Harry's brain latched onto an idea. You can be the lookout. Huh? Ron questioned, his voice remaining a bit tense around the edges. The lookout, you prat, Harry repeated jokingly, to make sure the whole plan isn't shot to hell. Hermione nailed him in the arm with two protruding knuckles. Ow, Harry complained with a laugh, rubbing his upper arm. Ron smiled amusedly and looked thoughtful for a moment. All right, the redhead said finally, where's my post? On Friday afternoon, Harry entered the potions classroom more uneasily than usual. As always, there was a mingled sensation of dread and dull anxiety settled in the base of his stomach, as potions was his least favorite class to sit through. However, another unidentified feeling lingered among the usual trepidation. Every preparatory item was positioned in its standard location, and the regular damp gloom that permeated throughout the room was as pronounced as ever. But the general atmosphere just seemed a bit different. Perhaps it was because Harry had spent more consecutive nights in the dungeons with Snape than he ever had before. Or maybe it was because Harry now knew exactly what type of potions lay within the small cabinet above the sink. Only Harry knew that the legs of the stool in which Millicent Bulstrode was currently banging her heels against was once splattered with the blue-black ink that the boy had used to compose his punishment lines. Maybe that was it. Or maybe not. However, as the rest of the Slytherins and a few Gryffindor stragglers sauntered into the classroom, Harry forced himself to shrug off the slight aura of unfamiliarity. He slid into his usual seat between Ron and Hermione and began unpacking his satchel. As Harry dumped a flattened chocolate frog wrapper out of his cauldron and set it on the table, the back door of the classroom banged open as Snape entered in his customary, billowing way, strolling briskly to the front of the room. "No talking," the man commanded immediately. However, the imperious tone was quite unnecessary, considering the students had fallen silent at the sharp crash of wood on stone. They always did. Harry got in a quick roll of his eyes before the professor turned to face the class. A few students continued to wordlessly unpack their school bags, but of course Snape only chided the Gryffindors to hurry up on penalty of deducted points, even though Crabbe and Goyle were the most sluggish ones in the room. Sitting in his usually slumped stance, head rested against his fist, Harry cracked his knuckles against his temple, and lightly flicked a fingernail repeatedly against the pewter cauldron, consciously focusing on the barely audible ping in order to distract himself from thinking about the injustice of it all. Okay, maybe nothing's changed. He is so bloody unfair, Harry couldn't stop himself from thinking. He cracked another knuckle. Today, you will be brewing a potion that produces the opposite results of what most of you clumsily threw together on Tuesday, Snape sneered as he retrieved his wand from his robes. And with a wave of his wand, the instructions for the day's assignment gradually appeared on the blackboard next to Snape's desk. "Deflating solution," Hermione whispered, a stray curl tickling the back of Harry's neck as she leaned in close. Harry didn't respond. He knew exactly what Snape was doing. Can't the tosspot just give it a rest? Harry thought disgustedly. I get it. I screwed up. The boy continued to produce a steady clang on the cauldron. But Snape didn't look at Harry. He simply stalked slowly between the rows of desks as he methodically explained the instructions. You have until the end of the class period to finish the solution, bottle it, label it, and place it on my desk. Perhaps I will be able to salvage 1 or 2 vials for my storeroom, though I highly doubt many of you even possess the competence to select the correct ingredients from the cupboard, Snape smirked condescendingly. As he moved toward Harry, Snape reached out and grasped the boy's fingers very firmly, without glancing his way, to prevent them from producing any more of a racket against the cauldron. Harry was so startled by his professor's sudden movement, that he jerked upright and almost upset his cauldron. Lucky for Harry, it was still empty. That could have been utterly disastrous. Toward the front of the room, Malfoy let a small snort of laughter escape. Snape snapped his attention toward the immediately, and Malfoy rid his face of amusement. Harry tried to yank his fingers from Snape's grasp while the man's focus was elsewhere, but Snape only tightened his grip, almost painfully. Begin now, Snape ordered, as he turned around, his piercing eyes scanning the young students for the smallest remaining trace of jollity. There was a simultaneous scraping of stools as the students stood to collect the ingredients. Snape glared sternly at Harry for a few seconds before releasing his fingers roughly, almost tossing them off to the side. But among the bustle, and only fleetingly, Harry caught a glimpse of disapproval in the man's eyes that made his stomach clench. However, before Harry could even register the emotion, Snape had turned and stalked off to the front of the classroom. The boy tucked his freed fingers into a fist, rubbing a thumb over his faintly tingling knuckles. Sighing, Harry slipped off of his stool and plodded over to the supply cabinet to see what was left. 25 minutes later, Harry was stirring his potion continuously clockwise. At this point, The liquid was supposed to be a translucent sea green and emitting a light eddy of fumes around the rim. Harry's potion was a denser mint green, however, it was more accurate than any other potion he'd concocted in the past year and a half, and Harry had decided that today he wouldn't give Snape the satisfaction of watching him royally botch this one up. But Snape had only slinked by Harry twice during the class period, and both times, he hadn't said a word. The man hadn't even patronized him with a disgusted sneer. Maybe he could tell that Harry had taken the potion like he was supposed to and was rewarding him by taking a break from antagonizing the boy. Harry had barely sniffled all day, but he drank the disgusting crap anyway to avoid an unnecessary confrontation. It wasn't worth it. As Harry meticulously stirred, he allowed his mind to drift just a bit. Hermione was concentrating so hard that she'd clamped her tongue between her lips, her face 4 inches from the cauldron, and Ron was rifling through the text. They hadn't spoken for several minutes now. Harry thought about tonight's plan and whether or not Hermione would be able to pull it off. Truthfully, the more he thought about it, the stupider it sounded, and he began to get nervous. And on top of all of that, Harry's thoughts kept straying to the memory of the chilling voices. He hated thinking about it, but every few minutes, Harry's mind was smothered in bleak fear. He had a feeling deep down that the unnerving echo that reverberated through the stone walls had something to do with the Chamber of Secrets. But Harry couldn't piece it together. And he desperately wanted someone else besides Ron and Hermione to know about the voices. Harry was sick to death of the tension that radiated throughout his stomach. I wonder what Dumbledore would say if I told him, Harry contemplated. Merlin knows he'd probably just tell me to ignore it or something else pointless like that. Besides, Ron had specifically told him that hearing voices in the wizarding world wasn't a good thing. Yeah, well, neither is feeling like I'm gonna sick up every half hour, thought Harry glumly. The boy's eyes had locked tiredly on the corner of Snape's desk, but Harry was too settled in his thoughts to even attempt to shift his gaze. What if I told Snape? Harry pondered briefly, but shook his head to rid himself of that possibility. He probably wouldn't believe me. Only a couple months prior, Professor Snape had almost accused Harry of petrifying Mrs. Norris. Knowing that Harry was hearing something moving and speaking within the walls of the castle would not only cause more suspicion in relation to the boy being the heir of Slytherin, but it would also more than likely cause Snape to think Harry was a complete nutter. But things are sort of different now, aren't they? Were they? Breathing deeply through his nose, Harry wrenched his eyes away from their comfortable, stationary focus. He sat up and peeled his sweaty hand away from the desktop, watching the perfect, damp imprint slowly evaporate. Suddenly, Hermione's harsh whisper startled Harry out of the pensive swamp. "Harry, your potion," she breathed, panicked, as she nudged him hard with her elbow to get his attention. Inhaling sharply, Harry swore under his breath as he surveyed the dark green, congealed mess bubbling in his cauldron. Hermione slapped his hand away from the stirrer and attempted to salvage the disaster, but Harry could already tell that her efforts would be fruitless. He'd buggered this up after all. Harry could sense without looking the looming presence behind him. "Congratulations, Potter," whispered Snape in a dangerously quiet tone. "I believe you've now digressed below even Longbottom's level of incompetency." Harry didn't even have to turn around to face Snape to ignite the white-hot anger that threatened to sear his chest. Gritting his teeth so forcefully that his jaw hurt, the boy simply closed his eyes and dug his nails into his palms, wishing emphatically that the potion would somehow combust and deflate him into nothingness. The pounding of the soles of his shoes against the stone floor resonated heavily in Harry's ears. He was so angry when by the end of class that he had run off without even waiting for Ron and Hermione. Harry supposed his parchment was immensely crumpled from the furious way he had crammed it into his shoulder bag, but he didn't care. A 0, thought Harry wildly as he stormed down the corridor, an effing 0. Snape had banished the deplorable solution without a second thought and had stalked away, leaving Harry to stare at the empty cauldron, his cheeks prickling hotly and his pride smarting painfully from the ridicule. For the last 45 minutes of the double period, Harry sat stiffly in his stool, chewing on the same fingernail, barely responding to Hermione's sympathetic reassurances. Harry walked over to the nearest exit, preparing to slam his palms as forcefully as possible onto the face of the closed door to get the hell out of that wing of the castle when a voice from behind made him cringe. "Harry, Professor Lockhart exclaimed as he hurried to catch up with the boy. "Oh no 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 no," Harry thought begrudgingly as he turned slowly around to face the man who Ron often referred to as the biggest wanker on the planet, inevitably earning quite a pinch from Hermione. "Have you got a moment?" The professor pressed on, motioning for Harry to follow him. "I'd like to show you something." As Lockhart turned with a dramatic sweep of his lavender robes, Harry threw his head back and groaned. "And I thought this day couldn't get any worse," Harry muttered to himself as dragged his feet to follow the swaggering man. It was 5:27, and Harry had missed dinner. As furious as he was before he was summoned into the sod's office, Harry felt like that malice had doubled after he was finally released from a room full of teethy, grinning portraits. A pile of the professor's personal notes that had been stuffed into novels in progress weighed down the boy's shoulder bag. Harry fought the urge to cram the whole bag into the rubbish bin. "And with a wave of my wand, like this, I charmed the python and reduced it to nothing but its skin," Professor Lockhart had mused while demonstrating and finishing off with a flying leap across the blue rug, described more in detail in my notes, of course, he had explained, gesturing toward Harry's overstuffed bag. The trip to Lockhart's office was, as always, a complete and utter waste of time. And now, as Harry sped quickly to detention, he let fly every bitter thought that bubbled up about the two adults who had officially ruined his afternoon. At 5:33, Harry barged into Snape's classroom, breathing heavily. He was 3 minutes late, but Harry honestly didn't care, not today. It took several great gulps of air before the boy's breathing began to slow. Harry could hear Snape moving about in the storeroom, but he simply leaned back against the high desk and said nothing. There were several buckets of some sort of dead creatures waiting patiently in the back of the classroom. "You're late, Potter," Snape called out from the storeroom, the steely edge to his voice echoing off of the surrounding walls in the cramped space. Harry jerked a bit in alarm as Snape's stern voice sliced into the thick atmosphere of the dungeons. But the boy remained silent. He brought his elbow back to rest on the table behind him, trying his best to appear impervious to the man's intimidation. Harry's heart rate had increased slightly, but Harry didn't think that Snape would be able to tell. As if materializing out of thin air, Snape emerged from the storeroom, glaring. "Well," he snarled. When Snape didn't receive an answer, he moved forward slowly. "Tell me, Potter, since when have I ever tolerated a lack of response? You will explain your tardiness." Harry pressed his back as far as it would go into the edge of the table. Using all of the courage he had, the boy shrugged, his risky impudence causing him to feel jittery. Snape narrowed his gaze dangerously and continued to close in on Harry. But the boy was unmoved. The professor leaned forward. "Tardiness is inexcusable, Mr. Potter. It is disrespectful, indolent, and most importantly, it wastes my time." Intense heat rushed in waves up the back of Harry's neck, but he was still too angry to allow himself to disclose the embarrassment. "It was only 3 minutes, Harry mumbled, averting his eyes from the dark piercing ones that threatened to pierce his. A shadow passed over Snape's face. "Choose your words carefully, Potter," the man whispered frigidly, "for you are treading on very thin ice." Harry swallowed and wedged his bottom lip between his teeth. "Since when am I not?" Snape paused a moment longer before continuing in a clipped tone. "If you are late for your final detention tomorrow, you will receive another week's worth. Is that clear?" Gritting his teeth, Harry barely nodded. "Sit," Snape commanded as he turned and walked over to the storeroom door to close it. Harry shook his head and glared as he rounded the desk. Climbing onto the stool, the boy hoisted up the bag full of Lockhart's rubbish and forcefully tossed it onto the tabletop, thoroughly irritated. However, the boy wasn't prepared for the deafening thunk as the heavy bag landed. Nor did he expect the flap to suddenly throw itself back open. Several books spilled out and slammed onto the stone floor in one loud and florid movement. Harry froze. Snape had spun around swiftly. The silence throbbed throughout the room. "Pick them up, Potter," Snape finally growled quietly. "It was an accident. I said pick them up," Snape roared. And surveying the boy's immobile state, he added a fierce, "Now." Harry clenched his fists, his heart hammering in his small chest. He was beyond fed up with being ordered around and belittled. Lockhart had no right to make Harry act out scenes from his bloody books in front of the whole class. And if that weren't enough, the brainless git had even caused him to miss dinner tonight just so he could pawn off a few of his worthless scribbles to Harry. At the moment, Harry wasn't exactly sure with whom he was the most furious, but currently, Snape was the one standing over Harry like an enormous bat, and Harry knew that if he didn't stand up for himself, he'd never be a true Gryffindor. No, Harry stated quietly. And immediately, his legs began to feel rubbery. Snape's chest began to rise and fall more rapidly. He looked terrifying, but he continued to speak softly. Deadly. That was not a request, Potter. Obey me. Harry pressed his lips together, almost painfully, but he shook his head. This is your last chance, Snape warned coldly. Harry blanched. His professor's entire body radiated with fierce seriousness. The logical part of the boy's brain desperately screamed at him to just pick up the damn books. But his defiant side won over once again, and Harry remained in his seat, gripping the edge of the desk with both hands. As Snape moved forward with brisk strides, something inside Harry snapped. Okay, he cried quickly, hopping off of his stool, and scrambling to gather the discarded volumes. Okay, I'm doing it. But Snape paid no attention to Harry's last-minute attempt at reconciliation. Rounding the edge of the desk, Snape grabbed the boy firmly by the arm and turned him. Sensing what was coming, Harry unconsciously arched his back to move his backside out of the line of fire, but Snape's aim was precise, as he drew his arm back and smacked the boy hard. Harry squeezed his eyes shut at the stinging impact. Pausing only a brief second to consider, Snape cracked his palm a second time across the same area. Harry emitted a soft, strangled groan at the concentrated burn of the unexpected follow-up. Snape stopped and spun him around. The man gripped Harry firmly by the shoulders as he spoke. Potter, do you honestly wish to discover just how well I keep my promises over something as foolish and petty as this tantrum you're throwing? Harry couldn't look at him. He was so humiliated. No, sir, the boy replied so faintly that he almost mouthed the words. Harry, you coward, he scorned himself, scared of a smack. Just then, Harry felt a firm grip on his chin as Snape forced him to look forward. Snape's hold didn't hurt, but he was grasping powerfully enough to squeeze Harry's cheeks together slightly. Weakly, Harry tried to pull away, but the potion's master retained his solid grip, and Harry gave up his attempt, knowing already that it would lead nowhere. What is the matter with you, Potter? Snape demanded, giving Harry's shoulder an emphatic shake. Harry stared at him. The matter? I'm hearing voices in the walls. Hermione's tampering with mail in the Ollery. I hate Professor Lockhart. You gave me a 0 and embarrassed me in front of the whole class, and now, I'm stuck in detention with you. The boy attempted to void his face of all emotion, but the act of putting up such a stony facade was impossible. A thick, painful knot formed in Harry's throat, and he opened his eyes wide to stifle the tears that were forming. You are 12 years old. Stop crying. You never cry, Harry scolded himself frantically. Snape gave Harry a strange look as he surveyed the boy's rigid expression. The man could tell that something was bothering him, but he knew better than anyone that the child's insufferable pride would suffocate any logical reasoning. Snape could feel Potter's jaw bulging from his clenched teeth. His green eyes were watery. But the boy wasn't going to spill a word. They both knew it. The professor released his grip and pointed towards the stool. Harry obeyed stiffly, hating himself for his weakness. Put your head down, Potter, Snape ordered. I don't want anything to do with you until you have controlled your emotions, the man added as he strolled back around to the front of the table. Harry gaped at him in shock. Put my head down. I'm 12, he croaked, as if that counted for something. Moving forward, Snape extended a hand and pressed on the back of Harry's neck until the boy finally gave up and dropped his head to rest on the hand that was splayed on the tabletop. Snape snorted as he returned to his work area, his disgust toward adolescent angst and arrogance clearly evident. That is precisely my point, Mr. Potter. Harry lay with his cheek smashed against the top of the table. He had removed his hand from under his head long ago and now sat slumped on the stool, staring absently at the uneven pattern of the stone wall. The boy barely noticed the slight warmth that radiated through his bottom after the mild prickling had subsided, for the hollow ache in his stomach was much more profound. Stabbing pangs of anger and embarrassment throbbed throughout Harry's insides, as well as a feeling he couldn't quite explain. However, he was aware of the heaviness it produced. Harry was almost exhausted by the clashing emotions. He didn't want to sit here for another moment basking in the humiliation. And to be honest, Harry could have cared less about slinking through the dungeon corridors in his invisibility cloak tonight. The boy wanted nothing more than to hide in some forgotten corner of the castle, bury his head in his arms, and scream at the top of his lungs until he was hoarse. Alone, isolated and forgotten, where no one could give him strange looks and whisper about the heir of Slytherin, or patronize him by forcing him to take potions and then swatting him like a child. A place that was so dark and muffled that nothing, not even chilling whispers, could be heard. Where Harry could rip off the mask of bravery and just be frightened. And it didn't matter because no one could see him. Maybe the churning in his stomach would eventually stop. And perhaps he could forget about the fact that the school and students were in increasing danger and simply worry about whether Ron would forget about his pride for once and accept a brand new wizard's chess set from Harry for Christmas. But Harry knew that reality couldn't be smothered so nonchalantly. Not for him, and there was no one to confide in. Dumbledore was oblivious. McGonagall refused to listen to reason. And Snape, the bastard, Harry thought angrily, swallowing so thickly that he felt his temple press against the flat surface. Snape obviously wanted nothing to do with Harry. Or at least that's what he said before forcing me to put my head down like some sort of 2-year-old. However, somewhere in the splintered depths of Harry's conscience, he knew that he sort of deserved those wallops and the following admonishment. After all, Snape had warned him, hadn't he? Even so, remaining angry at Snape, forcing Harry to focus on one emotion, kept the tears behind his eyes. But they continued to burn hotly. And his stomach still twinged painfully. Suddenly, Harry felt a shadow looming over him as dark robes encompassed his peripheral vision. Resting his head heavily on the table, Harry struggled not to wrench his eyes upward. He kept them stubbornly fixed upon the wall as his hands, which were pressed against the tops of his thighs, clenched the fabric of his trousers. "Head up, Mr. Potter," Snape ordered, keeping his tone of voice clear and commanding rather than menacing. Taking a bit longer than necessary, Harry lifted his head, feeling the skin of his cheek peel away from the surface. He tried to maintain a defiant glare but found he had a hard time even making eye contact. Perhaps his resentment wouldn't sustain him. "I am only going to say this once, Potter," Snape began, silkily as ever, "eyes up when I am addressing you." The man asserted his authority a bit more harshly with this second imperative statement. Harry gritted his teeth as he snapped his head up. Snape was in closer proximity than Harry thought. The man was leaning forward, gripping the edge of the desk with the heels of his hands. "I am not an idiot. You are clearly up to something, Potter," Snape informed the boy quietly, "and you are doing a poor job of hiding it. Your countenance is easier to read than a first-year Hufflepuff's." The man couldn't suppress a smirk at the last. Breathing shallowly, Harry was torn between shouting an obscenity at his tormenting professor and bolting from the room. But he knew that he'd do neither. As such, Snape continued, leaning even closer, "I would advise you to either come clean right now or cease whatever scheme you are plotting, because I promise you, Potter, I will find out one way or another." Harry tried hard not to squirm under the penetrating glare. There was no way in the 9 circles of hell that the boy could give himself up and betray his friends again. And besides, Harry knew, he just knew that Snape would pummel his ass either way. No, Harry would do what he always did, work it out on his own. He was the one with an invisibility cloak, and obviously the only one who cared enough to take risks for the good of Hogwarts. Besides, he had Ron and Hermione to stand beside him. Harry didn't need anyone else. The boy suddenly felt a stream of confidence surge through his veins, and he hardened his eyes. "It's as simple as that, is it?" Harry retorted softly. Snape straightened up and narrowed his own gaze. "Mind your cheek, Potter." Harry's heart hammered in anger and exasperation, but he said nothing. "Very well, consider yourself warned," Snape said coldly as he turned and stalked over to the supply cupboard in the back of the room. Wiping his sweaty palms on his trousers, Harry listened to the blood thrumming thickly against his eardrums, barely conscious of the clanging noises and quite apathetic toward whatever Snape was gathering. Strolling briskly to the front of the room, Snape surprised Harry by slamming a slightly rusted cauldron in front of him, along with an old set of scales and a few other ingredients. Before officially beginning your detention for the night, you will spend the next hour rebrewing the deflating antidote that you so thoroughly destroyed this afternoon, Snape exclaimed, the iciness in his voice still evident around the edge. If you are able to bottle an acceptable potion by the end of the hour, you will receive half credit for the day's work. What is he playing at? Harry wondered, bewildered. 1 minute, Snape was scowling and smacking, and the next he was offering up some sort of make-up assignment. Since when did he ever do that? I don't really. Whatever you're about to say, Potter, spare me, Snape snarled, his back turned as he waved his wand at the chalkboard for the second time that day. You do not have a choice in this matter. I suggest you begin. Harry briefly wondered what would happen if he refused to brew the potion, better yet if he just took the 0. It was his grade, wasn't it? If he wanted to fail, he had that choice. Snape was already taking control of too much in Harry's life. If the Git thought he was going to start monitoring Harry's academic progress, well. Unless you'd like to sit here all night on that stool, you will begin now, Snape stated firmly, imperiously, jerking Harry out of his thoughts. Yes, sir, Harry mumbled, reaching over the top of the cauldron to pick up a knotted clump of ginger root. Slicing the root carefully so he would not have to start over, Harry began working on the potion. Maybe he didn't have any control over this situation. But he did, however, have the power to do whatever he wanted when Snape wasn't watching him. And tonight, that included taking Malfoy down if the slime ball happened to spill his guts in the dormitory. No one but Harry possessed the means to uncover the Slytherin's secret, and regardless whether he wanted to go through with this, Harry felt obligated. If everything went as planned, Harry would have no problem getting into the common room undetected. He just knew it, and once he got the information he needed, Harry would cool it for a while, stay out of trouble, he decided as he peeled and sliced another ginger root. Glancing miserably over at the 3 glimmering buckets filled to the brim with slimy toads, Harry also decided at that moment that he would concentrate as hard as he could on completing his work. He didn't want to spend a second longer than necessary in the gloomy dungeons. He couldn't risk any mistakes tonight. Not when so much depended on this plan, whether or not anyone would realize it, or even appreciate it. A few minutes past 9:30, Harry clambered into the Gryffindor common room only to have his wadded invisibility cloak thrown towards him. Just missing the cloak by centimeters, it hit him in the face and rolled down his torso. Hey, Harry exclaimed, slightly indignant. Oh, sorry, Hermione cried as she moved forward to retrieve the crumpled cloak, I thought you would catch it. Hermione's face was flushed with excitement, and she was uncharacteristically hyper. That could only mean one thing. I did it, Harry. The girl whispered enthusiastically. You should have seen the look on Malfoy's face at dinner, all sly and secretive. He definitely knows something. Harry tried to match her excitement. He really did, but he was still a bit nauseous from the fumes of dead toads, not to mention, he was still smarting mildly from Snape's cold indifference over the past few hours. Harry had brewed a nearly perfect deflating antidote, and as he brought the labeled vial up to Snape's desk, he was rewarded with nothing more than a get to work on the toads, Mr. Potter. But Harry didn't care really. It's not like it was uncommon for Snape to ignore Harry's accomplishments. He just thought that maybe. No, I don't care, Harry told himself firmly. The only thing he needed to worry about now was his upcoming return to the dungeons. Harry moved over to the empty long table surrounded by several chairs and hoisted himself up to sit on top of it. So what did you write in that letter anyway? Harry asked, swinging his legs as forced his mind to focus on the present. Oh, just something about sharing important Slytherin knowledge with dependable comrades, Hermione answered, walking over to stand by Harry. I added the words, midnight, and dormitory, near the bottom of the note to try and give Draco a clue. I figure that even if it causes a bit of confusion, some sort of conversation will have to take place, won't it? The girl added as she bit her lip uncertainly. Harry shrugged. Who even knows? Sure, he told his friend, attempting to reassure her. Besides, there was no turning back now, no need to harp on all of the details. Hey, What about Malfoy's owl? Harry suddenly remembered. How'd you get it to give you the package? Hermione smiled and leaned against the back of an armchair. Calming draft, she replied simply. I mixed it in some breadcrumbs. At first, I thought of a sleeping draft, but then I thought that Malfoy might get suspicious if his package were delivered by a school owl instead of his own. Good thinking, Harry said genuinely. Why couldn't he think as quickly and carefully as Hermione? Well, she exclaimed with a sigh, all we have to do now is wait for Ron. Where is he? He should be coming back from the Great Hall. Percy stopped us on our way through. He was spending time with Penelope before curfew, Hermione informed him. He's still dating that Ravenclaw. Harry wondered out loud. Hermione rolled her eyes. She's a girl, Harry, not just a Ravenclaw. Who cares who he dates? No, I know, Harry retorted quickly, not really in the mood for one of Hermione's lectures, I just meant that. But the boy paused mid-sentence as he watched the common room entrance swing open and emit an annoyed redhead. Sometimes I think Mum and Dad just found Percy as a baby one day in Diagon Alley, Ron said with a scowl. He's such a prat, there's no way he can be my brother. Hermione fixed Ron with a scowl of her own. Oh, that's really kind, Ronald, the girl scoffed sarcastically, but if you're going by prat factor. So are we ready then? Harry interrupted before the two erupted into an argument. He slipped off of the table and shook out his invisibility cloak. Whoa, mate, hold up a minute, Ron exclaimed. We have to wait until at least 11 when all the Slytherins will be going back for curfew. Harry sighed. He was getting restless already and just wanted to begin the whole ordeal so they could finish. I need to go down in the dungeons anyway and follow someone to the common room. It's got to be close to Snape's office. I know where that is, Harry muttered, not wanting to go into detail about that. Still, Hermione added, it's barely 10 o'clock. It'll be a good half hour before anyone heads down there. Ron's right. The tall boy smiled in thanks while Harry frowned and rolled his eyes. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione inquired suddenly. You seem a bit on edge. Harry knew that was most likely an understatement, as the boy was fidgeting and cracking his knuckles profusely. I'm fine, he lied easily, just anxious to get down there, you know. Yeah, down and back, and away from Snape, Harry thought. It was ridiculous how quickly his confidence was waning. 1 minute he was completely poised, and the next, he wanted to climb under his covers and forget the whole thing. But Hermione simply nodded, and Harry was grateful. Well, Hermione continued, I think the two of you should get into your pajamas before you get under the cloak. What for? Ron wondered as he narrowed his eyes and claimed Harry's spot on the tabletop. Because, Ronald, if either of you are caught, you could pretend that you've been sleepwalking or something, Hermione explained a bit impatiently. Ron chortled under his breath. Very smooth. Oh, shut up, Ron. At least one of us is thinking about these things. Hermione nearly shouted as she pushed herself angrily up from the back of the chair. She's right. Ron looked at Harry, the boy's mouth open to retort. Thank you, Harry, Hermione replied with a nod, clearly satisfied. Unlike Harry, Ron didn't even attempt to stave off a gesture. But Hermione had turned her back and didn't catch it. Go get changed, you two, Hermione ordered, as she stooped to pick up her books. I'm going to go read in my room. It'll look less suspicious. Hermione began to make her way toward the stairs. Harry, she added, pausing at the door, be careful. You too, Ron. We will, Harry answered quietly. Good, but if you're not back by midnight, just know that I'll be sitting up here in the dormitory, very nervous, Hermione exclaimed as she started climbing the stairs, so hurry. The girl called over her shoulder. Ron shook his head after they watched Hermione climb to the top. She's completely mental. In a good way, though, Harry answered, continuing to stare at the empty stairs. Whatever you say, mate, Ron said with a sigh. Severus reclined in the leather armchair that sat across from the fireplace in his study. He sipped at the bourbon he had poured only minutes before, delighting in the potency and burn of the light drink as it ran warmly down his throat. Friday night after lessons was the only time of the week that Severus allowed himself a fingerful of fire whiskey to wind down from the stress of teaching so many classes full of incompetent dunderheads. And if that weren't enough, Now the Potter brat was making his day. A part of Severus longed to simply fall back into a comfortable, apathetic pattern when it came to dealing with the boy. The more time he spent with Potter, the more he became aware of the child's stubborn aloofness. But although the boy had a knack for causing Severus distress, his outright defiance tonight had been slightly startling. However, Severus forced himself to remain quite composed, delivering the 2 smacks as a mere warning, even though he felt like giving the boy a thorough lesson on respecting authority. But deep down, the professor knew there was something off about the boy. There was a vast rigidness in Potter's face, and entire body for that matter, that spoke of a different kind of distress. Suddenly a crash-like noise reverberated off of the walls outside of Severus's study. Replacing the barely drunk bourbon on a side table, the man stood up quickly but quietly, listening for any further noise. It was well past 11 o'clock. Even though he didn't expect his Slytherins to be asleep this early on a Friday night, he knew they should all be pent up in the common room. And the odd, clanking crash hadn't come from that direction. The only Slytherin that Severus had caught out of bed lately was Draco Malfoy, and that incident had occurred almost a year ago. McGonagall's look of smug triumph as she dragged the small by his ear to Severus's office was quite disgusting, the man had decided. Needless to say, Draco wasn't foolish enough to shame his head of house twice. The boy had learned his lesson the first time, Severus made sure of it. The arrogant child remained subdued for an entire week, appearing grave even around Crabbe and Goyle. Another clang. Begrudgingly, Severus threw on his outer robes over his dark shirt and trousers and marched briskly to the door of his study. Harry froze at the sound of the crash. The distinct clanking could only have come from the suit of armor that Ron was crouching behind at the far end of the corridor. For the past 10 minutes, he had been kneeling in front of the sealed common room, desperately tugging at the edge of his cloak that was wedged between the tightly closed entrance. Harry had waited impatiently against the stone wall until the very last Slytherin came barreling down the corridor. Malfoy had been one of the first to return, a determined look plastered on his face as he walked quickly, alone. Carefully, Harry followed Adrian Pusey as closely as he dared, the straggling Slytherin moving swiftly as it was only a minute or two until curfew. The common room was only a half corridor's length from Snape's office. Harry was right. Pureblood. The chestnut-haired chaser spoke clearly as the portrait swung open to reveal the room laced with green and silver. He stepped through. And the door was swinging shut already, much faster than the portrait of the fat lady, and Harry peeled himself away from the wall, almost jogging. But almost as if the door could sense a stranger, it snapped closed before Harry could even slip through the crack. "Damn," Harry whispered. "I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I follow closer?" The boy tried to move away, before he suddenly realized that his invisibility cloak had gotten caught. "Oh no," Harry groaned as he stooped in an attempt to free it. He was stuck, and Harry couldn't risk ripping the cloak. After waiting fruitlessly for a while in hope of another Slytherin, Harry finally sat back on his heels and did the only thing he could think of. "Pureblood," he whispered. Nothing happened. Harry was beginning to sweat. He tried again, louder this time, but still, the portrait remained tightly shut. A crash from down the corridor caused him to jolt madly, and Harry froze in tingly fear. Another sharp noise, and Harry bolted into action. "Pureblood," he cried loudly, and when the portrait had swung open only an inch, the boy swept his cloak out of the way and dashed down the corridor, seeming to forget that with only 2 steps forward, he would have been in the Slytherin common room. Harry ran. He didn't care if his ankles were peeking out from underneath the cloak as it swept behind him. The sudden glitch in the plan coupled with the crashing noises had caused Harry to panic. If Ron was caught, it was all his fault. Thinking only of his friend, who didn't have the luxury of concealing himself under an invisibility cloak, Harry dashed around the corner. As the boy flew past Snape's office, an icy whisper penetrated through the stone walls to Harry's brain, louder than ever before. Chills ran up and down the boy's body as he stood in place, turning around wildly, searching for the source of the noise. "Kill, kill." Harry felt dizzy, and he couldn't suppress a small, sob-like noise from escaping his lips. He made to run again, almost reaching Ron's hiding place. Ripping, tearing, blood. Harry stumbled and banged his knee painfully on the stone floor, skidding a few inches as his invisibility cloak flew over him. The boy buried his head in his arms as he lay on his stomach. Just make it go away, please, Harry thought desperately. Potter. Harry didn't move. Oh, God. The boy felt strong hands grasp him underneath his arms, none too gently, and set him roughly on his feet. His invisibility cloak was gone. Snape grabbed him by the shoulder and shook him sternly. I knew it. The man spat, his face slightly contorted in the moonlight. He tightened his fingers around Harry's upper arm and dragged the trembling boy back down the corridor to his study. When they reached Snape's quarters, Harry expected to be shoved roughly into the office as he was the last time Snape had hauled him down the corridor. However, the man only stood Harry next the fireplace as he moved behind his desk to retrieve the chair that was pushed underneath it. One of the legs of the armless chair smashed into the desk as Snape pulled it out and plunked it in the middle of the rug. Harry unconsciously backed up a few steps. He knew what was going to happen. Don't you dare move, Snape barked, causing Harry's stomach to shrivel from the harsh tone. The professor reached out and grabbed Harry around the shoulders with both hands, yanking him forward. But before Snape sat down, Harry began writhing in his grasp. Don't, Harry yelled as he struggled, his own voice sounding foreign in his ears, get off of me. But as always, Harry's exertion was pointless. Snape held him firmly until he stopped squirming. Please don't, Harry finally croaked, feeling exhausted and jittery and close to tears, as he stood stiffly. Potter, Snape spoke quietly, you were warned what would happen, were you not? Harry stared into the fire and barely nodded. He half expected Snape to grab his chin again and force him to make eye contact. And if that were the case, Harry might explode. But he didn't. Then there is nothing to debate. Snape sat down, now holding onto Harry's wrist. Bend over, Snape commanded instead of pushing the boy across his lap. He figured that the less forceful he had to be, the more Potter would realize that he, and no one else, had gotten himself into trouble. Harry chewed on his bottom lip, his heart hammering so loudly he was sure it could be seen. The boy knew he should be mortified, 12 and about to receive his first spanking, but Harry couldn't stop trembling. He was scared. Go on, Potter, Snape nodded, slightly surprised at the state of the boy. Rigidly, Harry leaned over until he felt a hand pressing down in the middle of his back. Was he just supposed to hang there? He didn't know, but the pressure on his back told him to continue lowering his torso. Snape adjusted the boy before wrapping an arm around his waist to steady him. It was clearly obvious that Potter had never been spanked before. The child was clenching every muscle in his body. Pushing Harry's sweatshirt out of the way, Snape raised his hand and smacked the thinly covered bottom before him. Harry jerked over the man's lap and held his breath as the sting began to blossom. He silently cursed Hermione for the pajamas suggestion. He wished he were wearing jeans. The boy held his breath as the next several smacks fell low and hard. He couldn't believe how stupid he'd been tonight. It was as if every burning smack went straight to his brain, punctuating the memory of each idiotic thing Harry had done this week. Trying not to squirm from the concentrated, methodical ache, Harry squeezed his shut and grabbed 2 handfuls of whatever material was before him. Why didn't he just tell Snape? It couldn't have been worse than right now, and then there was the noise, and how chilling it was, and Harry couldn't take any more funny looks from his classmates, and now they'd never know about Malfoy, and more people would be petrified, and Harry should have told someone, anyone, and God. It stings, and he wondered if there was a potion that would take the twinge out of his bum, the way the sock potion cleared his sinuses, and the twisting in his chest, and oh no, Harry, don't cry, don't. And suddenly Snape felt a heaving pressure on his knees. He knew the boy was crying. Not loudly, but deep, almost silent sobs. The stiffness of his limbs had diminished. Snape stopped the spanking. He'd barely delivered a good 20 smacks, and the boy was weeping, his body racking each time he inhaled. Flabbergasted, Snape placed his hands under the boy's arms to lift him. The man's robes were still tightly clenched in his small fists. Let go, Potter, Snape ordered, almost gently, and slowly, Harry's fingers released the wrinkled material. As he stood, Snape moved over to the sofa and sat the boy down on one of the cushions to compose himself. Harry immediately brought one hand up to cover his eyes, pushing his glasses up to rest on his forehead. The 12-year-old was still crying quietly, hunched over. Tentatively, Snape took a seat on the sofa next to Harry. He slowly reached out and removed the boy's glasses from the top of his head, as they threatened to come tumbling down. "I hope you have learned your lesson, Mr. Potter," Snape stated awkwardly. He wasn't exactly sure whether to console the boy or lecture him. Harry didn't even nod. His face was scrunched up tightly behind his palm. Something was wrong with this boy. No one cried this heartbrokenly over a spanking. Snape moved closer. "Potter," he tried again. But as soon as the word left the professor's mouth, Harry removed his hand, and without warning, dropped his head heavily on Severus's shoulder. The boy didn't attempt to put his arms around the man, he simply rested his forehead, his breath coming in hitches. Completely taken aback, Severus stared down at the child. Potter looked pathetic. The man was almost half tempted to shrug him off. But he didn't. Instead, he slowly reached his arm around, lacing his fingers through the boy's untidy hair, and held the back of his head. Snape's hand itched from delivering the sharp smacks, and Potter's hair felt prickly to the touch, but he retained his hold. Snape said nothing for several long moments, listening only to the crackling of the fire and an occasional hiccuping sob. Finally, he found his tongue but struggled with the words. "What is it, Potter?" Snape inquired simply, bewildered. And receiving no response, Snape gave the boy's head a fleeting squeeze and waited patiently, watching as the tears bled through the fabric and soaked the shoulder of his robes. The rough, damp cloth of the professor's robes felt itchy against Harry's hot forehead, but the stationary pressure on the back of his head was oddly reassuring. And for the moment, Harry didn't want to lose that. The tears had stopped several minutes ago. However, the reality of the recent breakdown was slowly creeping up on Harry, and he felt increasingly embarrassed, especially since he was having a difficult time slowing down his brokenly hitched breathing. Even when Harry held his breath, his chest convulsed. So he finally succumbed to the involuntary, gasping sniffles and simply waited it out. Harry turned his head to the side, the cool air stinging his wet cheeks and chin that were a bit raw from the river of salty tears that had cascaded down his face during the past 15 minutes. But the warmth from Snape's hand continued to radiate through Harry's hair, and its constancy allowed the boy enough strength to open his mouth, even if it was Snape's hand holding him against the strong shoulder. "So stupid," Harry whispered, the words almost muffled from his barely parted lips. At the initiating words, Severus slid his from the untidy hair, resting it on the back of the sofa as he spoke. "Elaborate, Mr. Potter, what is stupid?" he inquired softly. The vibration from Snape's voice rumbled against Harry's forehead, but the back of his head felt suddenly chilled. Slowly lifting his head, Harry sat up and ran his hands across his swollen, itchy eyes and the sore skin of his cheeks before sniffling noisily and alternating rubbing the backs of both hands across his runny nose. "I dunno, everything," Harry mumbled miserably, swiping at his nose again. He watched as Snape pushed himself up from the sofa and walked over his desk. Opening a drawer and pulling out a thin handkerchief, Snape moved back toward Harry, extending his hand. "Use this," Snape commanded as he sat down again, a bit further away from the boy than before. He held Harry's glasses in the other hand. Harry looked up at his professor through his fringe as he brought the soft cloth to his face and noisily complied. He was feeling more ashamed by the second. However, the shame seemed different than before. The knot in Harry's stomach that had been constantly twisting for the past several days had loosened considerably. Now, he just felt sort of timid and vulnerable, not to mention exhausted. Harry's chest felt hollow, as if he'd just sprinted down the corridor. But it was almost a pleasant sort of emptiness. Dropping the side of his head to rest against the back of the sofa, Harry took back his glasses from Snape and placed them on his nose before turning the handkerchief over and absently rubbing it across the back of his hand. Grimacing ever so slightly, Harry shifted a bit on his cushion, suddenly aware of the achy heat. He focused intently on the handkerchief that he was twisting between his fingers, hoping desperately that Snape wouldn't say anything embarrassing. "There is a fine line, Mr. Potter, between bravery and recklessness," Snape stated firmly without raising his voice. Perhaps it was the unexpected placid tone or the lack of a witty retort at Harry's obvious discomfort, the boy wasn't certain. But the professor's words caused Harry to glance up into the man's unreadable face with a confused look of his own. "What do you mean?" Harry croaked through a scratchy throat. Snape tilted his head and stared briefly at the fire as if trying to decide how to best explain his reasoning to a distraught 12-year-old. He cleared his throat and allowed his folded hands to remain calmly in his lap as he shook back a stray lock of dark hair. "Traipsing around after curfew in your invisibility cloak is not only unnecessary and against the rules, Potter, it is dangerous," Snape informed the boy sternly, "especially at a time like this when—" "But do not interrupt me when I am speaking." Snape closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose as he interjected his command, appearing almost as weary as Harry felt. "Sorry," Harry whispered, staring at his hands. He furrowed his brow a bit, surprised at how quickly he apologized. Where was this coming from? Snape paused for a moment before nodding tersely in acceptance. But due to Harry's deeply bowed head, the boy missed the small gesture. "Perhaps, Potter, you would care to explain the reason for your latest bout of unruliness," Snape continued dryly. "No way," Harry inwardly scoffed. But he knew very well that Snape's words were not spoken as a request. Harry didn't feel like telling Snape anything. He didn't think he did anyway. At the moment, all he wanted to do was scratch the tingly irritation out of his behind with both hands and go back to bed. But Harry knew he wouldn't do any of that. Taking advantage of his turn to sigh, Harry tucked his left foot underneath the other leg and gave a final squirm as he settled into the leather cushion of the sofa. "Bravery or recklessness? I was trying to get into the Slytherin common room," Harry muttered at last, startled by the denseness of his voice due to his tears and runny nose. He fought the urge to duck his head again. Harry's heart pounded, and the air felt balmy in his lungs. Snape's eyes darkened considerably as he narrowed his gaze. "Which one of my Slytherins did you wish to prank, Potter?" Harry sat up briskly. "No, it was nothing like that, sir," Harry began, shaking his head emphatically. "Then explain yourself." Harry stammered and then pressed his lips together, inching away slightly from the professor's stern gaze. "I just needed to see about something." In the middle of the night, Snape spouted, his voice was gradually becoming colder. 11 o'clock, actually. Harry wisely kept this thought to himself. "Well, yeah," Harry continued, crestfallen. His explanation was pitiful. Good fortune just didn't seem to be on his side tonight. Harry took a few seconds to rub at his itchy, tired eyes, studying the bursts of color behind the lids. "You were cowering when I found you, Potter." "Why?" Snape inquired with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Harry dropped his hands and jerked his head up. Snape was tilting his head in a probing manner as Harry chewed on a fingernail. His insides felt like they were bursting. "Tell him. Just tell him." Harry stopped. His teeth ground against the now jagged nail. "Go on." Harry breathed shallowly. "The voice," he sputtered, I heard it again." Blood pounded in his ears. It was only a matter of seconds before Snape would cart him off to the loony bin. "Again, Mr. Potter?" Snape questioned with a frown. Harry nodded weakly, feeling the bile rise in his throat. He began to shiver. "Oh, why did I tell him?" Harry thought dismally, shutting his eyes tightly, angry at himself for his weak, desperate outburst. For the next moment, the hissing and crackling of the logs in the fireplace was the only sound that cut through the silence until Snape finally cleared his throat and spoke up. "Tell me about this voice you've been hearing," Snape said quietly, the former concern of the Slytherin common room seemingly forgotten. "Open your eyes, Potter, this is important." Harry slowly lifted his securely closed lids. Snape was near him again, his pinched eyes studying Harry's face. The boy continued to breathe heavily, feeling dangerously close to passing out. The fingernails of Harry's hands cut into his tightly balled fists. "Are you hearing this voice in your head, Mr. Potter?" Harry shook his head. Where then? There was no way that Snape would believe him. After all, not even Ron and Hermione were hearing it. "Potter," Snape began, clearly fighting the exasperation in his voice. "The walls," Harry whispered, inwardly wincing, waiting for the inevitable scorn. Snape sat up straighter, continuing to view Harry with an odd expression of mingled concern and disbelief. And this voice, Snape pressed on. Is it low, high? Does it speak actual words? Yeah, Harry answered, a bit taken aback by Snape's genuine interest in the matter. Some words, and it's kind of high and whispery. Screeching. No, sir, Harry continued, shifting on his now warm and tingling seat, trying not to shiver. It's kind of like a hiss, or something. Snape responded absently, considering this for a moment. Harry sniffled noisily again, and Snape motioned toward the handkerchief still clutched in Harry's fist. He blew his nose again as Snape stood up and walked over to an area behind the sofa. But this time, Harry didn't watch him. He simply bit his thumbnail again, folding the cloth into an impossibly small wad. Snape spoke as he rifled through a few items that Harry could see. You were a parcel-mouth, Potter, did you know? Snape's voice seemed to echo off the wall, perhaps shelves, and it sounded like he was leaning over. Yes, sir, Harry replied, his curiosity getting the better of him as he finally turned around to see what his professor was doing. But Snape was already standing beside the arm of the sofa. He held out a forest green afghan. Harry stared at it. Well, take it, you foolish boy, Snape ordered. Slowly, Harry did so. The knitted blanket felt heavy in Harry's hands. As Snape swept over to stand in front of the fire, Harry shook out the large blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders. Perhaps you are hearing a snake that is loose in the building, the man suggested, the flames dancing around the contours of his pale face as he stared into the fire. Harry poked his fingers through the tiny holes in the afghan. But it's different than a snake, Harry said thoughtfully. I've talked to one before, at the zoo last year. This is louder, like it's all around me. Snape said nothing for a moment. Harry took this as permission to continue. And the stuff it says is different, like it wants to kill someone or hurt them. Harry trailed off as Snape turned from the fire. He moved forward, quickly, and surprised Harry by crouching down in front of him. Have you told any of this to Professor Dumbledore? Snape demanded, an edge of urgency evident in his voice. Harry bit his lip. No, sir, you're head of house. Harry shook his head. You thought to tell no one? Snape inquired, a bit roughly. Did you even take a moment to be seriously concerned about this? Of course, and yet you still had no reservations about wandering about building at night, did you, Potter? Snape growled sternly. Harry held his breath, feeling his stomach tense up. No, it's just what, Mr. Potter? No, I don't want to hear any excuses, Snape scolded. Tonight's stunt was purely reckless and idiotic. Gripping handfuls of the blanket, Harry felt his temper rise. I had to, Professor. Harry cried. Malfoy obviously knows something about the chamber that no one else does, and besides, I'm sick of people thinking I'm the heir of Slytherin. Draco Malfoy knows nothing about it, I can assure you. He is only a boy, Snape stated firmly as he stood up, and you, Mr. Potter, are not to concern yourself with the Chamber of Secrets. Is that understood? Harry followed his professor's movements, blanching suddenly, and hoping that he wasn't moving back over to the desk chair. Answer me. Yes, sir, Harry replied dully. Snape nodded. For the sake of your safety, not to mention your hide, you will do well to remember what I've said, Potter. He watched Harry for a few seconds longer as the boy stared at the floor, looking extremely defeated. Snape moved over to his desk once again and grasped at a handful of air only centimeters above the flat, wooden top. With a flick of his wrist, Snape flipped over and revealed the detectable side of Harry's invisibility cloak. There it is, Harry exclaimed. However, as Snape carefully refolded the cloak, Harry became wary. That's mine, can I have it back? Snape looked at Harry with one raised eyebrow, but continued folding. Grasping the vacant chair with his free hand, Severus lifted it and swung it forward before placing it directly in front of the sofa where Harry now sat elevated on the edge of the cushion. May I have it back? Harry tried asking again. You may not, Snape replied simply, taking a seat in front of the boy and resting the folded cloak on his knee. Harry felt his face burn in anger and frustration. If he hadn't just bawled for all he was worth, he might have even had a few tears to spare over this situation. You can't take my cloak, Harry said, his voice cracking. That was my dad's. Dumbledore gave it to me last Christmas. And the headmaster clearly made a grave mistake, Snape retorted. However, the man couldn't help but notice the severely dejected look on Potter's face. I am not taking this from you, Potter, he added. I am merely keeping it until you prove to me, and Professor Dumbledore, that you are responsible enough to use it wisely. Harry twisted fingers around in the Afghan and stared at his lap. You don't understand, Professor. Snape sat back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. Really, Potter, how so? Harry swallowed and looked hard at his professor. I need my cloak. We never would have been able to get the Sorcerer's Stone last year without it. You should not have been within 100 feet of that dog, Potter. You could have been killed, Snape snarled. But I wasn't, Harry replied, incensed from the fact that Snape was completely disregarding the fact that he'd managed to defeat Quirrell, even with Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. Besides, it's not like anyone would listen to me when I tried to warn them about. Harry stopped himself just in time. About someone going after the stone. Snape retained a stony facade as he sighed once more, but his eyes remained locked on Harry's. You are 12 years old, Potter, the man said finally. Harry opened his mouth to retort in outrage, but Snape held up a warning finger to silence him. And it is time you learn to distinguish acts of bravery from acts of stupidity, Snape asserted, leaning forward. However, you should also realize that not every situation is immediately salvageable. And you must accept that. Harry chewed on his bottom lip. Neither the heir of Slytherin or the Chamber of Secrets is your concern, Snape repeated firmly. There are a dozen adults at Hogwarts who are more than capable of handling the situation. Except for Lockhart, Harry mumbled before he could stop himself. But he was surprised to see Snape fighting to control an amused smirk. The first valid argument you've established all night, Potter. Harry gave a half smile that turned into a deep yawn. A headache was beginning to pound in his temples. So what do I do about the voice? Harry asked, feeling sleepy and wanting to finalize the discussion and head back to Gryffindor Tower to check on Ron, assuming he got back all right. But he couldn't help worrying about the noise within the walls. You do nothing, Snape replied. If you happen to hear the voice again, you will go directly to me. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? But what if you're not here? Harry asked. It seemed that whenever Harry actually needed an adult, they were never around. Then you will go to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, or another adult, Snape suggested the third quickly, noticing the makings of a retort in the boy's features. Harry nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. The professor pushed back his chair and stood. Additionally, you are to keep your wand with you at all times. Am I understood? Yes, sir, Harry responded, shucking his blanket, but I don't know how to do much with it. Snape stopped, seeming to ponder over this for a moment. Regardless, the man continued, do as I say, Potter. You know what to expect if you don't. Harry swallowed hard. He definitely didn't want that to happen again. Snape moved swiftly to the exit of his office and opened the door. I believe it is past your bedtime. Harry stretched as he stood up, attempting to be discreet as he got in a quick rub at his bottom. It's Friday, Harry grumbled as he walked toward the door. I don't have a bedtime, not even during the week. I suppose that will have to be remedied then, won't it, Potter? Snape stated with a smirk. No, Harry exclaimed. Bed, Snape ordered, pointing down the corridor. All right, wait, Potter, Snape called out when Harry had gone only a few paces. Do you have your wand with you? Yeah, Harry said as he bent down to retrieve the wand that he had stuffed down his left sock. He'd pulled the sock all the way up to the middle of his shin in order to hold it in place, since he wasn't wearing any shoes and hadn't wanted to risk keeping his wand in the loose waistband of his pajama bottoms. Retrieving the requested item, Harry held it out for Snape to see. Very well, come here, Snape said as he reached inside of his robes and removed his own wand. Hold it firmly by the end and repeat after me. Follow my movements. Harry did as he was told. Lumos, Snape recited as he waved his wand in a figure-8 pattern. The tip of the wand illuminated with a bright, bluish light. Brilliant, Harry breathed, practicing with his own wand a few times before trying. Lumos, he mimicked, and watched as a soft blue light ignited for a fleeting second and went out. Try again. Potter, do not connect the movement. End with a flick of your wrist. Harry nodded and attempted it once more. This time, the light radiated and remained. Cool, Harry said, extending his arm and swirling his wand around so that the light bounced in all directions. He glanced up at Snape brightly. Harry's eyes were still quite red around the rims, but the excitement in his face was evident over conquering the basic charm. The boy seemed to catch on more quickly than Snape had originally thought. Do not try it now, but when you return to your dormitory, extinguish the light with a simple flick of the wrist. Nox, Snape recited as he demonstrated the movement, keep your light out the entire way to Gryffindor Tower. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Harry nodded, holding his ignited wand like a sparkler. Your final detention will begin tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Potter, Snape informed. I was being quite serious when I instructed you to wear something old. Harry wrinkled his nose. That said, do not be late, Snape stated authoritatively. I won't. Go on, then, Snape said as he nodded toward the corridor once more. Harry walked forward, amazed at how much the Lumos charm had brightened the stone walls. It wasn't until he emerged from the dungeons that Harry thought with a slight twinge of regret that perhaps he should have shown a bit of gratitude. Harry sighed, but then he found himself smiling. For the first time in days, the only thing burning in Harry's stomach was hunger. Things weren't perfect, but they were better. I wonder if Ron has any chocolate frogs left, Harry wondered as he waved his glowing wand in elaborate patterns along the portraits, causing several to squint and shield their eyes. Suddenly, Harry stopped, his wand arm frozen in midair. Oh no, he whispered to himself. Ron. Harry ran the rest of the way to Gryffindor Tower, the blue light jerkily trailing along the stairs. The minute Harry barged into the Gryffindor common room after noxing his ignited wand with a jostled flick of his wrist and stating the password as loudly as he dared, Hermione leapt up from one of the armchairs facing the fireplace and attacked him. Harry, where have you been? The girl nearly screeched as she closed in on the boy briskly. Hermione was clad in pajamas as well, her curly hair plaited into thick braids on either side of her cheeks. A few stray pieces of hair had escaped the knotted ends, most likely in her distress over the past hour, and were now floating amidst the bushy braids as she spoke. Immense worry creased Hermione's face as she stood near Harry and waited for an answer. Harry was sweaty from running up the stairs. His pajamas bottoms and oversized sweatshirt felt hot and smothering, and Harry's throat was so dry that his tongue seemed to stick to the roof of his mouth when he attempted to swallow. He breathed heavily, ignoring Hermione's question and commencing his own interrogation. Where's Ron? Harry gasped as he turned and placed his wand on a nearby table before gripping the ledge with both hands, tightening his stomach muscles in order to control his breathing. Hermione looked confused. What do you mean, Harry? I thought he was with you. Turning slightly from the table, Harry placed one hand on his hip, still inhaling more deeply than normal through his nose. He was, and, Hermione prompted, sounding increasingly panicked. And I was almost in the common room when I heard some sort of clanging noise, like metal, from down the corridor where he was standing, Harry explained, panting every fourth or fifth word. I was going to go check on him but my cloak got stuck and I. Did you get it out? Hermione interrupted, apparently too stricken to guess the obvious. Harry looked up at her strangely and swallowed dryly. Well, yeah, Hermione, I'm here, aren't I? Hermione closed her eyes and shook her head. Yes, of course, she muttered to herself. She walked over closer to Harry and put a hand on his rapidly rising and falling shoulder as she leaned over and peered into this clammy face, squinting. Forget about Ron for the moment. What about you? Are you all right, Harry? Harry glanced up sharply. I'm fine, the boy said, as if she'd posed the most ridiculous inquiry on the planet. And what do you mean, forget about Ron? He should have been back here by now, Hermione, Harry continued, trying to appear collected on the surface when on the inside, the concern he felt for his friend was icily eating away the previous, yet short-lived, appetite for chocolate frogs that had been gurgling in his empty stomach. Your eyes are all red, Hermione noted quietly, leaning in even closer. What happened, Harry? But at that precise moment, before Harry could even begin to ponder over whether to tell her the truth or to conjure up an excuse, the portrait swung open fiercely, almost slamming into the wall. Ron stepped in looking absolutely furious. 2 identical spots of dark pink burned high on the boy's cheeks. Harry and Hermione simultaneously whipped around to face their ginger-haired friend who looked more enraged than they had ever seen him before. "There you are," Harry exclaimed, relieved, but he quickly suppressed the urge to move forward and clap Ron on the back as Harry stared, a bit confounded, at the mutinous expression on his friend's usually good-natured face. "You okay, mate?" Harry asked tentatively. "Oh, so now look who cares, perfect timing," Ron retorted coldly as he crossed his arms over his chest. "What's your problem?" Harry questioned, more surprised than angry at his friend's harsh demeanor. "What happened?" Hermione was looking back and forth between the 2 boys, utterly lost among the inconspicuous conflict that seemed to be brewing. "What happened?" Ron repeated, incredulously. "What happened?" The redhead looked over at Hermione. "He wants to know what happened." Ron scoffed, pointing at Harry. But the girl was not taking sides so easily. "So what? It's obvious something happened, Ronald, so tell us," Hermione said, not bothering to keep the slight disgust from her voice. Ron huffed indignantly. "You were supposed to come back and get me." He directed his statement at Harry, who was standing with his thumbs tucked into the waistband of his pajama pants. The boy nervously curled the toes of his left foot inside his sock as he stood, figuring out the best explanation he could offer Ron. "I know, but I didn't have a chance," Harry began, his ears burning, mostly in embarrassed recognition of Hermione's discovery of his red, puffy eyes. Harry hadn't planned on ever telling anyone about getting a smacking in Snape's office and blubbering all over his shoulder. But now that Hermione could tell he'd been crying, Harry was basically doomed. "Why didn't I stop off in the loo to wash?" Harry thought miserably, scorning himself for his carelessness. "Yeah, and I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell after you left me behind that suit of armor without the invisibility cloak," Ron all but shouted. At this, Hermione stepped in. "Be quiet, Ron," she whispered fiercely. "It's late." Ron continued to scowl but lowered his voice. "You just left me there." Harry was beginning to get irritated. "I didn't leave you there," Harry replied in agitation. "You were the one who had to go and make all that noise." "Mrs. Norris was standing right by the sodding armor," Ron cried, raising his voice. "That still doesn't mean you had to squirm around like some sort of idiot and try to get caught," Harry yelled. "Shush," Hermione shushed, looking around wildly at both sets of adjacent staircases, but Harry and Ron barely heard her. "Yeah, well, I did get caught, you get, and now I've got detention tomorrow night, cleaning out bedpans in the infirmary, again," Ron shouted, his arms flailing angrily. "Ron, shut up," Hermione squealed, her palms covering her face. She'd buried her head at the exact second that Ron's shout of "bedpans" echoed off of the common room walls. "Why should I?" The redhead continued his tirade sourly. "I was supposed to have a game of wizard's chess with Fred tomorrow night." Harry clenched his jaw and fists equally hard. His face stung as if it had been slapped and Harry's feet felt cemented to the floor. Now, he didn't care about trying to smooth it over or pretending like everything was okay. He was tired, and sick to death of being the martyr among his friends without recognition. Harry didn't expect a bloody parade, but he didn't need this either. Breathing heavily, the boy's rigid stance served as a poor deterrence, for Harry, without thinking, suddenly moved forward, placed both of his hands on Ron's shoulders, and shoved him as hard as he could. Ron stumbled backward, tripping over his own long legs and fell back on his hip, barely catching himself with his hands. He sat on the ground, stunned, his mouth open as if the wind had just been knocked out of him. For Harry, watching the plethora of emotions flash across his best friend's face was as satisfying as it was painful. Ron's surprise had quickly shifted to anger, his eyes darkening, but finding no words to support this, Ron's fury seemed to melt into silent hurt that penetrated right through Harry. It took all of the strength Harry had to fight down the guilt that threatened to bubble up in his stomach. His breath came in shallow gulps. "Harry," Hermione began, but he ignored her. "You're not the only one who has detention," Harry croaked, staring down pointedly at Ron, "and you're not the only one who got caught tonight." He heard a gasp from Hermione, but Harry didn't turn around to witness her expression. "So now we're both punished," Harry continued, trying desperately to control the tremor in his voice, "and I know, detention's rubbish. Believe me, I've had it all week." Ron remained silent, staring at Harry with a look that they boy couldn't decipher. "But I'm not going to apologize," Harry said firmly, more steadily than he felt. "You wanted to do this too, Ron. We all did, and we tried, but it didn't work." Ron gazed down at the floor. After a while, so did Harry. "I don't want to think about this anymore," Harry finally mumbled. "I'm going to bed." He reached over and picked up his wand that was still resting on the table. It was still warm, radiating with heat from the recent incantation. Harry clutched it with his sweaty hand as he made his way towards the stairs, deliberately avoiding eye contact with both of his friends. Lying on his side, the covers draped tightly over his left shoulder, Harry rested, but his eyes remained wide open. He'd been in bed for what seemed like 15 minutes. And during that time, Harry had closed his eyes, forcing his mind to focus on nothing but the blackness behind his lids. It was obvious that Seamus and Dean had leapt into bed when they heard Harry pad up the steps, but Harry didn't pay them any mind. He simply placed his wand on his night table, taking care that it wouldn't roll off, and slipped under his sheets, pulling the curtains closed on all four sides. Ron and Hermione were most likely talking about him down in the common room. But Harry didn't care about that either. If Ron wanted to stay mad at Harry, that was his problem, not Harry's. However, a few minutes later, Harry heard light, slow footsteps on the stairs. And he knew it was Ron. But he didn't open his curtains or even acknowledge the fact by turning over. A brief silence, and then Harry heard the distinct scraping of metal on metal from above him. "Harry, you awake?" Ron whispered shortly. For a split second, Harry considered just pretending to be asleep, but he knew that wouldn't do any good. And it certainly wouldn't make him feel any better. "Yeah," Harry answered softly, without turning around. Harry heard and felt the slow crunch and dip of bedsprings as Ron took a seat on the end of the bed. This unfamiliar gesture was enough to make Harry shift to lie on his back. Ron was sitting awkwardly, one leg dangling off of the bed. Harry waited for his friend to speak first. It felt odd to be lying down while Ron sat perched on the edge of the mattress as if he were going to tell Harry a bedtime story. Harry almost laughed at the idea. "I'm not." Ron's voice squeaked, and clearing his throat, he tried again. "I'm not saying this just because Hermione told me to." Harry rolled his eyes. "No, really, mate, she didn't," Ron explained, a note of pleading in his voice. "But I guess what I'm trying to say is, sorry, Harry. I acted like a prat down there." Not really knowing how to respond, Harry simply chewed on the insides of his cheeks. "I know it wasn't your fault I got caught," Ron continued, but then he fell silent too. Sighing, Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. He couldn't believe Ron had actually apologized. Harry supposed it was his turn now. "Sorry I shoved you," Harry said quietly, glancing toward the dark crimson curtains before tilting his head towards his friend. "It just hit me the wrong way, you know." Ron smiled a little, his expression falling somewhere between amusement and embarrassment. "Yeah, that surprised me. I didn't think you had it in you, mate." "And who knew your voice went up so high when you yell?" Harry replied jokingly, laughing when Ron suddenly leapt forward and pretended to smother Harry with the blanket. Unexpectedly, Neville snorted in his sleep and sat up abruptly. Harry and Ron froze mid-wrestle. Neville mumbled a few incoherencies thickly, something about putting his clothes in the wash, rubbed his eyes, and fell heavily back on the pillow. Harry and Ron, who were listening intently to Neville's mutterings behind the velvet curtains, looked at each other meaningfully before erupting in silent laughter. Finally, Ron sat up and bounced off of Harry's bed. He kicked off his slippers and slid beneath the covers of his own four-poster. "What time do you have to go to detention tomorrow?" Ron whispered, turning over on his side. 10, Harry answered with a yawn as he snuggled beneath his comforter. "Infirmary." 7, Ron replied. "At night, that is." Harry nodded into the pillow. "I'll wait up for you, okay? We can play chess or something." "Brilliant," Ron said sleepily. "Night, Harry." "Night." Harry rolled over. The cool, smooth surface of the pillow felt comforting as he rubbed his face deep into the feathers. He was almost positive that Hermione had talked Ron into leaving the heir of Slytherin matter alone, at least for now. Usually, Harry would have been a little offended at such blatant patronization. He would have been jumping to come up with another plan. But not tonight. Perhaps Snape's reasoning had stuck with Harry more than he thought. Or maybe he was just tired. But miraculously, Ron wasn't angry anymore, and his lack of mentioning tonight's disaster was probably for the best. And for Harry, it felt nice to fall asleep with nothing on his mind for once, except the promise of a game of chess tomorrow night. Harry slept until almost 9 o'clock. The morning light was dim, and without glancing at the window, Harry could sense that it was considerably cloudy outside. Harry was warm and comfy under his covers, but he kicked them off anyway. He was hungry and wanted to grab something for breakfast before heading to Snape's classroom for his final detention. Freedom from a week of tedious detentions was tangibly close, and Harry felt a thrill run through his veins at the prospect of eventually being able to play with his friends after dinner instead of continuously plodding to the dungeons. Harry swung his legs over the mattress and put on his glasses. Ron and Neville were gone, but Dean and Seamus were still breathing deep and evenly, lying on their stomachs, so Harry moved quietly about the room so he wouldn't wake them. Kneeling down in front of his trunk, Harry carefully opened the lid and peered inside. Something old, Harry thought, as he began sorting through the small pile of clothes that lay folded at the bottom. He had Mrs. Weasley's sweater from last Christmas, but Harry didn't consider that to be old. He still wore it on the weekends. Harry also had spotted 2 small, white school shirts from last year that were a bit short at the sleeves, but they were still quite nice. Who knew what kind of grime Harry would be plunging into this morning? Finally, Harry reached the very bottom where he kept a few of his, or rather Dudley's, old, large t-shirts and a pair of oversized, grass-stained jeans that Harry had worn almost every other day last year at Privet Drive. Was that what Snape meant by old? Harry pulled them out, wrinkling his nose at the rather grungy state. His jeans smelled like the dirt from Aunt Petunia's garden. Harry didn't want to wear these. In fact, he never wanted to look at them again. However, when the Weasleys had rescued him from behind bars this summer, he didn't have a chance to organize his trunk as Fred and George dragged it up the stairs from the cupboard and shoved it in the old car. So the hand-me-downs remained. But the boy still didn't want to put them on. Nevertheless, Harry cared enough for his decent things not to ruin them. Although he had his small fortune in the wizarding world, Harry was basically a pauper in the other. Setting the jeans aside for the moment, Harry leaned over deeper into his trunk to find his old belt that he always wore with these jeans to keep them up. He didn't need one with his school trousers, as they fit perfectly. Harry continued to search, but he couldn't find it. Bloody hell, the boy whispered in frustration as he moved his hands wildly along the bottom. It was 9:15, and Ron was probably waiting for him in the common room with Hermione to go down to breakfast. With a tremendous huff, Harry stood up and shucked his pajama bottoms, making a face as he stepped into the loathsome jeans. They were so baggy that he didn't even need to unbutton them to get them on. Harry thought about just wearing his sweatshirt to detention but decided that he didn't want to destroy it either. Sighing, Harry removed his sweatshirt and chose the least dingy-looking t-shirt he could find. The short sleeves still hung past his elbows and the hem of the faded blue shirt fell mid-thigh, but at least there were no holes in it. However, Harry couldn't wear these jeans without a belt. He was dangerously close to wearing a pair of his nicer khakis when he noticed something gleaming in the bottom of his trunk. It looked like a large safety pin. As Harry bent down to examine it, his suspicions were confirmed. Funny how those things just seemed to end up in trunks, drawers, and the like. Holding onto the hem of his jeans, Harry picked it up with his forefinger and thumb. He folded the hem over so it was snug against his belly and clumsily inserted the pin into the thick material. After a few tries, Harry finally succeeded. Yanking his t-shirt down to hide the evidence, Harry didn't even attempt to look at himself in the mirror. He knew he looked wretched. Pulling on his trainers, Harry grabbed his robes, put his arms into the sleeves, and fastened the front all the way down to his middle. After all, some students, mostly Slytherins and Ravenclaws, still wore them on the weekends. The long, dark material would hide his grubby clothes, For now, at least. Feeling rather disgusted, Harry closed his trunk and grabbed his wand off of the night table before making his way down to the common room. A half-hour later, pleasantly full of toast and scrambled eggs, Harry entered Snape's classroom in much better emotional condition than he had been in over the past week. He'd explained his state of dress to Ron and Hermione, and thankfully, they seemed to understand. However, Harry would soon have to remove his robes if he didn't want to get them dirty. But Harry didn't care much. Besides, Snape was the one who told him to wear something old, didn't he? As Harry walked into the classroom, he could already tell that Snape was in another room off to the side, not just by the noises, but rather by the lack of billowing robes. Glancing around, Harry noticed that the door behind Snape's desk was propped open, the same room that Snape had been rifling in during Harry's first detention. "In here, Potter," Snape's voice echoed from inside the room. As Harry stepped inside, he could see that several lanterns had been lit, considerably brightening the windowless haven. Harry's eyes fixed on the abundance of boxes first. But before he could begin to wonder what was inside, Snape continued speaking. "You will find a pair of suitable gloves over there in the corner," Snape informed, pointing to Harry's right without turning around. "Put them on, and then wait for my instructions." As Harry removed his robes and draped them over a nearby box, he walked over to the corner and donned the thick, rubber gloves, watching as Snape peered into and stacked several boxes. Harry flexed his fingers inside the smothering gloves. They were very much like the ones he wore to wash dishes at the Dursleys, except those were yellow. Studying the smudged, black rubber, Harry didn't notice that Snape had turned around, or that he'd been staring at the boy for several seconds. "Potter, what on earth are you wearing?" Harry snapped his head up, giving Snape a questioning look before glancing down at his t-shirt. "You, told me to wear these, sir," Harry explained, blushing as he surveyed the strange look on Snape's face, as if the man were gazing at something particularly hideous. "I instructed you to wear something old, Mr. Potter, not decrepit," Snape stated, his brows deeply furrowed. He walked towards Harry. "Where did you get those clothes?" "Damn," Harry thought, "I didn't think that were that bad." After all, Harry had worn them all last year and no one in Surrey seemed to care one way or the other. They're just play clothes, Professor," Harry lied, stepping back a few paces from Snape. "They're huge, Potter," Snape scoffed, bending down a bit to get a better look. "You will undoubtedly get them caught on something." Harry was growing angry. He felt stupid for believing that Snape would just leave his clothes alone. "Here," Snape began, reaching out to grasp a handful of Harry's shirt. The boy wasn't sure what his professor was meaning to do, but in Harry's embarrassed anger, he jerked back. "Don't," Harry cried, annoyed at how childish Snape made him feel sometimes. But the potion's master only straightened up and grasped Harry's shoulders. "Drop the theatrics, Potter, I am in no mood this morning," Snape spat, giving Harry a brief shake. "Now hold still." "Leave me alone," Harry nearly yelled and continued wriggling. Suddenly, the boy felt a stabbing pain in his stomach, causing him to jump violently. "Ow," Harry groaned, pushing away from Snape. And without warning, Harry's jeans began to slip from his hips. The safety pin scraped painfully across his thigh as the boy caught a handful of his trousers by the button before they fell. Harry was humiliated. "Here, Potter," Snape began, crouching down. "Get away from me," Harry shouted and tried to pull back, but Snape had his left arm in a strong grasp. On instinct, Snape raised his hand over Harry's underwear-clad rear end, preparing to swat the boy firmly for his disrespect, but Snape caught himself at the last second. Potter had flinched as if he knew what to expect, and Severus noticed. The moment of hesitancy allowed the man to peruse the ridiculous scene. Potter hunched over and clutching his jeans for dear life, the sharp point of the pin dangerously erect, and Severus, his open hand poised in midair. Utterly ridiculous. Snape relaxed his hand and instead of reprimanding, he grabbed the wayward waistband of the boy's trousers and hoisted them back up. With the other hand, he gingerly pulled the safety pin out from the dense fabric and tossed it on top of a nearby box. "Hold your trousers up, Potter, both hands," Snape commanded. Harry, red-faced and confused, slowly obeyed. Standing up, Snape pulled his wand out from inside of his robes. He grasped the hem of the back of Harry's t-shirt and lifted it up, tucking the end into the boy's collar. Harry stood with both hands on either side of his waist clutching handfuls of denim. Snape pointed his wand at Harry. "Tell me when." Muttering a quiet incantation, the boy's jeans immediately began to shrink. Harry looked down at his belly button, watching as the waistband slowly contracted. He glanced up at Snape. "Watch, Potter," and Harry complied. When the waistband was comfortably snug, Harry looked up once more. "That's good," he whispered. Snape nodded and withdrew his wand with a flick of his wrist. In one swift movement, Snape untucked Harry's t-shirt from the collar and let it hang loosely. "Arms out," Snape instructed woodenly, and once again, Harry obeyed. The professor repeated the same process until Harry's t-shirt fit him perfectly. Dropping his hands to his sides, Harry looked down at his clothes. They were still faded and dirty, but they fit. Harry suddenly felt a finger lifting his chin. "Do not speak to me like that again, Potter. Do you understand?" Snape demanded quietly, yet sternly. Harry swallowed convulsively and nodded. Snape withdrew his hold. "Now, Potter, I believe you are actually wearing play clothes at present, not swimming in them like before," the man exclaimed with a smirk. Harry bit his lip, still embarrassed. "Thanks. Come," Snape ordered, leading Harry over to the boxes he was organizing with a sweep of his robes. "This can't be the end of it," Harry told himself as he sauntered forward, a bit stunned at how easily Snape had dropped the matter. "You will spend the morning discarding the contents of each one of these vials," Snape said as he held up a glass container full of a black, congealed liquid. "Okay, maybe it is the end." Harry made a face. "What is that?" "An expired blood replenishing potion," Snape replied simply, "created several years ago by one of my NEWT's pupils. Newts. A 7th year," Snape elaborated. Harry moved forward to get a better look inside the box. It was filled to the top. The boy's heart sank. "Professor Potter," Snape absently answered as he searched for another vial. "If it's useless, why can't you just chuck the whole bottle?" Harry wondered. Snape sighed. "The potion is useless, silly boy. However, the vial has not been harmed in the least." He paused and glanced up at Harry. "A shame to waste perfectly good glass, wouldn't you agree, Potter?" Harry grimaced. "Not really. Regardless," Snape replied firmly, "this is your task for the morning, and you will work diligently." "Yes, sir," Harry barely mumbled, plunging his hands into his back pockets, but finding them clad in rubber, dropped them to his sides with a miserable sigh. "When I hand you 5 vials, Potter, I would like you to take them over to the basin and dump the contents of each vial down the drain. Rinse it out quickly, and then leave it to dry on the counter," Snape continued. "We will wash them thoroughly later." You're staying in here with me?" Harry asked, taking a thick, oily blue potion from Snape's extended hand. "I am." Harry paused in thought. "Oh," the boy said simply. "Thrilling, I am sure, Potter," Snape said dryly without looking up. Harry shrugged. "No, it's all right." Snape brushed back a few strands of black hair as he looked up at Harry. Several seconds of silence passed while Snape stared at the boy oddly. "I see," Snape said finally before holding out a large vial filled with a chalky, orange substance. Wordlessly, Harry reached out and took it. Harry watched as Snape scrubbed at a slightly stained vial with a wire brush. Leaning over the basin, the damp edge pressed against the boy's stomach soaking his t-shirt with water, Harry unconsciously scrunched his fingers inside the externally slick rubber gloves, unaware of the steady squeaking he was producing. The potion's master paused mid-scrub, and barely shifting his head, the man looked over at the growing nuisance beside him. "Do you mind, Potter?" Snape said dryly. Immediately catching on to the unfriendly delivery of the rhetorical question, Harry slowly unclenched his fingers, the wet gloves emitting one last forlorn squeak. This time, the noise was magnified in Harry's ears. "Yeah, I guess that is kind of annoying. Sorry," Harry muttered, dropping his hands and leaning over further as he rested his elbows on the edge of the basin. Snape simply rolled his eyes as he returned to his work. "I would advise you not to get too comfortable, Mr. Potter, as I am almost finished with this vial," Snape informed as he held the small glass container up to the rather dim lantern light to inspect it. "You may rinse these and set them to dry in a minute," the man continued, gesturing with his chin to the dozen and a half wet vials that sat compacted at the bottom of the basin. "Brilliant," Harry thought sarcastically, making a face that he knew his professor couldn't see. But the boy kept his voice void of any over-emotion. "All right," Harry answered, rocking back and forth slightly as he absently tried to balance on his stomach. "Stop, Potter," Snape commanded quietly without averting his gaze from the stubborn stain. And sensing his professor's growing irritation, Harry straightened up. With a sigh, the boy, instead, leaned against the edge on his side and waited. For the past half hour, Harry had walked carefully back and forth between the extra storeroom and the basin in the classroom, emptying and depositing vials on one of the tables behind the sink so that they could be washed. Snape had spoken little to Harry, mainly giving instructions with the occasional warning for Harry to walk slowly and to hold them with both hands, foolish child. However, Harry discovered that the time was passing in contented silence for the most part, and he had to remind himself several times that, yes, this indeed was his detention. But watching the dense, multicolored liquid swirl and drain into the basin was strangely satisfying and a bit interesting. Harry never knew there were so many types of potions. "Professor." Snape replied with a non-committal grunt, still not making eye contact. "How come that potion is so hard to scrub off of the glass?" Harry genuinely wondered, figuring that he might as well ask a question instead of slouching in bored silence for the next 5 minutes. Lowering and stunting his occupied hands for a moment, Snape shook back a curtain of dark hair and glanced over at Harry, who gazed up expectantly while attempting to scratch the side of his forehead with his upper arm since his gloved hands were still wet with a variety of expired substances. "The ingredients used in the potion are rather opaque," Snape exclaimed after a brief moment of watching the 12-year-old scratch in the most awkward manner. "What are you doing, Potter?" The man continued with a furrowed brow. "What's opaque mean?" "Heavy," Snape answered automatically. "Now answer my question. You look quite the fool, you realize." "My forehead itches," Harry replied with a huff, his glasses slipping crookedly on the bridge of his nose as he attempted to tilt his head toward his shoulder. "Oh, for Merlin's sake," Snape mumbled, rolling his eyes once more but turning towards the basin, placing the vial and wire brush gingerly in the bottom. Snape held out his hand. Harry paused. "What?" the boy asked. "Give me your hand, Potter." "What else?" Snape growled, his patience waning. And jerking slightly from the abrupt harsh tone, Harry lowered his shoulder and slowly held out his hand, palm up, as he gave Snape a funny look, not completely sure of the man's intent. However, Snape only grabbed the fingertips of the black glove and briskly slipped it off of Harry's hand, tossing it down on top of the nearby table with a flop. "Scratch," Snape stated imperiously, turning his attention away from Harry. "I guess I could have done that," Harry thought, feeling rather stupid at the prospect of being degloved like a 4-year-old and ignoring such a simple solution. Harry chewed on his lower lip but scratched at his head lustily. He reached out for the glove, but to Harry's embarrassment, Snape got there first. And shaking out the glove, the man held up the open end. "The potions are not dangerous but may be irritating against bare skin," Snape explained as he sensed, and witnessed, the color rise in the boy's cheeks. "You would have to tuck your thumb inside the glove to get this back on." Harry nodded and quickly slipped his hand inside the glove, feeling like an infant and hating the logic of Snape's explanation. But his professor had a point. "Begin rinsing," Snape ordered, "and take care not to break anything, Mr. Potter." Harry rolled his eyes. "Set them to dry on the towel when you've finished," Snape continued, moving to the side of the basin to make room for Harry, "and if you roll your eyes at me again, I will pluck them out and preserve them." Widening his eyes in anxious uncertainty, Harry moved forward, leaning over the basin, and choosing a small vial, he obediently plunged it underneath the light stream of warm water. Another half-hour passed, and finally, Harry took a step back from the basin, the soaked front of his t-shirt clinging to his skin, and allowed his eyes to drift over the dozens of gleaming, upturned vials still drying in the cool dungeons. Snape had been standing behind Harry for the past 15 minutes, sorting through a mantra of acceptable potions that the man had separated from the aged ones only an hour before. Again, The two had spoken little in the midst of the morning chores. However, for the first time since he'd been put to task, Harry noticed that, oddly, Snape's presence wasn't smothering. It was actually sort of nice to work alongside someone. Vigilantly, Harry took a few steps closer to his professor, who was shaking a filled and corked vial back and forth, watching the pinkish solution eddy in swirling clouds. "Professor." Snape's eyes remained glued on the contained whirlpool. "What is it, Potter?" He replied rather neutrally. And finding little trace of exasperation in Snape's voice, Harry persisted. "I'm finished," the boy notified softly, "with rinsing, I mean." "So I hear," Snape commented, finally setting down the vial and turning towards Harry. Harry picked at the clingy material against his belly as he squinted at his professor in a questioning manner. "Hear what?" The potion's master snorted in a way that almost spoke of amusement but also retained its usual condescendence. "Nothing, Potter, that's the point." "Oh," another grunt from the dark-haired professor, and Snape turned back to his work, but instead of resuming his shaking and sorting, the man gathered two combined handfuls of approximately 8 vials and moved towards Harry. "Can you get your hands around these?" Snape inquired, giving the boy a short nod. Harry lifted his hands and carefully stretched his gloved fingers around the glass. "Yeah, I think so," the boy replied after a few seconds of testing the traction. And making sure that Potter was holding on securely, Snape released the vials, but kept his hands corralled about Harry's wrists for a moment longer. "You are certain, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked again for clarification in a grave tone that required nothing more than absolute assurance from the boy. "Yes, sir," Harry answered with a nod, keeping his grip firm. "Very well," Snape said as he dropped one of his hands and reached into his robes with the other. And pulling out his wand, the professor gestured toward the ajar entrance of the large storage room. "Return those to the empty box where I retrieved them." But as Snape spun back around to face the table, he casually, yet swiftly, pointed his wand toward Harry's torso, and with a subtle jerk of the wrist, he cast a silent spell that instantly dried the sopping wet cotton of Harry's shirt. In a flash, the man tucked his wand back into his robes and picked up a remaining vial, giving the hazy green potion a sound shake before holding it a few inches away from his face and scrutinizing the solution with black eyes. Harry glanced down at his stomach, the warm material now soft and comfortable against his skin. "Enough gawking, Potter, move," Snape demanded, still hunched over the glass. And Harry snapped too. However, he couldn't help shaking his head at Snape's ridiculous way of disregarding his own small acts of consideration. Harry was sure that if asked, the dour professor would deny them to the grave. As Harry sauntered into the dreary storage room, he knew exactly where the empty box lay, and he moved as quickly as he dared to the back of the room. Kneeling gently so as not to jolt suddenly and drop any vials, Harry nudged open the flap of the empty box with his elbow and placed the cluster of potions into a far corner of the box, taking care not to clink them together too much. Potions returned, Harry made to stand up. But the boy paused and crouched down once more when he noticed a similar, but sealed box only a couple feet away. Looking over his shoulder once, Harry grabbed the edge of the box and scooted it towards him. Finding the flimsy container heavy with items, the boy gingerly untucked and lifted a corner of the box. Its contents were beyond dusty. However, Harry's eyes immediately fixed upon the grimy gold lettering of "Defeating the Darkness, a Study in Complex Defense." The pages were liberally bookmarked, but the edges were surprisingly unmarred. At that moment, Harry remembered Percy Weasley's words about the potion's master on Harry's very first night at Hogwarts during the welcoming feast. "Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape." But maybe Percy wasn't completely right. Maybe Snape knew just as much about fighting against them. Besides, Harry had to admit that each moment spent in Snape's presence seemed to be weakening his own conviction against the man. Harry's fingers tickled with a strong desire to look through that book. It would be the first interesting read on defending the dark arts that Harry had gotten a hold of all year. He reached for the volume. "Potter," Snape snapped from the other side of the classroom, causing Harry to jump and jerk his arm back as if he'd just touched a hot stove. "Quit playing around in there." The man called out sternly, "What are you getting into?" Harry breathed a small sigh of relief, realizing that Snape hadn't seen him delve into the nearby box. "Nothing," Harry responded quickly, "I'm coming." Pushing himself up from the ground, Harry brushed the dust and grit off of his black gloves and half-jogged back into the other room. The boy avoided Snape's glare as best as he could as he re-entered the classroom. Snape was standing with an armful of glass vials, about 5 or 6 more than Harry was able to carry. Harry stood at a safe distance, resting his back against the edge of the countertop near the basin. After glowering down at the boy for quite a long moment, Snape nodded toward a nearby stool. "Sit," he ordered as he swept toward the storeroom that Harry had recently vacated. "I will be back in a moment." "Do not move," the professor threw over his shoulder as an afterthought. "Where in the sodding hell would I go?" Harry reflected with a scowl, climbing up onto the stool. He sat quietly, plucking at the rubber gloves, longing to remove them. The skin of his hands felt hot and stifled, and at this point, Harry was ready to risk the possible irritation caused by moldy old potions. But he kept them on and simply rested his hands in his lap. Snape wasn't in the storage room for very long, but when he returned, he swept toward Harry with a determined look in his eyes, and the boy barely kept from shrinking back from the penetrating gaze. However, the professor said nothing. Instead, he took Harry's previously occupied place against the sink, and continued to look at Harry in a probing way. Feeling a bit nervous, knowing that nothing spectacular had erupted from a one-on-one with Snape as of yet, Harry desperately tried to remember if he had given himself away by leaving a flap of the box open. But surely Snape wouldn't lecture Harry about that, would he? It's not like he'd taken anything. But the man didn't seem angry. Rather, he appeared deep in thought, as if he were choosing his next words carefully. "You can most likely imagine how thoroughly I loathe a liar, Mr. Potter," Snape began, a bit too calmly, Harry thought, as he shifted stiffly, perched on his stool. "I haven't lied about anything," Harry retorted, struggling to keep the defensiveness out of his tone. But honestly, sometimes Snape made Harry feel like he'd committed some sort of terrible transgression when the boy was quite certain he hadn't done anything. "And I did not imply that you had," Snape said simply. "I am merely informing you of something that needs to be said." Harry frowned. He was completely lost. "As such, Potter, if I ask you a question, naturally, I expect you to answer truthfully," Snape proceeded, leaning back on his elbow as he spoke. Not knowing how to respond, Harry just looked at Snape, his heart beginning to beat thickly. Any minute now, Snape was going to accuse Harry of snooping around in his things. Finally, unwillingly, Harry nodded feebly. "Have you worn those clothes simply for play, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked coolly, yet the slight brashness in his tone didn't seem directed at Harry necessarily, the boy noted. Still, Harry internally cringed. "The truth," Snape continued demandingly. "No, not this. I thought this rubbish was over and done with. Bring up the box. Let's talk about the defense book. I'll spill anything." But Snape's stare was unwavering, and Harry knew that saying nothing wouldn't be tolerated. "No, sir, not really," Harry nearly whispered, feeling filthy and ashamed. He hated talking about the Dursleys. No one made him talk about the summer while he was at school, no one. Not even Dumbledore. Snape had no right. "Explain, if you would," Snape prompted yet remained composed. The man uncharacteristically kept his distance as well. However, Harry passed swiftly over these subtle gestures. He didn't want Snape to know about his wearing dirty clothes or using the washing machine at 3 o'clock in the morning about twice a month if he was lucky. And he definitely didn't want Snape to know about the bars on his window. Or the cold soup, and how the jagged edge of the tin can cut his finger and how Harry had to use a pair of torn underpants to stop the bleeding because his door was locked. Snape couldn't know. "There isn't anything to explain," Harry replied coldly, using the only defense mechanism he knew how, avoidance. "On the contrary, Mr. Potter, I believe there is much you are failing to tell me," Snape continued, still adamant in his query, and remaining silent as nearly as fallible as a bold-faced lie. "So what?" Harry interrupted rigidly, his face hot from frustration and disgrace. "So what if I don't say anything? Are you going to beat my ass if I don't tell you about the stupid Dursleys?" "Fine, go ahead," the boy said, his voice suddenly high and wavering. "See if I bloody care." Severus gritted his teeth in aggravation at Potter's stubborn defiance. However, The man knew very well that shouting or punishing the child would only make things worse. Cringing at the boy's blatant disrespect, but using every ounce of control he possessed, Severus remained where he was standing, but he gave Potter a stern look. "No, Potter, I will not," Snape said matter-of-factly. Harry swallowed but still wouldn't make eye contact. "However, I may put a piece of soap in your mouth if you continue to use such crude language, as well as that impertinent tone." Snape expected a cheeky retort at his delivery, but to his surprise, the boy only stared into his lap, the rubber gloves squeaking as he attempted to scratch absently at the top of his hand. A moment of silence passed until it was broken by another rubbery squeak. Sighing in agitation, not necessarily aimed at Harry, Snape moved forward and gently grasped the floppy fingers of both gloves, pulling them off simultaneously. Harry had almost yanked back his hands in anger. But he didn't. Instead, at this intimation, Harry glanced up at his professor, but Snape wasn't looking at him. He seemed to be staring at Harry's hands. And following Snape's eyes, Harry looked down at his own left hand, a bit splotchy from the scratching. Unexpectedly, Harry watched as Snape held out his own hands, gesturing slightly with his fingers as the boy gaped in confusion. Awkwardly, and glancing up at his professor sporadically, Harry also put his hands out in front of him, palms up, quite oblivious to the whole ordeal. Using just his forefingers and thumbs, Snape took hold of the boy's wrists, to Harry's astonishment, and turned the small hands over briefly as if to check for blighted skin. Discovering none, Severus flipped the palms face up once more and released him rapidly. Balling his hands into loose fists, Harry glimpsed fleetingly into his professor's eyes, and for the first time, he noticed the tired lines around eyes that were as dark as the coffee he often had to brew for Uncle Vernon. But at the moment, they seemed to resemble rain-soaked mud. And finally, Harry decided maybe he did owe Snape the truth, at least part of it. An adult that took enough care to check Harry's hands for potion irritation and shrink his clothing couldn't be any more shocked by the reason for his gigantic trousers. Harry took a deep breath. "They were my cousins," Harry said softly. "He's bigger than me, and he's grown out of these." Hesitating for several seconds before leaning back against the basin, Snape offered Harry a curt nod. "And they're not just for play, correct?" Harry lowered his chin and shook his head. "Work, play, what's the damn difference? Where is your uncle employed, Mr. Potter?" Snape continued, quietly probing. "Grunning's drills," Harry mumbled, rubbing at a grass stain on his jeans. "And your cousin, where does he attend school?" Harry glanced up, looking at Snape strangely, unsure of what any of these questions had to do with his clothes. "Smeltings," Harry answered. "It's a private school." Snape nodded, seeming to focus on something across the room. Briefly, Harry turned around in his stool to see what it was, but there was nothing except stone walls and a few desks. "Very well, Mr. Potter," Snape exclaimed after a pensive moment. Harry waited. Snape raised an eyebrow, his face melting into an all-too-familiar smirk. "One more question." Slumping in his chair, Harry threw back his head a little. He hated questions. "What were you doing in the storage room when I asked you to return the vials?" Snape inquired, his voice taking on a more customary edge. The boy closed his eyes, groaning inaudibly. "Ah, yes, Mr. Potter," Snape said silkily, standing with his arms encompassed in the black robes, "just as I expected." "Out with it." Swinging his feet, Harry opened his eyes, tilted his head and sighed. "I found something," he began, carefully. "Where?" Harry stammered. "In a box." "I see," Snape replied. "And did you have permission to go looking for anything other than what you were instructed to find?" "No, sir," Harry muttered, feeling a bit ashamed again. "No, you did not," the potions master agreed sternly. "Now, you will go into that storage room and show me precisely what you discovered." Pressing his lips together, Harry slid down from the stool and walked ahead of Snape, looking back every few seconds at the positively smug professor who was following close behind. Slipping doubtfully into the storeroom, Harry dragged his feet over to the dismal-looking box, its flaps hanging wide open. How did he know? Harry wondered. "This box here," the boy mumbled, kneeling down, gazing up into Snape's indistinct facade, waiting for a reaction and still deciding whether or not the man was angry. Those are my things, Mr. Potter, Snape said with a frown. What could you have possibly found fascinating in that box? A defense against the dark arts book, Harry replied, relaxing back on his heels but cracking his knuckles in uncertainty. A shadow suddenly passed across the man's face. Which book? He demanded hotly. Grimacing, Harry reached into the box and pulled out the requested volume. This one. Snatching up the offered book, Snape gave Harry another stern look before pulling it close and reading the title. He lowered it forebodingly. You are not to look through this book, Snape scolded firmly, causing Harry's stomach to clench at the childish rebuke. This is not even appropriate for 7th years. I didn't, Harry cried, defending himself. It was just on top of the pile. I would not have left this lying around so carelessly. But you did, Professor. Harry insisted, rising up a bit on his knees. I swear it. Snape squinted again at the title, Defeating the Darkness. Harry sank back on his heels, watching intently. What's so bad about defense? Harry asked, a bit timidly. It's my favorite subject. Well, it was until this year. There is a difference between defeat and defense, foolish child, the potions master snapped. Oh, but to Harry, the distinction wasn't really that profound. How would I know? Harry thought scornfully. You'd think I was taking dramatics with Lockhart this year instead of defense, leaping around like an idiot on some sodding stage. You're interested in defense against the dark arts, Potter? Snape questioned, dropping the book to his side, softening the stern demeanor the tiniest bit. Yeah, Harry responded, I was. Snape considered this for a moment, and then swept forward, crouching down and rummaging through the box. After a moment, Snape pulled out another book, less than half the width of the apparently off-limits version. Here, Snape said, shoving the book into Harry's hands. What's this? You can read, Snape retorted, still crouched as if waiting for Harry to deliver the title. However, Harry glanced over the mildly marred cover, reading the title himself before sharing. Functional Uses of Defensive Magic, Volume 1. What's this for? Harry wondered, staring up at Snape. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation and shook his head. You said you were interested in defense, did you not? The words were a bit muffled against the professor's cupped palm. Well, yeah, but I have a lot of stuff to read for class, though, Harry all but stammered. Now you've got one more. Unsure whether to feel elated or dejected, Harry flipped through the skinny volume with his thumb and immediately perked up. Hey, this has demonstrations in it, Harry said excitedly. Look at all those pictures. His first-year text had been mostly explanatory. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Snape took Harry's chin in his hand and forced him to lock eyes, nearly startling the boy out of his wits. Listen to me carefully, Mr. Potter, Snape asserted very firmly. Defense against dark magic is not something you do for fun. It is not a game. It is something you study. Something you practice. Something that may one day save your life or someone else's. Harry was flabbergasted at Snape's seriousness. The man definitely wasn't playing around when it came to this stuff. The sudden shift in atmosphere sobered Harry right up. Yes, sir, I know, Harry replied meekly. No, Potter, you don't know, Snape cried, giving the boy's cheeks a squeeze. However, you should have known the seriousness, the vitality, of this subject matter by your very first defense lesson. Well, whose fault's that? Harry inwardly scoffed, but didn't feel like losing his cheeks, so he kept his mouth shut. After several tense seconds, and most likely sensing the recoiling look in the boy's eyes, Snape relaxed his hold, as well as the muscles in his face. Harry noticeably calmed down as well. Take the book, Potter. Read it, Snape instructed, releasing Harry's face. Perhaps if you can concentrate and sit still in potions on Tuesday, we'll discuss some beginner's tactics in defensive magic at the end of the period. Really? Harry asked, brightening. You'll teach me. I did not say that. But you said, and receiving yet another cold glare, Harry wisely bit back his retort. Mr. Potter, look at me, Snape commanded quietly. And Harry obeyed. You are to read this volume. And that is all. If I find out that you have even attempted any of these defensive tactics without my permission, I will take you across my knee and give you the spanking of your life. Is that absolutely clear? The boy blushed and nearly groaned in mortification, but there was nothing to do but respond. "Yes, sir." Satisfied, Snape stood, and Harry followed. But the professor didn't move. He continued to look meaningfully at Harry. "Do not disappoint me, Potter." Harry could only stare. No one had ever said anything like that to him in his entire life. The boy shook his head. "No, I won't." And somehow, Harry knew he meant it. Snape smirked. "We shall see, won't we?" But before Harry could answer, the man turned briskly, brushing his robes aside as he swept forward, leaving the boy standing alone in the storage room. Nerves buzzing, Harry stared down at his book, not sure of what was feeling. But after a few seconds, Harry simply tucked the treasure underneath his arm and hurried after his professor. Harry slumped on the bench he was perched on in the Great Hall and gave Ron a friendly scowl. It was a little after 10:30 at night and the two boys had been playing chess for over an hour. After 2 games, both in which Ron had been the victor, Harry couldn't help but smile. It was Saturday night, he had no more detentions with Snape, and for the first time in a week, Harry was able to eat his treacle tart in at dinner without any sort of impending doom hanging over his head. No more sorting and scrubbing of vials. No more nightly prowls. Harry was almost giddy with relief. And besides, he was rubbish at chess for the most part and usually didn't mind when Ron beat him. Sometimes Harry sensed that Ron felt second best at everything. But not when it came to chess. And that fact alone made Harry's chest swell with warmth for his best mate. "Well done," Harry commented, leaning over the chessboard, absently fingering an undamaged pawn with his right hand. Harry usually would have made some sort of smart, joking remark about how cleaning bedpans must have really helped Ron to focus, but he left it alone. Ron smiled his thanks. "Do you want to go back to the common room and see what everyone's doing?" Harry continued. "Yeah," Ron answered as he began to stand up. "You reckon Hermione's still in the library?" "No," Harry replied, watching as the chess pieces slowly repaired themselves and slid across the board, arranging themselves in the worn leather case in which Ron stored his chess set. "It's kind of late. She'll be coming back soon. The library closes at 11 on Saturday nights." Ron nodded. "Can you imagine studying that much on a weekend?" The redhead wondered out loud as he snapped the lid closed and scraped his chess set across the gleaming wood of the tabletop and tucked it vertically against his side. "Nope," Harry said as he stood up. "She is a bit mental when it comes to schoolwork." "Barking mad is more like it." Harry snickered under his breath as he shoved his jumper over his head, and then immediately jolted at the clear voice that emanated from across the table, the thick wool scratching against his cheeks as he tugged it down quickly. Even with a face full of dark gray jumper, Harry knew exactly who had craftily sneaked up behind Ron. "Maybe if you two spent more time in the library studying rather than playing this ridiculous game, you'd be able to answer questions in class instead of sitting there all glassy-eyed and bored," Hermione said haughtily, relishing in the ability to startle the both of them. "Hermione, where'd you come from?" Ron inquired, spinning around in surprise. "We were just talking about me." "I know," the girl finished, clutching 2 large books to her chest and blowing a piece of stray curly hair out of her eyes. "Very smooth, Ronald," she added softly with a smirk, using one of Ron's popular catchphrases that he had thrown her way the day before. Ron looked over helplessly at Harry. But Harry only stuffed his hands into his back pockets and shrugged, biting his lip and finding it very hard to keep the mirth out of his eyes and to fight down the twitch of laughter on his lips. "Listen, Ron," Hermione began, shifting her pile of books to rest heavily in the crook of one arm. "I need to talk to Harry for a few minutes." And seeing that the boy was cooking up a hefty complaint, Hermione continued hastily, "And you should go over and talk to your sister. She looks a bit sad." "Ginny?" Ron asked, whipping around and gazing inquisitively at his little sister who was staring vaguely at the tabletop, her usually shiny, ginger hair looking stringy and drab, a few pieces hanging in her face. "Huh," Ron remarked, "has she been here this whole time?" Again, Harry shrugged, but this time, he couldn't help staring worriedly at Ginny. She'd never looked so dejected. "Just go, Ron," Hermione commanded quietly. "This is only her first year, maybe she's having a hard time adjusting. It's been like 3 months. Go," Hermione said again, forcefully pointing towards the smallest Weasley. "Fine," Ron huffed, I'm going. Harry and Hermione could hear him muttering as he trudged between the rows. What do you think's the matter with her? Harry nearly whispered, still gazing at the very end of the long Gryffindor table. Oh, I'm sure she's all right, Hermione replied, swinging a leg over one of the benches and taking a seat in Ron's previously occupied spot at the table. And gesturing toward the opposite side of the table, Harry took a hint and plopped back down as well. Hermione folded her hands on top of the table and took a deep breath before speaking. Harry, if I ask you something, will you promise not to get angry? Why would I get angry? Well, you have to admit, Hermione interrupted, you've been rather moody lately. She shifted a bit as she raised her eyebrows as if to emphasize her point. Just promise, Harry. Okay, Harry said slowly, narrowing his eyebrows and scratching at his nose with the back of his hand. I won't. Hermione grimaced in a funny way, and for some reason, Harry suddenly knew her intention. He felt his face grow warm and he rubbed at his nose again, even though, this time, the itch was gone. She's going to ask me about last night, Harry thought, knowing very well that sooner or later, he would have been nearly throttled by one of the girl's inquisitions. Why does one of my best friends have to be a girl? They can tell everything. About last night, Harry. Damn, Harry thought as he clenched his fists underneath the table. He should have known that this was inevitable. What about it? The boy asked, determinedly keeping the irritation out of his tone. Hermione brushed her hair back and sighed without making any noise. You were crying, she stated quietly after a while. You never cry. And then you and Ron arguing. Hermione trailed off, glancing down at her small, pale hands that were now clasped tightly together. I'm worried about you, Harry. Harry stared meaningfully at Hermione, who now looked as sad and confused as Ginny. And he knew he couldn't lie to her. Not only would she peg him right away the minute he opened his mouth, but lying now would undoubtedly destroy something in their unspoken bond of friendship that, at the moment, meant more to Harry than his pride. Yeah, I was crying, Harry mumbled hoarsely, wishing his face didn't warm so easily. I tripped on my way back to find Ron, and Professor Snape was the one who caught me. Harry couldn't look at Hermione, but he could certainly hear her small, sharp gasp. What did he do? The girl asked breathlessly. Harry knew that this could be the moment where he unloaded every unjust thing Snape had put him through this past week, could complain about the smarting reprimand and concoct some sort of plan with Hermione to pay back Snape for what he'd done and demand that Dumbledore recant his decision to allow the potions master to deal with Harry as he saw fit. But all Harry could think of was the fact that he would never have to safety pin his old jeans again. And try as he might, the boy couldn't help but feel a small flutter of excitement in his stomach over the chance to learn defense properly. He took me into his office and punished me, Harry explained quickly, his neck so hot he was sure it was emitting heat waves. And Harry hurried on to the next concern before Hermione could stop him. I was kind of upset over a lot of. Wait, Hermione interrupted. Harry gritted his teeth. He punished you how? The girl continued, squinting her eyes and tilting her head in a probing manner. And wishing fervently that he could relate to his friend the misfortune of a whipping or even a hexing from Snape to justify his tears, Harry blushed and gazed hard at a glossed-over nick in the wood surface. I just got a few smacks is all. Admitting it out loud suddenly made Harry feel like a miserable wimp. What? Hermione nearly screeched, causing Harry to jump on the bench. He can't do that. That's what I thought too, Harry muttered, not sure if he felt more embarrassed about the subject matter or Hermione's passionate outburst, but I talked to Dumbledore, and apparently, Snape can. Dumbledore gave him permission, the boy continued, chewing on a thumbnail as he waited for further reaction from the girl. But Hermione only shook her head in a way, silently moving her mouth in a way that indicated that she was trying desperately to think of something to say. And for a brief moment, Harry felt like saying but he fixed my trousers just to break the awkward silence that hung in the air, despite the mild tittering from around them, but he thankfully realized how stupid that would sound and simply clamped his lips shut, letting his hand drop back into his lap. I don't understand, Hermione said thoughtfully after a while. Why would Dumbledore give Snape permission to hurt you like that? He's not hurting me, Harry immediately cut in without realizing the weight of his words. I mean, he's actually been kind of decent during detentions, the boy continued. Harry didn't feel like telling Hermione about his defense book, so he pressed on, stammering an explanation. I don't really understand it either. But, I think it's, maybe because everybody knows who I am in the wizarding world, and Dumbledore doesn't want me to look bad, or get into any more trouble, or something. After a moment, Hermione nodded slowly, considering this, especially after the flying car. Yeah, maybe, Harry mumbled, a bit relieved that Hermione was taking this better than he thought she would, but also somewhat depressed that, perhaps, like Dumbledore and McGonagall, Hermione thought it was a good idea. Hermione twisted a lock of hair around her fingertip as she glanced down the table at Ron, who appeared to be trying to cheer Ginny up without much luck. She kept her eyes fixed on the two Weasleys as she spoke. When are you going to tell Ron about this? Harry blanched. He knew he couldn't keep this from his best mate for much longer. But Ron was different than Hermione, and Harry was quite sure that it would take Ron much longer to accept it without swearing and ranting and threatening to put something lethal in Snape's morning coffee. And he'd most certainly give Harry a hard time for putting up with it. Soon, Harry promised, gazing down the long table as well, but let me tell him, okay. He averted his gaze very solemnly toward Hermione, almost pleadingly. It's kind of embarrassing. The girl nodded and tried to smile at Harry, but still looked slightly put out. I think Ron's just worried about you. After finding out that your aunt and uncle put bars on your window this summer, Hermione exclaimed softly, I don't think he means to be so aggressive sometimes, Harry. I bet he'd understand about Snape, eventually, anyway. Maybe, Harry answered, aware deep down that Hermione was probably right. But Harry wasn't in the mood to risk the ridicule just yet. You swear Snape's not being awful to you? No, he's really not, Harry said, as if he didn't truly believe it himself. He gave the girl a half smile. I think that's almost more disturbing than the fact that he can wallop me now. Hermione laughed lightly through her nose. Good point, she agreed as she glanced at the large clock that hung over the teacher's table. It's almost curfew. Let's go get Ron and go back to the common room. If he hasn't cheered Ginny up by now, he's more than likely driven her mad. Harry laughed as he stood up. No kidding. Late Sunday morning after breakfast, Harry sat cross-legged in the middle of his bed flipping through the Defense Against the Dark Arts book that Snape had given him. He'd been gripping his wand feverishly and tapping it against his knee as he glanced at the elaborate drawings among the detailed descriptions of shield charms and reflective spells. Harry was dying to try something, anything, in the book. Reading the first 3 chapters had been more interesting than he had originally thought, and the defensive spells seemed quite easy. However, Harry knew better. And he wasn't daft enough to deliberately land himself in trouble after he'd been given a clear warning, not to mention a penalty for disobeying. Sighing heavily, Harry shut the book and tossed it toward the foot of his bed. And lifting his wand, he practiced igniting the end of his wand with the Lumos incantation over and over, until the soft blue light was so robust it was almost blinding. Severus drummed his fingers in a steady rhythm against his desk during second-year potions on Tuesday afternoon, glancing up every so often to monitor the students as they stirred and bottled their solutions that, if mixed properly, would heal very small surface cuts on the skin. Severus frowned. Something had been brewing between Malfoy and Potter ever since the two had entered the classroom. He'd seen Draco pass a note to Potter as discreetly as possible, and Severus could tell from the gradually mutinous look on the boy's face as he read its contents that the note contained something particularly offensive. But instead of scribbling back a reply, Potter simply crumpled the note in his fist before Weasley, who had leaned over, could read it and stared at the back of Malfoy's head, penetrating him with an icy glare. Potter's face was crimson. Instinctively, Severus wanted to snatch the note and cuff the Slytherin in the back of the head for interrupting his class. But the man rarely, if ever, reprimanded his Slytherins in public. They later paid dearly for their misconduct. Instead, Severus ignored them both and allowed the situation, whatever it was, to diminish on its own. But as the bells chimed to indicate the end of the double period, Potter was clearly still fuming as he angrily stuffed his belongings into his satchel, and Malfoy was smirking in his customary superior way that often infuriated Severus. He watched as they swaggered out of the classroom, Crabbe and Goyle in tow, while Potter, shrugging off his own friend's comments, bolted ahead of Granger and Weasley, obviously forgetting his appointment to discuss defense with the potion's master. However, the boy's eyes were hard, unfamiliar, and determined as he nearly threw open the door to the classroom. Severus knew exactly where Potter was headed. Harry pushed his way ahead of several meandering students, spotting the glowing hair a short way down the corridor. Harry was so angry, so disgusted, he felt like his insides were bursting. The blood pulsed in his cheeks as he barreled forward. Catching up with Malfoy, he grabbed a fistful of the Slytherin's hood and jerked him backwards away from his cronies. Malfoy stumbled in surprise and looked up at Harry with a startled look that quickly melted into rage. "What's the idea, Potter?" Malfoy spat hatefully, holding both hands askew to stop his larger friends from mechanically charging forward, their meaty fists clenched. "Harry, wait," the boy heard Hermione say. But Harry didn't back down an inch. He breathed heavily. "I would worry about your own family, Malfoy, instead of making comments about people who are worth more than you and your fucking slimeball of a father will ever be." The boy nearly shouted, shaking with fury. For an instant, Malfoy looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him, his pale skin flushed instantly. However, the moment was fleeting, as Harry watched the eyes grow wide with fear and he seemed to be glancing over Harry's shoulder. But the boy didn't have a chance to even turn around as he was grabbed by the collar of his robes and wrenched around roughly. Harry stared into Professor Snape's hard, furious face. The man glanced wildly around at the small crowd that had clustered around the potential conflict. "Go," Snape barked to the surrounding audience. They all dispersed quickly. Crabbe and Goyle scampered away nearly as hurriedly, but Ron and Hermione moved more slowly, especially Hermione, her face creased with worry. "Malfoy, you will stay." But the Slytherin stood petrified. He hadn't even attempted to move. Snape glared coldly at the two Gryffindors until they rounded the corner anxiously. When all traces of adolescent witnesses were nowhere in sight, Snape pulled Harry a few feet down the corridor and stood him against the wall, pressing his nose up against the stone. The man bent down slightly as he spoke directly into Harry's ear. "Move an inch from this spot, Potter, and you will sorely regret it," Snape seethed in a whisper, causing shivers to cascade quickly up and down the boy's spine. Harry's heart was pounding thickly, and he was having a difficult time gaining his breath, especially now, but he only closed his eyes and rested his forehead against the jagged stone. "Oh, no," Harry thought miserably, "I'm dead." He was still unbelievably angry at Malfoy for the unprovoked, low blow against the Weasleys, but now the rage that pulsed in his chest was accompanied by a sickening jolt of panic at Snape's words. Standing rigidly at his place against the wall, Harry could hear the professor's low, stern mumbling several feet away where Malfoy stood. "But Professor," Malfoy whined in a small voice, "that will take me all night." "Now," Snape thundered, and Harry jumped, his forehead scraping against the wall. He cringed as he heard Malfoy's footsteps grow faint down the corridor and Snape's become increasingly louder. Suddenly, Harry felt a rough, warm hand on the back of his neck. "Back to the classroom, Mr. Potter," Snape ordered tersely. Immediately, yet full of regret, Harry obeyed the pressure on his neck and moved forward, dreading whatever was to come. When they entered the classroom, Harry started to tremble. He was going to get it for almost attacking Malfoy, a Slytherin, he just knew it. But Harry had to at least try and explain. "Professor, I didn't mean to," Harry began weakly as he was marched over to the counter next to the basin. "Quiet," Snape said shortly. Without a second thought, he turned Harry to face him before removing his hand from the boy's neck. And then quickly, Snape lifted Potter from under the arms and dumped him on the countertop firmly. Harry's shoes involuntarily bounced against the cabinet doors underneath him, but Snape didn't notice. The man had crouched down and moved over a few cabinets, opening a door and reaching far into the back. Harry's hands were sweating profusely as he watched his professor. It didn't take Snape long to find what he was searching for. Straightening up, Snape juggled the small, thin bar of cream-colored soap in his hand. Harry stiffened and pressed his damp hands against the counter as the potion's master broke off a thumb's length of the pale yellow bar. The boy nearly whimpered in horror when he realized that he wasn't being punished for approaching Malfoy so viciously, he was going to get soap in his mouth for his language. Had he really yelled it that loud? "I'll never swear again," Harry attempted shakily, staring at the tiny, bitter fragment in Snape's hand, not caring how stupid he sounded. He didn't want that disgusting crap on his tongue. "Oh, I am sure, Potter," Snape said mockingly as he rolled his eyes. "Open up." Already wrinkling his nose and gazing pitifully at the soap, Harry opened his mouth as far as he dared. Reaching forward, Snape deposited the square on the boy's tongue. 2 minutes, the man informed as he pressed Harry's mouth closed with his forefinger, teeth together. He reached into his robes to retrieve his pocket watch, and glancing down once at the gold face, Snape gestured with the watch as if to remind Harry that he was, indeed, keeping track of what would possibly be the longest 120 seconds of the boy's life. At first the soap tasted almost sweet, but after a few seconds, Harry felt his tongue begin to sting with a pungent tang. Breathing powerfully through his nose, Harry chose a spot on the opposite wall on which to focus. He sat with his back arched, clenching and unclenching his fists as he tried to mentally count down the seconds. "Okay, you can do this, Harry," the boy thought as he pep-talked his way through his first taste of soap. 1 minute, Snape called out from his desk. Harry wouldn't look, but it sounded as if he were shuffling papers. "No, I can't do it," the boy thought bleakly, trying not to shift the soap around on his tongue. But his eyes were beginning to stream, and Harry could feel the saliva pooling at his bottom row of teeth. "I'm gonna sick up." Harry jiggled his foot in desperate impatience as he waited for Snape to announce that his final minute was up. Then finally, right when Harry felt like he might cry for real, he saw Snape in his peripheral vision rise from the desk and glance down at the pocket watch. "That will do," the man said. And without meaning to, Harry made an odd sound in the back of his throat, something between a whimper and a cry of relief, as he opened his mouth as wide as he could. Sticking out his tongue, Harry let the slimy soap drop into his professor's outstretched hand. He had never had to spit so badly in his life. Frowning at the glimmering bar in his hand, Snape raised an eyebrow at Harry before chucking the used bar in the sink with a dull thunk. And wiping his hand off on a nearby towel, Snape lifted Harry off of the countertop and placed him in front of the basin. Without waiting for instruction, Harry emptied his mouth of soapy residue before turning the faucet on full blast and sticking his open mouth underneath the powerful stream, allowing the cold water run over his tongue. However, all too soon, Snape shut off the water, to Harry's disappointment, and handed the boy a towel. As Harry dried his face and the edge of his fringe that had accidentally gotten wet, he swore on everything he loved that he would never say the F word again in his life. Ever. Snape leaned against a nearby table, waiting and looking very stern, and Harry knew that the moment he set down his towel, he was in for a scolding. Feeling properly chastised, Harry moved over to his stool, and pulling it out from underneath the table, he climbed up. He stared down at his dark trousers, dotted with small splashes of water from the basin. "Eyes up, Potter," Snape commanded quietly, "because it is important that you completely understand what I am about to say." Slowly, Harry looked up, the taste of soap on his tongue just barely lingering but no longer bitter. "Although your language is deplorable," Snape began, not a single trace of warmth in his tone or face, "the discipline you just received was not merely about watching your mouth." Harry found it very difficult to look Snape in the eye when he was being scolded, but he did it anyway, hating his weakness, the way his face felt like it was made of putty. At times like these, Harry felt very juvenile at 12 years old. "Rather, Mr. Potter, it is about learning self-control," Snape continued, his eye contact purposefully penetrating, "about restraining yourself in uncontainable situations. And unless you learn to hold your tongue when necessary, for instance, you will never acquire the skills to learn defense. You will not succeed in life." Harry's face grew warm in shame, but he retained his own eye contact. "As such, you will one day, eventually, be forced to make your own decisions regarding all things in your life, good and bad, and without proper discipline, Potter, look at me, without control, you will fail." Harry bit his lip. He knew that there was something important about Snape's lecture. But he couldn't help feeling that although he shouldn't have sworn so viciously at Malfoy and berated his father, Harry was justified in standing up for the Weasleys. Malfoy had no right to call them dirty and scum and blood traitors, whatever that meant. Obviously no one had taught him the benefit of self-restraint. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Snape demanded solemnly, tilting his head as if he were trying to read Harry's face. The boy wanted to nod and offer a hearty yes, sir, but he could only squint as he struggled to find words. Listen carefully, Mr. Potter, Snape said with a sigh, trying a different approach. You are young. And the correction you are receiving for poor decisions and uncouth behavior will deter you presently. And finally, Harry nodded, trying hard to understand. However, Snape continued, softly and more slowly than before, the aftertaste of soap in your mouth will fade and the pain left in your bottom after a sound smacking does not last. But the consequences of a poor decision, most especially when there is no one around to prevent you from making that choice, may leave scars that cannot be repaired. Harry stared. Well, when you put it that way. Therefore, you must begin practicing self-discipline now, Potter. Snape straightened up and looked carefully at the tousled child perched awkwardly on the stool in front of him. Even at 12 years old, you are capable of control. Yes, sir, Harry whispered, his voice cracking on each word, as he found his tongue to be a bit dry, most likely from the soap. But Professor, how come you let Malfoy get away with saying whatever he likes? You should hear what he calls the Weasleys. Snape closed his eyes, fighting back the frustration. He meant for his small soliloquy to have quite a different effect, a long-lasting result, but alas, Potter was just a boy. Of course he'd find Malfoy's escape versus his own punishment to be undoubtedly unfair. And that above all else, would be prioritized as most important. Potter, Snape said, more loudly this time with an air of his usual smirk, Mr. Malfoy is currently in his dormitory completing 700 lines for me. Would you care to join him? And sitting up straight on his stool, Harry shook his head quickly. No. No, sir. Never mind. Snape commented absently, the corners of his mouth curling in his own amused way. Very well, Potter, I trust you have the volume one gave you. Yes, sir. And with a sweep of his robes, Snape strode swiftly to the door of the classroom, holding it open and glaring at Harry, who was sitting stock still in his seat. Must I put you under the imperious curse to get you moving, foolish boy? The what? Get up, Potter, Snape instructed. Where are we going? Harry asked, slipping down and hoisting up his shoulder bag. He walked slowly toward his professor. Have you heard the noise among the walls at all since you last informed me of it? Snape inquired, eyeing Harry as he moved forward. No, Harry shook his head, I haven't. Well then, Mr. Potter, Snape said with a slight jerk of his head, pressing his hand in the middle of Harry's back to steer him out of the classroom, perhaps we may see a turn of events this afternoon. Huh. And allowing the door to swing shut, Snape narrowed his dark eyes at the boy's inarticulate slang but paid no notice this time. Welcome, Mr. Potter, to your first lesson in defense. Harry half jogged down the dark dungeon corridor in order to keep up with his professor's long strides, but he wasn't having much luck. Buggering hell. Slow down, Harry thought in frustration, as he walked swiftly, the cool, damp air sweeping across his shins. However, as Harry gritted his teeth, his recently scoured tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, and he immediately frowned in repulsion, and blushed in remembrance. The flavor of the strong soap lingered on his taste buds like a chewed-up peppermint. But it definitely didn't taste as good. Harry pressed his lips together as he walked, making sure that nothing else flew out of his mouth, even on accident. Suddenly, Snape halted and spun around. Stopping as well, but jolting back in surprise, Harry held his breath as he stared up at Snape, grimacing oddly. Good God, could the man hear his thoughts? Snape lowered his eyebrows, curling the right side of his mouth in a questioning manner. Problem, Potter? He asked in a low voice, his narrowed eyes perusing the boy's awkward stance. Harry, you idiot. Glancing down himself, the boy noticed that his hands were splayed out stiffly in front of him. No, sir. You startled me, is all, Harry explained quietly, feeling stupid. He lowered his hands quickly. Comforting to know I still have that effect on even you, Potter, Snape said in a slightly sardonic manner as he pulled out the ebony wand that he'd tucked inside of his robes. He gestured with a curt tilt of his head, indicating for Harry to follow. Unsure whether or not Snape was making fun of him, Harry hurried over to his professor's side, taking larger steps this time. He fixed his eyes on the somewhat sodden stone floor, shoving his hands into the pockets of his trousers, feeling partly ashamed and partly irritated at the remark. In defense, Snape spoke up suddenly as they rounded a corner. It is vital not simply to be aware of your surroundings, but rather to be precisely certain of them. And pausing again in his trek forward, Snape held out his forearm against Harry's middle, preventing the boy from gaining distance as well. Harry stilled, but this time, he only allowed his eyes to travel slightly upward, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the potion's master. However, to Harry's surprise, he felt a solid hand on his left shoulder, and as if drawn magnetically, the boy turned his head to the side, his eyes sliding over to identify the warmth. His professor's hand was so close that Harry could make out the barely visible ridges on the fingernails. The boy briefly thought about pushing Snape's hand away, but he was pretty sure that wouldn't go over well. "Potter," Snape began, gazing down at the top of the dark, messy head of hair. And then Harry felt his chin being lifted gently. Snape's hand smelled faintly of the soap that Harry had nearly gagged on and something else, new wood, perhaps. Harry glanced up at Snape through a smudge on his glasses. "It was not my intent to startle you," the man said gravely, yet softly. "Nevertheless, I do expect your full attention when I am explaining something as important as this." Cracking his knuckles, Harry wanted badly to chew on his fingernails the way he often did when he wasn't sure how to respond. Was Snape lecturing or apologizing? Harry had no idea. All he knew was that his stern professor didn't explain himself often. And for some reason, the calm in Snape's tone gave Harry the strength to retain eye contact with the man. He nodded against Snape's fingers. "Very well," Snape replied, removing his hand from underneath Harry's chin but leaving the other one resting on the boy's shoulder as he picked up where he left off. "As I was saying, Mr. Potter, you must become conscious of everything that surrounds you. You must pay attention." "To what?" Harry wondered, reaching up to give his glasses a firm nudge. "To your senses." Snape removed his hand. "Come along." As they began moving again, Harry noticed that Snape was walking slower than before, slowly enough for Harry to maintain a brisk pace alongside the man. "I don't get it," Harry said after a few minutes of walking in silence. He looked up at Snape with a squinty expression. "You will," Snape assured him without returning the stare. "You seem to catch on rather quickly." Even if Harry wanted to, he couldn't have suppressed the small smile that strained the corners of his mouth. He shifted his eyes up towards Snape once more, knowing very well that the potion's master wouldn't look down at him, having already disregarded the subtle compliment. But still, Harry couldn't help smiling. When they reached the stairs that led to the first floor, Harry shot forward, suddenly overcome by a surge of energy. Bouncily, he took the steps two at a time. "Where are we going, Professor?" "Whoa." Harry nearly lost his balance halfway up the staircase as he felt a tug on the hood of his robes. And then Snape was very close. "Enough of your flitting about, Mr. Potter," Snape reprimanded, releasing the boy's hood but remaining nearby. "You will keep this juvenile behavior under control." "Sorry," Harry offered in a slightly bewildered apology, yet the edge of the boy's tone was curled with a hint of mirth at Snape's touchiness. "I would advise you to channel that absurd energy into your defense lessons," Snape continued, more mildly, pressing a firm hand in the middle of Harry's back to propel him forward. "Yes, sir," Harry mumbled as he plodded up the stairs in single steps this time. He wiggled his shoulder blades, hoping Snape would take a hint, but the pressure on his back only increased. And finally, Harry gave up. With a scowl, he allowed Snape to guide him. Of course, only then did Snape remove his hand and gesture toward the final flight of stairs. For some reason, it suddenly struck Harry that he really was acting childish. And it made his stomach squirm with embarrassment. "Which floor are we going to, Professor?" Harry inquired, attempting to sound as polite as possible. After all, Snape didn't have to give him extra lessons in defense. "The second." Harry really felt like asking how come. But he only nibbled on the corner of his bottom lip as they climbed up the last 3 steps and nodded. There were no classrooms on the second floor that Harry knew of. The corridors were dark, almost as dismal as the dungeons, and the heavy wooden doors were all sealed. But as much as Harry wanted to ask questions, he figured Snape's patience was just about spent. So Harry simply let his eyes wander back and forth between the width of the corridor as he and Snape made their way through the gloom. However, Snape cleared his throat in a preparatory way that caused Harry to snap his head up in the man's direction. Many of the rooms in this particular wing of the second floor are used for storage, the man explained, nodding toward one of the closed doors to Harry's right. A few are classrooms that are no longer in use. Can I go look in one? Harry piped up before he could stop himself. I mean, may I? No, Potter, not now. Harry felt his cheeks sag a bit in disappointment, even though he figured Snape would say something like that. What is most useful to our lesson at the moment, Mr. Potter, is not an empty classroom but rather the empty corridor, Snape continued, slowing down as they edged around a corner and reached a long corridor with only 3 gleaming closed doors and smooth stone walls on either side. What's the difference? Harry wondered aloud, tracing a ridge in the stone with the tip of his forefinger. Today, Mr. Potter, I am going to teach you how to magnify sound, Snape began, virtually ignoring Harry's question. The man gave a minute roll of his eyes as he reached out and clamped Harry's absently trailing finger in between his thumb and a few of his own fingers. Harry watched as Snape simply escorted his small hand down to hang by his thigh. And he certainly didn't miss the tired, vaguely aggravated glare that followed. Are you capable of focusing for the next half hour, or shall we simply skip this afternoon's practical session and work in the text? Snape exclaimed in what Harry felt to be a quite patronizing way. What am I, a bloody toddler? I'm listening, Harry emphatically stated. Snape held up a finger in a warning gesture, but before he could begin scolding, Harry pressed on. I mean, I think it sounds pretty cool. I'll probably be able to hear the voice better, won't I? Biting his lip, the boy studied his professor's face for a reaction. The first defense lesson didn't sound terribly exciting, but Harry was sort of proud of himself for suddenly catching on. Possibly, Snape replied slowly, straying over each syllable as he cocked a single eyebrow. The minute of consideration was most likely Snape digesting the miracle of Potter actually understanding his intention without having to resort to relating an intricate, adolescent version of the mechanism. Harry could tell this simply by the look on Snape's face. And at the moment, he found that concept hilarious. The boy gave himself a discreet pinch on the thigh to help himself swallow the laugh that was threatening to burst from his throat. I shall demonstrate the incantation, Potter, and you will observe, Snape informed in a serious, quiet tone that sobered Harry right up. Knowing that Snape's solemn demeanor indicated importance, Harry backed up a few small steps and leaned his shoulders against the wall, the cold stone penetrating even through his robes. Pushing up his sleeves, Snape cleared his throat and fingered his sturdy wand in a delicate way that Harry found almost mesmerizing. But as Snape poised his wand, he seemed to change his mind, instantly lowering the wand and crooking his finger toward Harry. Come here, Mr. Potter. And Harry, figuring he was already quite close, offered his professor a confused look, but he moved forward until he was about a foot away from the man's nose. Snape put a hand on either one of Harry's shoulders and crouched down, looking him right in the eye. I want you to go down to the end of the corridor. The very end. And when I give you leave, you will recite the ingredients of the potion you brewed in my class today, Snape instructed in a very low voice. You need to speak as quietly as I am speaking right now. Yes, sir, Harry whispered, feeling a bit odd, as if the two were sharing a secret. Why do you suppose I have asked you to do such a thing? Harry thought for a moment. Magnification. Loud noises. Probably like when Dudley turns his Nintendo up on the loudest volume and Aunt Petunia tells him his eardrums are going to start bleeding. Because yelling or talking loud when the sound is magnified will hurt your ears, won't it? Harry answered, still speaking in a hushed voice. Precisely, Snape agreed with a nod. Now do as I've instructed. Snape ended the peculiar, quiet conversation by giving Harry's shoulders a brief squeeze and swiveling him around toward the other end of the corridor. Go on. Harry bolted down the corridor in a jog, spinning around when he had almost reached the end and continued taking a few steps backward, like some boys did in primary school when they were getting into position to play cricket. Is this good? Harry called out. That will do. Harry stood very still while Snape pushed his sleeves up again and gracefully raised his wand. Sonatus amplificarum, Snape recited clearly as he waved his wand in a broad circular motion. Harry stiffened. He waited for some sort of spark to fly out of the dark wood. Waited for the air to start swirling, or something. But everything was still. He stared hard at Snape, waiting for a signal. The man was blurry, standing so far down the corridor, even through Harry's glasses. However, Snape not only nodded, but gestured with his wandless hand for Harry to begin his recitation. Crushed nettles, Harry began, speaking as softly as he often did in History of Magic when Professor Binns was droning on about nothing. Lavender, powdered forewings of, brine flies. Harry thought he saw Snape nod. Can he actually hear me? The boy continued down the list of ingredients until he reached liquefied bee pollen. Is that it? Harry whispered, feeling silly. It was as if he'd gone crazy and was talking to himself. Snape waved his wand in a brisk pattern and pocketed it inside his robes. All right, Potter, come back, he called out in a moderate voice that echoed hollowly off of the surrounding walls. Strolling forward quickly, Harry met Snape halfway, chewing on the insides of his cheeks and surveying the potions master's face carefully for any sign that spoke of Harry's failure to list off the correct ingredients. Harry thought he'd done it correctly, but he was pretty much rubbish in potions. Did it work? Inspiring recitation, Potter, Snape said, smirking condescendingly. But Harry wasn't as bothered by his professor's patronization as he was during his first year. The man's eyes weren't piercing and dark the way they often looked last year when he'd slinked around Harry's workspace in potions, pointing out his mistakes every few minutes. It was a different sort of smirk. And Harry counteracted the expression with his own half-smile. Wand out, Snape ordered. Harry complied, lifting his jumper a bit and pulling his treasured holly wand out of the waistband of his trousers. Even though the spell was simple, Harry felt his palms tingle with excitement. He loved doing magic. Repeat after me, Sonatus Amplificarum, Snape enunciated clearly. Harry repeated the incantation. Again, Potter, accent the fourth syllable this time. When Harry did so, Snape had him practice the wand movement without speaking the incantation simultaneously. It took 3 tries before Harry got it right. Acceptable, Snape exclaimed in a clipped tone. When you are in position, after you have spoken the incantation, I will say something this time, and you will repeat it back to me when you return from your end of the corridor. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Harry answered with a nod. He pushed up the sleeves of his robes just as Snape had while he walked back to the place he'd just vacated. When Harry was in position, he raised his wand slowly, closing his eyes in concentration and twisting it a few times in his hand before reciting the spell. The fourth syllable, the fourth syllable. Harry opened his eyes. Sonatus Amplificarum. The boy waved his wand elaborately as he spoke. Nothing. He bit his lip in embarrassment and gave a small shake of his head. Try again, Potter. Relax your arm, Snape prompted, appearing as if it was completely normal to botch up a spell the first time around. Taking a deep breath, Harry relaxed the muscles in his neck and shoulders and repeated the process. Instantly, dull white noise erupted all around him, crashing in his ears. It sounded like a massive amount of radio static. When Harry lowered his wand, he heard every rustle and swish of fabric against fabric. Can you hear me, Potter? Snape's voice sounded odd, like he was speaking through a pipe, but the words were clear. It sounded as if Snape was standing right beside him, speaking into his ear. The closeness and crispness of his professor's voice caused his skin to break out into goosebumps. Harry nodded. His own breathing roared against his eardrums. Good. Listen carefully. The following 3 ingredients are essential in producing a wit-sharpening potion. But all of the sudden, Harry could only see Snape's lips moving as all of the boy's senses were engulfed by a strong whispering, unnerving voice. Louder than ever. Harry's limbs turned to ice and his tongue went instantly dry. Must kill soon. Blood, kill, kill. Professor, Harry squeaked. His mouth felt as if it were full of dust. His voice echoed, heavy and slurred, in his head as he spoke. Snape stopped speaking. Harry couldn't make out distinct features on the man's face, but he definitely thought he saw his professor moving forward. He must have heard. Harry spun around. The voice was now hissing, like sharp, heavy, continuous breaths sucked through teeth. There was another corridor to his right, and the heavy scraping against the walls told Harry that the thing was moving. Among the rasping noise that throbbed all around Harry, he vaguely heard Snape call out to him. The man sped up, his robes flowing, cape-like behind him. "I heard it, Professor," Harry cried, as he beckoned toward the potion's master. Snape was almost 20 feet away. A great feeling of bravery flowed through Harry's veins and melted his frozen limbs. He wasn't alone in this. Elated, he sprinted forward down the nearest corridor. The pounding of his soles crashed madly in his ears as he ran. "It's moving." All the sounds were one. Harry's panting, his footsteps, the scraping, Snape's voice. As Harry whipped around to see how closely Snape was following, he suddenly stumbled, splashing through 2 inches of standing water. The edges of his robes and trousers were soaked and heavy, and in his confusion, Harry tripped among the sopping wet material and fell forward, catching himself painfully on his hands and knees. He felt the flesh of his palms scrape sickeningly across the rough, stone floor. But before he had time to register the acute smarting or even ponder over the source of the water, he heard Snape's booming, muffled voice close behind. "Finite incantatem." It was as if all sound had been sucked into a vacuum. Harry sat back on his heels in the dense puddle, panting. Through the water drops on his glasses, he saw that he was kneeling in front of the girls' lavatory. He heard brisk splashing behind him, and Harry looked over his shoulder at Snape. Is all this water from the toilet?" But Harry was cut off instantly as he felt himself pulled up roughly from around the waist and carried a few feet away from the water before he was placed firmly on the ground. "I heard it," Harry began feebly, taken aback by the forceful way in which he was retrieved from the water. But as he tried to turn around to face his professor, Harry felt his drenched robes swept to the side, and not more than a second later, he felt a hard hand crack him solidly across the bottom. The sharp echo caused by the hard smack to the wet seat of Harry's trousers bounced impressively off the stone corridor. Stunned, Harry lost his breath for a moment. That was the last thing he'd been expecting. And it hurt. Snape yanked him around and grasped his shoulders firmly. "What did I do?" Harry thought wildly, pulling back. Snape looked livid. "You, young man, do not run from me," Snape lectured severely. I wasn't," Harry explained, shaking his head vigorously. "I heard the voice in the walls, and it was moving, and I saw you following. I called out to you, Potter." Snape continued his tirade. "I told you to come back. I didn't hear you, and you simply ran ahead, without waiting for me, directly into a potentially dangerous situation." "What are you talking about?" Harry cried, throwing up his hands in frustration. "It could have gotten away." "It did get away, Professor." "Potter, your hands," Snape said with a frown. Releasing the boy's shoulders, he leaned down and carefully took one of Harry's damp, chilly hands and gazed pointedly at the scraped and bleeding palm. He repeated the same process with the other hand. Harry frowned sourly at Snape but allowed him to survey the damage. Snape glanced up into the pinched face. "Your first lesson in defense, Mr. Potter, and already you're bleeding and soaked to the skin." The man shook his head as if he were at a complete loss. Harry only shrugged. Snape sighed heavily and began removing the boy's robes gingerly, as not to touch his injured hands. He bundled up the sodden material and tucked it under an arm. "All right, Potter, let's get you cleaned up." Standing at the ever-familiar basin in the dungeon classroom, clothing now warm and dry, Harry reluctantly held his hands, palms up, above the drain. He made a face as he looked up at Snape, who was holding a skinny glass bottle full of a clear, liquid substance. The man seemed to have calmed down considerably during the walk back to the classroom, and although Harry wasn't sure why Snape had mellowed out, he was definitely grateful. "That stuff is gonna burn," Harry matter-of-factly informed his professor but made no move to jerk his hands back. "Only a baby would be afraid of that. It is only peroxide," Snape said as he took hold of one of the boy's wrists. "It shouldn't." Harry held his breath and sucked in his stomach as Snape poured the solution over his scrapes. The liquid began bubbling madly, but Snape was right, it didn't sting. "Brilliant," Harry commented and held his other palm closer to the potion's master so he could get it cleaned as well. "Mind-boggling," Snape followed up in a dry tone. When the bubbling stopped, Snape gently patted the boy's wounds dry with a thin towel. And now, to heal the skin, Snape said as he walked back to a nearby cupboard. Harry gazed at his hands as he waited for Snape to grab the bandages and whatever else he was going to use to fix the abrasions. Unfortunately, the sting in his hands was no longer doing battle with the sting in his bum. Not that either situation was a good thing, however, the pain in his hands had doubled and caused him to wince every once in a while. Too bad the humiliation of getting scolded hadn't faded as quickly, but even so, Harry tried to just forget about it. He decided, as they walked back to the classroom, that he couldn't spend the rest of his second year embarrassed and timid over a little telling off. Ron seemed to get over that howler by the end of the day it had come, and if his best mate could survive getting chewed out by his mum in front of the whole school, Harry supposed he could deal with Snape. He just wished the guilty twinge would leave his stomach. Closing the cupboard, Snape stalked back over to Harry and handed him a small vial filled with a light blue solution. Harry frowned in puzzlement as he read the label. Potter, Harry, Surface Cuts Solution. Harry looked up at Snape, perplexed. But this is the one I made, he said softly. It is, Snape replied, with a nod as he leaned against the countertop. How do you know it's going to work? Harry asked, tilting the thick, cloudy potion back and forth in his hand. Try it. It won't work, Harry insisted, shaking his head. I'm no good at making potions. Potter, do you honestly believe I would give you a potion that would harm you? Snape demanded, holding on to his calm facade. For Merlin's sake, Potter. Oh, all right, Harry said with a sigh, uncorking the bottle and pouring a small circle of the creamy blue potion in the middle of one palm. Gently, he rubbed it in, gritting his teeth and bracing himself in case the skin of his hand just melted right off. However, a cool sensation immediately spread over his palm, followed by a pleasant tingling. And slowly, quietly, the scraped skin repaired itself. Harry looked up at Snape, his mouth open in befuddlement. Do the other hand, Snape told the boy, and Harry obeyed. When both hands were healed, the skin soft and pale again, Harry wordlessly sealed the remaining substance and handed it back to his professor. He couldn't believe it. He'd actually brewed a potion correctly. 2 successes in one day, Mr. Potter, Snape commented as he replaced the half-empty vial back in the cupboard. Inwardly, Harry smiled. Closing the door once again, the man turned, and won disappointment. Harry cringed, the gill twisting and dripping like a wet, wrung-out rag in his stomach. I didn't run away from you on purpose, Harry muttered, rubbing his right thumb in circles along his repaired palm. I wasn't trying to prove anything. Perhaps not, Potter, Snape replied, moving forward and resuming his position against the counter. However, you must take into consideration the consequences of your actions before you rush headlong into them. Harry nodded, staring at the floor. I know. If you know, then you will not make the same mistake next time. You will do better. I expect nothing less. There it was again. Snape expected something from him. Harry shifted his eyes up to meet his professor's and nodded again. Yes, sir, he replied. What else was one to say? After several seconds of quiet, Harry spoke up again. Professor Potter, Snape replied in his habitual fashion. We need to do something about what I've been hearing in the walls, Harry said, more strongly he felt. I think it really wants to hurt someone. Snape said nothing as he considered the boy's words. I will investigate further. But Professor, Harry pleaded, I'm the only one who can hear it, and who knows when I'll hear it again. Snape held up his hand for silence. And Harry closed his mouth grudgingly, biting back a glare. Fine, Potter, we will investigate further. Widening his eyes in disbelief, Harry's face brightened. However, Snape continued, pointing his finger at sternly for emphasis, you will only seek out the source of the noise when you are with me. And you will obey everything I instruct you to do during defense lessons and the like. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded intently. Yeah, it is. I swear it. Gather your things, then, Snape instructed, gesturing toward Harry's shoulder bag that, at the last second, he'd hastily thrown back onto one of the tables before heading to the second floor. We will meet again after potions on Friday. Read the second half of your defense book, beginning with chapter 5 if you haven't already. I will, Harry replied as he reached for his shoulder bag and threw it over his head. Snape walked over to where Harry stood and handed him his dry robes. In addition, you may want to inform your friends that you are, indeed, alive and well, Snape remarked absently, nodding toward the door. What do you mean? And with a swish of his wand, the door to the classroom flew open. However, all Harry heard was an odd squeal followed by fast, clipped footsteps and Hermione's gradually diminishing, admonishing voice. Ron had to be with her. Oh, no, how did you know? Harry asked, his eyes wide. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or be horrified. Merlin, his friends were daft sometimes, but still, they were his friends. Snape gestured toward the small window at the very top of the door. Harry glanced up at the window and back toward the potion's master, baffled at how he seemed to miss either Hermione's bushy head or Ron's bright red one peeking over the top of the door. Run along, Potter, Snape said with a smirk, you need to eat dinner. Harry nodded as he walked toward the exit, but holding onto the doorframe, he paused before twisting over his shoulder to look at Snape. Might as well try it, Harry thought as he offered the man a light smile. See you, Professor. After a brief pause of his own, Snape gave a quick nod in acknowledgement, good night. Pushing the door closed, Harry removed his shoulder bag, alternating holding the strap in his left and right hands as slipped on his robes. They were still warm, and the twisting ache in his stomach was long gone. Funny how quickly that feeling came and went. He sighed. All he had to worry about now was how to break the news to Ron that Snape really wasn't a git after all. But knowing Hermione, Harry was almost certain that she'd liberally hinted at that fact. Shaking his head, the boy shrugged his shoulder bag closer to his neck and exited the dungeons. Biting his lip, Harry walked hesitantly through the dim, nearly empty corridor toward the Great Hall. At only about 50 feet away, Harry could hear the muffled, jumbled chatter and the scraping of utensils on plates from inside the dining area. Mostly everyone was eating dinner. But if Harry knew his friends... Oh, there he is. Harry, Hermione exclaimed breathily as she darted around a corner and ran towards him. I knew it. Ron was following quickly, only a few steps behind Hermione. His pale hands were shoved deeply into his trousers pockets and his face was pinched. Oh, no, Harry thought. He stopped where he stood and crumpled the edges of his sleeves into his fists as he waited for the inevitable. Hermione slowed as she reached Harry, taking a deep, important breath in preparation for what could only be one of her infamous inquiries. Her bushy hair had been pulled back, but Harry could tell by the stray, floating curls that Hermione had made herself sick with worry over the past 85 minutes. You were gone a long time, Harry. Are you all right? Hermione asked, placing a hand lightly on his forearm. Her eyes flickered up and down his face, obviously searching for tear tracks and puffy eyes. Harry felt his cheeks warm in awkward embarrassment. Yeah, I'm fine, the boy assured his friend, averting his gaze as Ron sauntered forward, his ginger head bowed ever so slightly. Here we go. But as he held his breath, Harry noticed that, strangely, Ron's expression wasn't clouded with fury the way it had been before their argument last week. Ron glanced up at Harry with round eyes and an odd, serious expression. He clobbered you, didn't he, mate? He stated in a grave, throaty voice. Suddenly Hermione's hand shot out as she clouted Ron right in the arm, glaring at him dangerously. Ow, Ron complained, whipping around towards the girl. He frowned as he rubbed his arm. Bloody hell, Hermione. Even though Harry already figured Hermione would have informed Ron of Harry's situation after the two had been ordered away by Snape, Harry didn't spare his friend an irritated look as Hermione turned back around to face him. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, but when we saw Draco run to his dorm and you didn't come back, we were worried that Snape had dragged you off again. He did, Harry whispered, now twisting the wrinkled material of his sleeves in both hands, but he didn't. And of course, Ron broke in, removing his hands from his pockets and throwing them up wildly. The stupid git just let Malfoy go back to his dorm even though he's the one who started it. It wasn't like that, Harry began, but was cut off again. I'm gonna kill the slimy bastard, Ron growled, shaking his head. Harry wasn't sure if Ron was referring to Snape or Malfoy. Harry opened his mouth to try and explain again. Ronald, Just be quiet and let Harry tell you what happened." Hermione scolded, glancing between the two boys before her stormy eyes rested on Harry. She nodded. "Go ahead, Harry." Ron scowled but clamped his mouth shut. However, now that Harry had gained the full attention of his friends, he wasn't sure how to proceed. He'd been running over the words in his mind ever since he left the dungeons. But now that Ron was obviously somewhat knowledgeable of the type of authority Snape had acquired over Harry, the boy's brain scrambled furiously to think of something else to say. The air in the corridor seemed stuffy and hot. "I didn't get in trouble for the note or for Malfoy," Harry mumbled, his hands tightened in a death grip around his robes. "I mean, I didn't really even do anything to him." "But then why? Snape did hear me shout at him though." Harry trailed off. His neck and shoulders were suddenly sweaty underneath his robes. Hermione's eyes widened. "And," the girl prompted. "He, put soap in my mouth," Harry said as he looked away, completely mortified. Hermione gasped. But after a few seconds, to Harry's surprise, Ron snorted. "He did what?" Ron cried, causing Harry and Hermione to snap their heads in his direction. "Of all the things Snape could do to you, he washes your mouth out." "It was disgusting," Harry retorted defensively. "Merlin's pants." Ron was unpredictable. "And you let him." "Shut up, Ron," Hermione said through gritted teeth, her hand at the ready to smack the redhead again if needed. Ron pulled his arm back. Hermione rolled her eyes. "He's a professor, what should Harry have done?" "Besides, your mother's given you soap before," the girl continued haughtily. Ron blushed crimson. "Says who?" "Your sister," Hermione said with a satisfied smirk. And ignoring Ron's expression of degradation, the girl faced Harry again and fixed him with a sympathetic look. "Well, that couldn't have taken more than a few minutes," she exclaimed thoughtfully. "Did he have you clean cauldrons before dinner or something?" Harry shook his head, keeping a watchful eye on Ron, whose face was stuck between irritation and curiosity. "No. He taught me a spell that amplifies sound." I heard the voice again, on the second floor. "Wait," Ron interrupted. "Snape gags you with soap and then decides to teach you a spell that actually makes the voice louder." But before Harry could answer, Ron's eyes grew large. "Wait a minute, you told him you were hearing voices?" "Well, yeah," Harry shrugged, relying heavily on his act of nonchalance. His friends didn't need to know that the confession was delivered among pathetic blubbering and heaving. "And he believes me," Harry continued, suddenly annoyed, "so just save it, Ron." "I didn't say anything." Harry didn't let him finish. "You've got your mum and dad, and Fred and George and Percy and Charlie and whoever else you want to teach you spells, or tell whether or not it's normal to hear voices if you're a wizard. I don't." Ron looked down at his fingers which were twisted into an odd sort of clasp. "I know, mate," the boy replied quietly. "No, you don't," Harry muttered, leaning back heavily against the stone wall, studying his thumbs in the same manner as Ron. After a moment, Harry felt a hand on his arm again. He looked up slowly into Hermione's shiny eyes. She was looking at him in a way that made his stomach ache. "You've got us, Harry. And I know it doesn't seem like much sometimes, but we care about you. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley care about you too." Hermione glanced fleetingly at Ron who was still staring at his toes. "So does Dumbledore, and Hagrid." "I know," Harry said quietly, feeling the guilt prick at his stomach. What Harry really wanted to say was, "It's not the same." But he didn't quite know what he meant by that. Harry wasn't even really sure what he was referring to. And he was too tired and hungry right now to figure it out. "Listen," Harry continued, glancing up into the pained faces of his friends, "Snape's just teaching me some defense, and you have to be really disciplined when you learn it. He's not being cruel or anything." "Where the hell is this coming from?" "But why Snape?" Ron questioned quietly. "Because Lockhart's a sodding git. We're not learning anything from him." "Harry," Hermione admonished, "he is not." Ron looked for a moment as if he was going to laugh, but he didn't. "Why you? I mean, Snape's always had it in for you, hasn't he?" Harry thought for a moment. Besides the fact that he was the only one who could hear the voice, he honestly had no idea why things had turned out the way they did. "Dunno," Harry shrugged, pushing himself away from the wall. And he left it at that. The bells chimed once to indicate the half hour. "It's 5:30, Hermione spoke up. "We need to go before we miss dinner." Harry nodded and moved forward a few steps. However, Ron didn't say anything. He simply stuffed his hands back into his pockets and fell in line beside his friends. Harry knew that Ron wanted to, and very well could have, asked 1,000 other questions. But for once, Harry was a bit glad that the redhead was at a loss for words. "He gave me a book on defense," Harry said to Ron after a few seconds of silence between the two of them. "It's brilliant. I'll show it to you when we get back into the common room." Ron barely nodded as they entered the great hall, which was flooded with the warmth of rumbling voices and the rich scent of roast beef. As usual, the three of them sat down together, Harry across from Ron and Hermione. It was awkwardly quiet as they loaded up their plates with meat and vegetables. But after a few moments of silence, Hermione sighed heavily and looked determinedly at Harry. "We learned some things in Professor Lockhart's class," she claimed. Harry gave her a funny look. Out of everything they'd covered in the past 10 minutes, Hermione was thinking about that. But before Harry could retort, Ron spoke up. "What's that, Hermione?" Ron mumbled through his mashed potatoes, how to chase a banshee away with an award-winning smile. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Hermione glared at Ron, who had plastered a look of innocence on his face. "What?" he asked. "He's a brilliant teacher. Probably the best we've had." Ron shoved another forkful of roast beef. "Oh, be quiet, Ronald," Hermione huffed, returning to her carrots. Ron glanced at Harry and gave him a subtle smile, as much as was possible with his mouth full of food. Harry returned the grin before taking another gulp of juice. "Yeah, he'll get over it." As Harry padded down the stone steps to the Gryffindor common room, shivers ran up and down his back as the cool air that hovered among the staircase drifted across his bare feet. It was late, after midnight, and he'd accidentally left his shoulder bag next to his favorite armchair by the fireplace. Moving quickly, Harry entered the common room, starting slightly when he noticed Ginny huddled in one of the armchairs, furiously writing in a book filled with yellow parchment. Trying not to disturb her, Harry slowed down when he came close. As he gingerly leaned down to grab the handle of his shoulder bag, he saw, without really meaning to, a few words, wet with black ink, in Ginny's diary. "Dear Tom, I think I'm losing my memory. There are." All of a sudden, Ginny jerked back, clutching her journal to her chest. Harry jumped and nearly cried out in surprise. His heart thudded in his ears as Ginny stared at him in horror. Her face was white, her small, pale fingers covered part of a name stamped in gold lettering at the top of the small book. Tom Marvolo RWA's all Harry could make out. "Who's that, Ginny?" Harry began, the word cracking in his dry throat. But as soon as Harry spoke, the terrified girl hastily scrambled out of her chair and ran up the steps that led to the girls' dormitory. Harry listened to the soles of her feet slap against the stone. Her quill lay unmoving on the small carpet next to the fireplace. Harry stared for a moment at the glimmering ink on the sharp point of the quill. What is wrong with her? Harry thought, gazing at the empty, silent staircase. He shivered again as he stood in confusion, his shoulder bag lying forgotten on the floor. Exactly 1/2 hour remained in potions on Friday afternoon, and Harry planned on using all 30 minutes of it to brew his hair-raising potion correctly the first time. Harry had told Ron and Hermione about Ginny and the strange diary over breakfast the next day, but neither of them had a clue who Tom Marvolo was. Hermione had tried to talk to Ginny but received little response. Thinking about it had made Harry uneasy all week. But right now, Harry knew he needed to concentrate. He didn't want to spend a second of his defense lesson making up this assignment, especially since the weekend was so near. As Harry added his 2 pickled rat tails and stirred, he suddenly felt something poking him at the elbow. Glancing over his shoulder to identify the annoyance, Harry saw that it was a piece of parchment that had been folded up angularly into a note. Not again, Harry thought crossly. The note had been folded in the exact same manner as the last one Draco had passed him. However, this one was floating on its own as it continued to stab at his elbow. Harry reached around with his other hand and swatted the note away. There was no way he would let Malfoy get to him this time. But a few seconds later, the poking continued. Harry looked over at Snape. The man's attention was completely dedicated to Millicent Bulstrode's bubbling cauldron. "Shove off, Malfoy," Harry whispered, knocking the note a few feet backwards as he slammed it with his fist. Harry felt Hermione nudge his shoulder absently, a silent gesture that told Harry to get back to work. But she was too engrossed in her potion to pay further attention to whatever was going on next to her. "What, Potter?" Malfoy sneered in a soft voice, "afraid you'll have to stand with your nose against the wall again?" Feeling his cheeks flame hotly, Harry spun around and glared hatefully at the smirking Slytherin. "No, but I bet your hand is still sore after those 700 lines. It was Draco's turn to blush. However, before either of them could say anything else, Snape straightened up and glanced over to his left. Harry spun around quickly and stared hard at his cauldron. As Snape sauntered slowly over in his direction, Harry's stomach clenched. He squinted at the blackboard, as if he were focusing on what to add next. As the professor passed, he stilled next to Harry's desk. Pressing his lips together, Harry shifted only his eyes up toward the potion's master, who in turn gave Harry a stern look and pointed firmly at the boy's cauldron. Harry cringed. He knew exactly what that look meant. Get busy or else. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.